No, good mate, thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, day 2 of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex, about to get underway. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC Local Radio, BBC Radio's Leicester and London. Myself, Richard Ray, and Guy Swindells, your commentators for the game, which is about to resume with Middlesex on 293 for 8 in their first innings. Toby Rowland-Jones is 16 not out, Ethan Bamber is 2 not out. The general consensus from the Middlesex point of view, as Guy will confirm, is that yesterday's play was reasonably balanced. Leicestershire would probably say the same. Leicestershire supporters might not, Guy. Good morning to you.
Morning, Richard, morning. No, the feeling in the Middlesex camp was they were hoping for a few more runs and a few less wickets.
We're going to have an update already. It sounds like, well, I think we've got a little bit of feed a little bit earlier than we might otherwise have expected it. But Guy, having been rudely interrupted, we'll see if we can get this in before the start of play, perhaps.
Yes, it was a general feeling.
Good morning to you all. 293 for 8, Middlesex about to resume their first innings. General consensus from their point of view is that yesterday was a reasonably balanced day. Leicestershire sort of feel the same. They won the toss and chose to bowl first, but they did drop some crucial catches yesterday. Leicestershire, had they not done so, they could have hoped to have Middlesex all out by now, perhaps for somewhere around about 200. The general feeling among Leicestershire supporters is that Middlesex have already got plenty of runs. Leicestershire will need these last 2 wickets quickly this morning and then get batting on a day which feels as though it might just suit Middlesex's very, very strong seam attack. They're about to resume Middlesex on 293 for 8. Would you like to speak now?
Are you sure? I'm slightly worried about it. Well, let's start. And immediately into the action is Chris Wright, and immediately it is straight through to the wicketkeeper Swindles, and there is no run. 293 for 8. Middlesex feeling perhaps they left some wickets out there. They said that it wasn't always easy to bat on this wicket, which we saw at times yesterday, that several batters who looked as if they got themselves in would become becalmed for some time. But that could be down to some excellent bowling at times from the Leicestershire attack, and an immediate play and miss. Swindles looked quite excited for a second and thought possibly that an edge had been given by Toby Rowland-Jones, but it had not. He was beaten powerfully and he remains on 16, not out in the score on 293 for 8.
Just saying to BBC Radio Leicester, although it's not warm or anything like it, there is a slight feeling of humidity in the air. And my guess is it might swing a bit for Messrs Rowland-Jones and Murtagh.
Yes, there was a feeling as Toby Rowland-Jones watches the ball sail past his off stump and into the hands of Harry Swindles. There was a feeling that they were quite looking forward to bowling on it, but there was also a feeling that perhaps the wicket didn't help the bowler as much as they were expecting when they looked at it as well. So the general feeling was that they still needed to bat as long as possible in this first innings.
I'd agree. I thought it would do a bit more than it did. Looks a lovely colour now, in fairness.
Absolutely. Right, who again bowls beautifully just on or around off stump. And again, Toby Rowland-Jones fails to connect with any part of the bat. He practices a rather wafty coverish drive, but at the moment Chris Wright, who he had 3 decent spells yesterday. In all of them he started slowly. He tended to bowl better as the spell went on, but he's on the money immediately this morning. Oh, and that is an absolute peach. There was swing and movement off the pitch, and Toby Rowland-Jones practices a defensive shot, and I think he could practice it for the rest of the day and he'd still never get any closer to that particular delivery. That was an absolute jaffa. But the flip side is Toby Rowland-Jones was thinking, well, I can do that when I bowl. That one is pitched more around middle, and Toby Rowland-Jones at least does get bat on ball for that delivery, but that was a terrific first over from Chris Wright, and the score remains on 293 for 8. He has now bowled 24 overs, 3 maidens, but is wicketless for 71 runs. Rowland-Jones 16 from 49 deliveries. Ethan Bamber, who will be facing 2 from 16, showing you can't really score quickly on this wicket.
Michael Finan, the pick of Leicestershire's seam bowlers yesterday, that's for sure. He's going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the Bennett end. 3 for 54 from 17 overs yesterday. He came down thoroughly enjoying his life as a professional sportsman at the moment. But he said that last spell towards the end of the day, he said, must admit, he felt that one a little bit, but he really does give everything with every delivery, so not too surprising. Down the slope he comes to bowl to Ethan Bamber outside off stump. Just a hint of shape back in to the right-hander, but Bamber, unlike Rowland-Jones in the previous over, prepared to let the ball go through, and does.
It was interesting. I was talking to someone from Leicestershire last night, and they said Finan came in for a trial, really, when there was no red ball cricket around, and has been taken purely on the strength of how well he bowled in the nets rather than actually having an outing. So he must have bowled well.
In he comes and bowls outside off stump again. It's a good leave from Ethan Bamber because there is a touch of shape back in. Light roller went on the pitch this morning. A good bounce and carry so far. Parkinson, Leicestershire's left arm spinning captain, does a few gentle stretches. I don't think in a manner that suggests he's thinking of bringing himself straight on. The ball is only 13 overs old as in goes Finan. Bowled him! Off stump is out of the ground. Finan has his 4th wicket, came back in, hit the top of off stump and has cleaned Bamber up comprehensively.
Beautiful delivery again. Too good for Ethan Bamber, who isn't a bad number 10 as number 10s go, but that was way too good for him. And Finan, just as he was yesterday morning, straight on the money and causing problems for the batsman. And his spell first thing yesterday was superb, and he started the same way this time. Thoroughly deserves all 4 of his wickets.
The first two were pretty close to off stump, and that one, oh, that was a gorgeous delivery. And he just kept running and pointed at the stumps as Bamba turned and headed for the pavilion. He looked to have covered up, but ball was just too good for him. Came back in a little bit more quickly than he thought it was going to. And a lovely sight for Leicestershire's Tyro fast bowler. The off stump cartwheeling backwards, and that's his 4th wicket of the innings, and certainly now confirms his first-class best return, 4 for 54. Can he get a 5 for in what is just his 3rd first-class game? He's going to get a chance. Tim Murtagh, probably of the number 11s coming in, you wouldn't mind Tim Murtagh if you're on for a 5, would you?
No, you wouldn't. Tim has many admirable qualities, but
indeed,
he will certainly also give you a chance, because if he's struggling to lay bat on ball, he tends to try harder to lay bat on ball, and the fielders might need to be aware, as well as the stumps, that it might be coming towards them.
A 3rd and final bowling bonus point for Leicestershire. Middlesex still eyeing up a 3rd batting bonus point. Need another 7 runs to achieve it. Murtagh, a left-hander, might suit Finan. Well, if he bowls another delivery like that, cleaned up Bamba, might just be a bit too good for Murtagh first up. He's bowled 3 beauties this morning so far. Finan comes in and bowls, and Murtagh whips him away off his body with some style out towards deep backward square leg for 4. Turned his wrists on it. Well, he went for a sort of similar delivery, looking perhaps a little over ambitiously to pitch it on leg and swing it back to hit the top of middle or off. It didn't really swing too much, and Murtagh, with some style, almost flamboyantly, turned his wrists on it and whipped it away to deep square for 4.
We can hear the Middlesex balcony from below us, I think, because there were a few very surprised whoops.
Well, I was about to say, would it be unkind to say there was a slight element of surprise about some of the applause and the calls of approval? Finan in again to Murtagh, who's making a bit of room for himself, backing away, and he's followed by Finan, and he works it away off his body, off his legs, part bat, part pads, I suspect, and it bounces out into the offside. An off-stump Yorker there might have cleaned him up.
Yes, we've seen several Middlesex players step outside leg stump to play on off. That one, though, looked more as if he was trying to get out of the way than make himself room.
Should encourage Finan. Bowl at the stump, so full ball might be good enough. Down the slope he comes and bowled him, and Mikey Finan has a 5 for. He did make a little bit of room. Off stump is out of the ground again. Finan is surrounded by Leicestershire players. He has his 5 for. Well bowled him. 5 for 58. Michael Finan announces his arrival on the first class scene.
Well, thoroughly deserved. He has been by some way the pick of the Leicestershire attack in this innings, and clearing up the tail as fast bowlers should. Clean bowling number 10 and 11. It's absolutely as is right and proper. So well bowled, Michael Finan. He deserved those figures of 5 for 58 from 18 overs. Middlesex will be slightly disappointed to miss out on that 3rd batting point. Couldn't get to the 300. Murtagh couldn't survive the last ball of that over to get Roland Jones back on strike. But Roland Jones, another player who was dropped on 1 twice, we think. He eventually is left on 16 not out. But good work from Leicestershire this morning, wrapping up this innings in double quick time. And Finan, quite rightly, is holding aloft the ball as he goes off to applause from a decent crowd today here at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and his teammates. He has done them and himself proud.
He has. Well, after just 10 minutes play, we get a chance to put the kettle on again. And there will be a resumption in around about 8 minutes' time. We will pop the kettle, take every chance to have a breather and give you a rest from the sound of our voices. But the game will start again very shortly, and in both literally and perhaps also sort of in the real meaning of the sense. What will the likes of Roland Jones and Murta make of these conditions? We'll find out shortly. morning again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Middlesex side take the field, followed by the two Leicestershire batsmen. Sol Budinger, number 1 on his back, new signing from Nottinghamshire, made by the Foxes, 2-year deal and a loan period to finish this particular season, so his full contract he starts next season, so to speak. And Sam Evans, of course, with him. Going to be difficult for the openers this morning, we feel, after Mikey Finan cleaned up the 2 remaining Middlesex wickets, swinging the ball markedly from that Bennett end. And if Finan can do that, so too can the battery of Middlesex seamers. The first of whom will be the skipper, it would appear, Tim Murtagh, Guy.
Yes, I think he'll be quite looking forward to having a bowl on this. He's going to start from the pavilion end, and I imagine that it will be Toby Rowland-Jones who'll accompany him. And then as well, Ethan Bamber, who has bowled well this season and is increasingly well thought of at Middlesex. Also Higgins, we saw having a good practice earlier as well, so there are plenty. They have gone for a seam attack though. You mentioned right before the match began that they've gone with just the 1 spinner in Luke Coleman, so
It's looking like the right call though now, isn't it? Beforehand I thought it might turn a little bit more than it did, but I think they've probably called this right, Middlesex. Parkinson bowled well with his left arm spin for Leicestershire, 2 for 37 from 24, but probably the 4 seamers is the right call. We shall see.
we shall indeed, and it's Sam Evans who will be facing the first ball from Tim Murtagh, running away from us here. To right arm over, a little bit of wobble, but massive amounts first delivery, and it was a comfortable lead in the end for Evans as it goes through to Simpson, the wicketkeeper. And we see the usual buzzing amongst the Middlesex slip cordon.
Right on the money there, wasn't he? Very first ball, might not have been at full pace, so to speak, quite yet, going up the slope, but right in that corridor.
As he in once more, Tim Murtagh gives that a bit more air and is driven nicely by Evans, but also very well fielded. And Evans certainly might have thought that his account may be opened, but Murtagh got a fingertip to it, which he is now regretting, but he took the speed off enough. That mid-off could...
Is that Milan at mid-off? These cable knit sweaters are splendid, but they hide the numbers.
They do.
So I think that's Peter
Milan,
yeah.
well spotted. Yes, you just make out the 13 underneath the light cable knit, and that's a decent delivery on or around off stump. But also, Evans will be pleased that the defensive shot came out of the middle to point.
Like a petri dish full of atoms buzzing around out there, aren't they? The Middlesex slip cord, and they do all these sort of little complicated runs and manoeuvres and dances and energy personified.
Yeah, it was interesting when we were going through the very hot period of the summer.
They
didn't
choke it back
quite
a bit.
as long. Yes, it was reined back. Today we could see it back to full buzz, and nice delivery that shapes away from the batter, but Evans had judged where his stumps were nicely, lifted the bat high and saw the ball sail through to the wicket-keeper and the buzzing slips.
Higgins is sweaterless at point. Simpson behind the wicket is sweaterless, but he looks fairly bulky, so I think he's got plenty on underneath his Middlesex shirt.
Yes, he is unbulked, a very slight character, Simpson. But Tim Murtagh, nice delivery. It's a thickish inside edge out to the short mid-wicket. Got plenty of the bat, but not quite where he was intending to place the ball.
All the other Middlesex players have their sweaters on, with the exception, of course, of Murtagh at the moment.
The temperature is supposed to be quite temperate later today, sort of 18, 19 degrees from midday onwards. So we might see a few more sweaterless players. Murta, again, a little bit of shape. And not a bad first over, but Evans played everything pretty comfortably, it must be said. And Murta decides he doesn't want a jumper at this stage and throws it to one of his teammates. As I don't think Tim Murta carries his own jumper off the pitch anymore. He's reached the esteemed age and position where he doesn't have to.
And it will be Toby Rowland-Jones, as forecast, who will open the bowling from the Bennett end. A little bit of news through this morning. They announced the fixtures for the 2023 Ashes, both the England women's and men's Ashes. Leicestershire County Cricket Club will host a one-day international, a women's one-day international between England and Australia in September 2023. Which will be here before you know it, judging by the fact we're already getting emails indicating you can contact Leicestershire to register your interest in purchasing a ticket as and when. Four slips for Rowland-Jones. He's going to be bowling to Sol Budinger. Made his debut for Leicestershire, made his first class debut last week, because he hadn't played any first class cricket for Nottinghamshire. Played one day cricket, but that is all. No red ball cricket. In goes Rowland-Jones and bowls to him outside off stump. He gets up on his toes and forces it away through extra cover. Should pick up 3, may even be 4. Higgins, it puts in the slide, drags it back. It will be 3 to Budinger. He will go for his shots. He showed that in his 2 innings against Durham last week.
That's a nice way to get off the mark.
In his first, he made 64 from just 71 balls, 10 fours and 1 6. Not quite so successful in his second, when he was bowled by Matty Potts, who took 13 wickets in the game for 0 of 6 balls, top of middle stump. Rowland-Jones in to Evans, a little bit short of a length. Evans is up on his toes, defending the ball off stump, out into the onside.
While it wasn't much fun for Leicestershire, it was good for an England point of view to see Matthew Potts bounce back from the disappointment of being left out of the side for Ollie Robinson to come back and bowl like that.
Yeah, he did look every inch an international bowler, it has to be said. Very strong. Rowland-Jones is into Evans down the leg side, moves away a fraction. Good clean take, diving away to his left by Simpson. Evans sort of stepped inside it slightly. And we saw Sam Robson bowled in that way in the first innings of Middlesex, and also, I suppose, Eskenazi, but that was a slightly different circle. He went for a walk, he went for a wander across to the offside. Rowland-Jones into Evans, slightly squared up, but Evans is going to get off the mark as he gets plenty of bat on it, pushes it out into the gap in the covers. Cover point has to run back across towards extra cover to field. 1 is taken. Leicestershire on to 4 without loss. Evans a single, Budinger 3 off his first ball. I like the look of Budinger. A little bit see-ball, hit ball, uncomplicated approach. As Rowland-Jones is in, bowls to him, and he's cutting the way through the offside again, and I think that is going to go the distance. Yet no chance for Higgins, whose pursuit is more aimed at just at retrieval. I think he knew he was not going to chase that down, and so Budinger's first 2 shots punched away through the offside result in 3 and 4. He moves on to 7, 8 without loss.
Interesting that the Finan has an extra 2 or 3 yards of pace on the Middlesex bowlers, who bowl at a similar-ish speed to Chris Wright, for instance, and perhaps that's not as effective on this wicket.
Roland Jones is in. Bowls edged, caught at the second attempt, at second slip. Budinger goes. 3 balls he has faced, and well, guy. Well, I think you did that on purpose, actually. A little bit of extra bounce, perhaps, found the outside edge of Budinger's bat and moved away a fraction, possibly. Thick outside edge, a little bit hard hands. Second attempt, it was knocked up with 2 hands at second slip, grabbed with his left hand at the second attempt, I think. Yep, it was low down and, well, fortunate in a way to knock it up, but he almost looked like he knew what he was doing there to a certain extent. It's Sam Robson who takes the catch.
Yes, as he has throughout the season. Sam Robson's taken some decent slip catches, and that was another one. Interesting too that Toby Rowland-Jones gave poor old Saul Budinger something of a send-off, I think, as well, having seen his first balls crashed for 7. Perhaps a little bit OTT, but that's wicket number 56 in the season so far for Toby Rowland-Jones, leading wicket taker in Division 2, and continues to add to his total. An early breakthrough as far as Middlesex are concerned, just what they would have wanted. Though Leicestershire did exactly the same. They were 6 for 1, Middlesex 8 for 1 on this occasion.
Van Gogh Fox. Budinger bats like he has a wedding to attend in the afternoon. He may need to temper his approach slightly. I don't think he was trying to crack that one away through the offside in the same manner in which he got his first 2 away. It looked a more defensive effort, but he was hard hands, wasn't it? A little bit thick edge, neatly taken in the end by Sam Robson, who has now, I was going to say look up his number of catches, but I can't.
This season.
Yeah, here we go, 14, so 15 now.
Tim Murter in again. Oh, and he beats Evans for fun with that delivery. That was by some way the best ball Tim Murter has bowled so far, and in fact one of the slips shouted, "Ah, he's back." And just by pitching the ball up a little, I think, as well, and as Richard...
Gorgeous corridor again. Just...
Yeah. Just that shape away at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Murter in once again. Oh, and again he finds the edge on this occasion, but it's just short of Sam Robson, who I think might have been hurt.
He's rolling around like an Italian footballer who's been breathed on.
But he's a cricketer, so it will have hurt.
It will, yes. I think it cracked him on the knee. He got 2 hands down, it bounced up and I think hit him on the knee. He's being picked up now. Ian Furno on the stream. Morning to you, Ian. Looks like we may have a very fine one in fine. And oh, he's hopping around and he's gone down again now, Robson. He picked himself up just to test the knee, hopped around a few times and has just collapsed again.
It was interesting, the fielder at point did call for the physio, and then Robson must have thought, well, I can't be seen to be just lying around. But I think that really did clip him. I haven't seen the replay, but it was...
He's rolling up his right. Oh, it really does hurt, doesn't it? I wonder if
really
it's...
does.
He's picked himself up again.
It's on his shin or his knee.
Well, he's not broken because he can walk around, but he's going to have a horrible bruise, I suspect.
And if that is around the knee, that is really difficult. Of course, now the physio is out there, so no, I'm fine.
Yeah. Well, do you want a bit of spray? A little bit of...
I think some magic spray wouldn't be a bad plan.
Little, just to numb the pain a little bit, perhaps, or reduce the swelling. If you have a spray that can do that, potentially an ice spray can do that, can't it? Still he's struggling a bit when he hops around. Oh, updates time. All sorts to tell them. 3 wickets have already fallen, 2 taken by Leicestershire to finish the Middlesex innings off, and both Ethan Bamber and Tim Murtagh were bowled by Michael Finan for 2 and 4 respectively, giving Finan 5 wickets in just his 3rd first-class game, comfortably his best first-class return, 5 for 58 for Leicestershire's new signing. But I'm afraid to say they've already lost a wicket in their own innings, that of Sol Budinger, who was neatly caught at the second attempt by Sam Robson at second slip off the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones for 7. So Middlesex, who were all out for 297, have already struck back. Leicestershire are 8 for 1.
And 2 runs are taken, squirting the ball through backward point area. Sorry, square leg area on this occasion was Sam Evans, as Tim Murtagh continuing to pitch the ball up more than he did in his first over and continuing to cause problems, but it is 2 ball runs to Evans. He moves on 2-3. Murtagh is in again, and again Evans is just, maybe this is why the batters are stepping outside off stump. Again, he was just on and around off stump and looking to turn the ball to leg, which he does, and they go through for a comfortable single, which means that Lewis Kimber will be facing his first delivery.
Robson looks to have just about recovered. He's doing sort of few little sort of side swings of his knees now. Looks to have worn off.
Well, he'll need to get his knees right, otherwise they won't be able to do the buzzy thing in the slip court. So we do need to get things right. And that's a beautiful ball again by Murtagh, pitching up, and it was just straightening, and well played in the end by Kimber to play the ball back to the bowler. But after 10 largely innocuous deliveries, suddenly Middlesex are getting the ball in exactly the right areas. We saw that with Rowland-Jones in that dismissal of Budinger, and in this over, Tim Murtagh looking altogether more threatening. And this one, again, this is the thing, if you do pitch it up, which is the right thing to do, you will occasionally get driven, which is exactly what Kimber has done. Nice looking cover drive, not entirely middled, and he wasn't trying to hit the cover off the ball, but they go through for a comfortable 2, thought about a 3rd, but then decided that would do. And the end of a 3rd entertaining over comes to an end. Robson will be pleased, his knees feeling better. Evans has moved on to 4. Kimber is off the mark, 13 for 1.
Robson is getting a couple of pills to take, and now the physio has rolled up his knee, and to Robson's disgust, judging by his gestures, he's giving him a little sort of a rub and massage. So it's something oral that's going to help him get better, rather than something directly applied to the site of the bruise and the injury. Well, he's taken heaven knows how many tablets there. Looked to be a 4 or 5 in the end. 13 for 1 after 3 Leicestershire. 3 wickets already this morning. Rowland-Jones is in from the Bennett end. Bowls to Evans, who is solid in defence, slightly squared up, but bat in front of pads as ever, pushing it back up the pitch to Toby Rowland-Jones. Looked to be a little bit of in-swing on that one. Even so, Evans, bat in front of pads, as I say, managed to get it up the pitch back to the bowler on the offside. 13 for 1. Rowland-Jones is in, bowled slightly shorter of a length this time, and an off stump. Evans is comfortable enough on the back foot in defence, blocking it out towards Higgins in the covers, and there's no run. Maybe just turn up your mic a bit, if that's all right, Guy. 1 or 2 people suggesting it. You sound a little bit distant.
Okay.
So let's turn you up a bit, see if that's better.
It's rarely that I'm ever told I'm quiet, so...
Rowland-Jones, longish run, comes bounding in and bowls onto the legs of Evans, worked out towards mid-wicket, but There is a fielder quickly in position. There's no run. Most of the Middlesex, in fact, all the Middlesex side, rather pleasingly, wearing their caps. No sun hats out there. Pleasingly, from an aesthetic point of view, that is. Less easy that makes them to identify. They're all quite similar in sort of height and build in certain respects as well. Roland Jones is in to Evans, who is forward on off stump, pushing it out into the covers where the readily identifiable Higgins, because he hasn't got his sweater on. He's actually shorter also than most of his teammates. He's the fielder. We know which one is Robson now. He's at second slip, limping slightly.
Yeah, we've got Eskenazi at first, Holman at third.
Yeah, Holman's a big old boy, isn't he? So he's slightly wider. Roland Jones is in and bowls, again very straight. He's not getting the movement of Murtagh or indeed Finan earlier this morning, as yet. Very early days. This is just his second over, and he has got a wicket to his name, 1 for 8. So he might be too worried about swing as yet. Boy, has he been effective this season. 56 wickets at under 20 for Toby Roland Jones, who comes running in and bowls to Evans, and that one does move away and beats Evans comprehensively outside off stump. Lovely over. There or thereabouts. No loose deliveries. Nothing wasted. Under the over. 13 for 1.
You're absolutely right, Richard. It's watching both of the two Middlesex opening bowlers probably didn't quite get their lengths right for their first overs. Realised that they did need to just push the ball up there a little bit more. And suddenly both looking, one much more difficult to get away and two much more threatening.
Do you mind just the cable that it goes into, taking it out and putting it back in? Yeah, sure.
So it will be Tim Murtagh to continue from the pavilion end, and it's lovely shape away from Murtagh, but also well left by Kimber, who realised that the ball was going to be moving away from him.
It's been a sort of breakthrough season for Louis Kimber. He's come into the first class side. This is his 10th match, his 16th innings, 454 runs at 30, which is good.
As Tim Murtagh is in once again, and again, Kimber covers off stump and then watches the ball go through to the wicket keeper.
1 century that was made against Sussex at Hove. Got rather put in the shade by the massive partnership between Ackerman and Mulder, both of whom made double centuries in that game. He's also got 3 50s, and he'd love to finish the season with another 3-figure score.
His team could do with someone to produce that big score, but it won't be Kimber on this occasion. It's an want.
No. It was a sort of half step forward, wasn't it? It was no big stride or commitment in terms of defence. It was slightly airy, the push inside edge on to the stumps, and unfortunately the stream is doing some strange things. So hopefully apologies about the stream, folks. I don't know whether you can actually hear us. You're not getting pictures at the moment, but looks to be back on now, and we might be able to get a replay.
And that is beaten comprehensively by Tim Murtagh again, pitching the ball up, letting it do the work, and Ackerman prodding outside off stump, survives, not by much, and Murtagh is proving a real handful now, getting the ball to seam around, swing. It's not easy to bat in these conditions against such an experienced bowler. And Tim Murtagh is in once again. Oh, and that's a thickish outside edge that drops short of probably a fifth. There's 3 regular slips and 1 wider, probably a 5th slip. But warm applause from the Middlesex dressing room for Tim Murtagh. It was a good over. And at the end of it, Evans, who has been keeping his head while all around have been losing theirs, is still on 4 not out from 19 deliveries. Colin Ackerman, after 2 off the first delivery he faced, is 2 not out after 3, but 15 for 2 after 5 overs. Middlesex doing exactly what they wanted to do with the new ball and overcast conditions, making life very difficult for the Leicestershire batsmen.
Evans feel as though he has to play. 4 off 23 for Sam Evans, 15 for 2 remains the score.
Yeah, this is a good spell by Roland Jones, obviously stung by those early.
He's in and slightly short, and Evans is defending on the back foot out into the offside, and there is no run.
He bowled 2 loosish deliveries in his first over, which Buddington gleefully clambered into, but we haven't seen anything much loose since then.
In he goes and bowls, and it's pushed back past him by Evans. Nice shot, it just over pitch, waited for it, drove it very, very straight between the bowler and the stumps, and it runs out to the long off boundary. For 4, Sam Evans' first boundary shot. He moves on to 8-19 for 2 after 6 overs, Leicestershire.
Well batted by Evans. He was beaten on a couple of occasions in that over. The moment the ball was fractionally over pitched, he was on it. Beautiful straight drive, and deserved that boundary. Evans looking as if he's in the slightly over my dead body mood, which is what you need for from your openers. But Tim Murtagh now bowling to Colin Ackerman, number 4. And Murtagh is in, and Ackerman, with a brave leave, lets it go outside off stump. But another beauty from Murtagh, pitching on middle and off and moving away. But because he's pitching it up that little bit more, the element of error, the margin of error, is a lot less as far as the batsman is concerned on leaving outside off stump. Murtagh is in again. This one is a much more comfortable leave outside off stump. And the corridor is being bowled into by Tim Murtagh at the moment.
It's a test of concentration, isn't it, for a batter here? It's proper bowling attack, proper first-class cricket. I saw John Simpson describe yesterday's play as an honest day's cricket, and you kind of know what he meant.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. You had to grind out your runs. As Murtagh is in again. Again, Ackerman takes a big stride forward, just covers that area on or just outside off stump, and leaves with a flourish. The ball is through to Simpson. Pings along the slips. Reaching Toby Roland Jones at mid-on, and he flicks the ball to Tim Murtagh. There are 3 slips, a gully, a point, mid-on and mid-off, not too far back it must be said. Short leg, slightly on the deep side, but there nonetheless, as Murtagh is in again, and Ackerman drives, which always encourages the slip cordon and the wicket keeper, but this was off the middle of the bat and was to mid-off.
In the air though for quite a long time, wasn't it? It was not so very far short of mid-off. As you say, Murtagh and the slips will not be discouraged by that shot.
No. There's certainly Middlesex on the attack. In again, and a good leave.
Do I play? Do I play? Do I leave? Do I leave?
But he did, and he was right to.
All happening at Chelmsford, of course, where Lancashire are 9 down now, but they've recovered to a certain extent. What were they yesterday? 7 for 6 at one stage, weren't they? 68 for 9. They are now leading by 92, which might be enough. Who knows?
Well, yeah, Essex only made 107 in their first innings, so that may be enough. Yes, and that is nicely played. First time really off the middle of the bat up to mid-on, but a good maiden over from Tim Murtagh. And the 4 tumbling slips all move around him to get into position at the other end. Ackerman is 2 not out still after that maiden over. Evans 8, 19 for 2. Good over though from Tim Murtagh. And the pressure will continue from Toby Rowland-Jones.
You kind of feel it will basically continue throughout the entirety of the innings, one way or another. That is how Middlesex have done so well so far this season. Rowland-Jones down the slope is in, bowls to Evans, who's tucking it into the leg side and immediately calling Ackerman through for a single, seeing that square leg has a few yards to make up the ball to his left. So good running by Evans. He moves on to 9. Yes, he carried his bat, albeit didn't have to carry it for very long against Nottinghamshire. Leicestershire all out for, was it 71 that game? But still, it was an admirable effort by Sam Evans in defence. He's watching now as Rowland-Jones is in to Ackerman. Nice high left elbow from Ackerman as he defends that one off stump, back past Rowland-Jones out towards mid-off.
Just on events in Chelmsford, Sneater's figures make interesting reading. 8 overs, 6 for 10.
I did watch some of the wickets yesterday, because obviously there were a lot of highlights, if that's the right word.
Low lights.
Yes. On social media as in goes Rowland-Jones and bowls. Ackerman again, similar shot, defensive on the back foot off middle, out towards mid-on. Murtagh picks it up. Coleman has taken his cap off at third slip. He's tossing it around in his right hand, wondering perhaps whether he'll get much opportunity to bowl. I'm not sure he will. Rowland-Jones in. Bowls. Ackerman is working it neatly off middle and leg down towards long leg. Indeed, that's for 4 as well. Though the fielder came running around from long leg towards fine leg and put in the slide. His body was well across the line when he half stopped the ball, which anyway ran on and crossed the ropes. Good effort by Malan running around down there, but he couldn't stop it. Ackerman picks up a boundary. He moves on to 6, 24 for 2.
Yes, you feel a lot depends on these two as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
Well, the first of the all-rounders is in next. In goes Rowland-Jones, bowls, looking to work it off his legs, bounces a little bit on Ackerman, comes off the top of the pad, out into the leg side. 1 or 2 shouts from the Middlesex fielders. Ackerman gestures that there was a little bit more bounce than he thought there was going to be.
Which we saw on occasion yesterday. 1 or 2 just climbed a little bit more than the batters were expecting, and the fielders on occasion.
Rowland-Jones bowls outside off stump. A little illustration of that fact there as that one jumped a little bit more perhaps than Ackerman anticipated, but on the back foot it was outside off stump. He was able to lift his bat over the line of the ball. End of Toby Rowland-Jones's 4th over, 1 for 17 his figures. But in these conditions, which at the moment are fairly cool, they're bowling friendly, although there is that little bit of humidity in the air as well. You feel these guys could bowl forever, really.
Well, happily one's 40 and one's 34 as far as
Well, there's that.
Leicestershire are concerned. It's quite difficult to bowl forever.
Conditions will be suiting them at the moment.
Absolutely right, as in Tim Murter is to continue. And again, on or around off stump. The 4 buzzing slips get excited as the ball is played out to point. There is no run. Decent figures so far, Tim Murter. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7.
Not untypical.
No, absolutely. In once again, brisk run up. Nice loose action, lovely shot though on this occasion by Evans. Took a big stride forward and has played a very nice looking cover drive. They should go through for 2, and in fact they go through for 3. They had to hurry up a bit for the 3rd, but through they went very safely indeed. Evans, nice shot, taking on Murter, pitching the ball up, deciding I will have a go at that one.
It's been a mixed season for Sam Evans. He's been in and out of the side, and a couple of illness absences as well.
Murter in this time to Ackerman, and Ackerman decides, well, anything you can do, Sam Evans, I can do too. And he plays a cover drive, not quite timed as well as the Evans variety, and they can only go through for 2 on this occasion. But just elements of the yoke being thrown off slightly by these 2 batters.
This is Evans's 8th game of the 13 that Leicestershire have played so far this season, including this one, of course. 14 innings. This is his 15th. 350 runs.
Murter in. Oh, it was more leg side that time. Thuds into the pads of Ackerman, but it was outside leg. Any appeals were strangled immediately.
A best of 77 not out, and he's averaging just under 30.
Batted well so far this morning. As Murter turns immediately into his run-up. Close to the studs. Bowls, and there's a big LBW shout. But it's not given, and nobody is complaining violently that it hasn't been given. So Richard is thinking it could well be on height.
Yeah, it is.
And it is definitely on height. It hit the top of the pad. And after clearing his throat with an energetic appeal, Murter wasted no more time or emotion on whether he should argue the toss with the umpire. And is in once again. Oh, and beats Ackerman for fun with the last delivery. So finishing the over with a couple of good ones, 29 for 2.
Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. Foxes, I'm afraid, have lost their 2nd wicket of the morning. Louis Kimber was bowled by Tim Murter, slightly indeterminate to push outside the off stump, took the inside edge and lost his off stump. He went for 2, 13 for 2 at that stage. The Foxes replying to Middlesex's first innings of 297. Since then, however, Sam Evans and Colin Ackerman have begun to build something of a partnership. Evans is 12 not out of 28 balls. Ackerman 8 off 18. They are, believe it or not, the last 2 really front-line batsmen. Leicestershire have picked a bowling-heavy side for this game, so very important that they do build a substantial partnership as Evans is beaten outside off stump there by Toby Rowland-Jones. 29 for 2, the Foxes. do too much, that delivery. Evans went forward, was beaten outside. That 77 not out came in the second game of the season up at whatever the Riverside Stadium is called these days. Emirates Riverside, I'm not quite sure. It has changed names a couple of times, changed sponsors in recent years. In goes Bamber. I beg your pardon, it's not Roland Jones. I thought he'd looked a bit shorter. Ethan Bamber has replaced Roland Jones quite early then, outside off stump, and allowed to go through by Sam Evans. Early change, quite early change.
A few times this season, we may well see Toby Roland Jones replace Murta at the other end. We've seen this a couple of times this season.
Bamber, all arms and legs, comes chasing in and bowls outside off stump. Good lift, but it was too wide, so in a way slightly wasted effort. It rose up and was taken by Simpson, whose work behind the stumps is wonderfully unfussily certain. It just calmly took it, 2 hands pointing upwards. Just doesn't look like he's going to make any mistakes behind the stumps. Anticipates so neatly. Bamber is in and bowling, and he's gone through him and bowled him. Goodness me, Evans half forward there. I'm not quite sure how that got through, but get through it did. And I think it's the off stump that's leaning back. Yeah, squared him up, just did enough. Went past the outside edge. Bales came off, and Evans has to go. He goes for 12, 29 for 3, Leicestershire. And already there'll be those among their supporters beginning to fear the worst.
Yeah, it was a really good ball, but the Middlesex guys were saying yesterday that a couple of times they were surprised with what the ball did off the wicket, and certainly that was the impression you got from Evans there, that he didn't see any way that that could have hit off stump, but hit off stump it did. It was funnily enough, the umpires at the moment are practicing the shot and just going through the motions, because it was cracking delivery from Bamber, who has done well to force himself into the team this year, given the options usually available. 1 or 2 players missing. Tom Helm, who would probably be in the team ahead of Bamber, is off with the England squad in Pakistan at the moment.
Rehan Ahmed comes in at number 5 in just his second first-class game.
No pressure then.
He will, from what I've seen, which isn't very much, it's got to be said, take on the bowling. He likes a hook, for example. But goodness me, coming in at 5 against high-quality attack of this nature is an awfully big ask of the young man. He made 0 and 16 in his 2 innings at Worcester earlier this season. 4 slips go down. Bamber comes in and bowls. Ahmed is going to get off the mark with his first ball. On the back foot, he turns it away off his legs, off around middle and leg, down towards Milan at long leg, and takes 1. As Fango Fox messages, let's see if the bowlers can make any runs then. Has felt a little bit that way this season. Ackerman is still there at the moment, the last remaining frontline batsman. It's only 11:30 on day 2.
No, we've had 5 wickets in the first hour.
4 of which have been bowled.
Yes.
Bamber into Ackerman, who is plunging forward, came off, I think, the pad, runs away towards square leg, inside edge. No, an umpire Cook is not moving at the Bennett end, so inside edge onto the pad. Ackerman takes 1 and keeps the strike. He moves on to 9, 31 for 3, and that follow-on target of 148 feels an awful long way away at the moment.
Yeah, the Middlesex bowlers have kept the pressure on really from the last ball of the second over onwards, it just hasn't been. Everything has been a scrap. We've seen one or two nice shots, a couple of cover drives off the last Murta over, but Murta is in again now. Just squares Ackerman up a little bit, but Ackerman gets enough of the ball to just play it out to mid-off, who runs in briskly to ensure that there is no tip and run single. Short leg is down on one knee at the moment, almost as if in prayer, but I think just seeing if anything was wrong with the earth around him as Murta comes in again, and this time is flicked up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Missed out a bit there, didn't he, Ackerman?
Yeah, scuffed it rather, didn't he?
He was looking through mid-wicket, and huge gap there. It was there to be put away.
Yes, just so for those of you on the radio, we've got 3 slips: point, gully, short leg. We've got mid-on and mid-off who are attacking rather than defending. We have a fine leg, but really if you beat that ring, there are plenty of run-scoring opportunities. Again, Murta bowls nicely, and again, not entirely comfortably, Ackerman defends the ball back to the bowler. Just got his legs in a bit of a tangle, but did get the ball in the middle of the bat. Looks if Higgins is warming up, as if he might be having a turn soon, as Tim Murta again is in, and such is the straight drive, it actually knocks out the off stump at the other end of the ground. So umpire called into action to re-establish the 3 stumps.
Had a chat to Rahan at the end of play last night.
Did he enjoy yesterday?
He did. He said he loves playing first-class cricket and sort of being in that atmosphere, he says.
Well, this is real first-class cricket. You're up against Murta, you're up against a Middlesex side with their tails up. Ackerman again plays sensibly and defensively. Back to the bowler.
I asked him if he'd enjoyed being away at the 100. Yeah, it was, you know, everything was great. Everything is. He's at that age where everything is great and brilliant at the moment.
And he played in the 100, didn't he? I think it was 5 matches, I think he played. Which
was more than the other 3 Leicestershire players who were involved. It's got to be said. Mid-on has gone in at almost silly mid-on. It's very straight.
Murta. Busy run up away. Oh, and he beats Ackerman outside off stump. Ball didn't move much, but it moved enough. And Ackerman, who'd lunged forward for the defensive on that occasion, just saw the ball beat the outside edge. Another lovely over as far as Tim Murta is concerned. It's his 6th, his 3rd maiden, and he has figures of 1 for 12.
I said to Rehan, he's obviously signed this deal to go and play in Abu Dhabi, T20. That starts in January. I said, oh, you'd be probably quite glad of a break. No, I want something else to do now in the autumn months, so to speak. But at the moment, all he'll be thinking about is the imminent arrival at the crease of Ethan Bamber, who comes bounding in from the Bennett end and bowls to him. He's working him off the straight again, turning the wrist. Out towards mid-wicket it goes. Fielded out there. Not quite sure who that is. It's Stoneman out there.
It is usually Stoneman in that position, yeah.
He's actually, I was going to say he's got a beard, but he's shaved it down a bit. At one stage it got really sort of bushy, didn't it? And
no, it's sub-Captain Birdseye these days.
Yeah. Bamber, very chest on, in, bowls, and clipped out to Stoneman again by Ahmed. Nicely timed, but picked out the fielder. And there's no run. Yes, it's more in keeping with the rest of the team now, many of whom are sort of sporting those neatly trimmed beards. You ever gone in for a beard?
I can't grow one, it's pathetic. It's just fluffy and revolting, so no, I have never asked for permission to grow a full set.
Bamber is in, bowls very straight but solidly. Half forward is Rehan Ahmed, back up the pitch on the onside. He's got orange flashes on the soles of his cricket boots are orange, and the orange just extends up the side, a couple of plate parts as well.
Have you ever been bearded?
My wife won't let me. She doesn't like it. It's too scratchy and horrid. Both my sons have at the moment. In goes Bamber and bowls. Forward goes Ahmed. Good diving stop away to his left by Higgins at backward point. Saves one, possibly two. 31 for 3 remains the score.
It was a good piece of fielding, wasn't it? Yes, beards come in and out of fashion. I've reached the sort of age now where I've seen 2 or 3 times when the beard has been required. But no, I've never felt part of that particular movement.
Bamber in. Bowls outside of stump, and Ahmed has a little feel for it, and then he acknowledges his fault, just lifts his right hand and cross with himself. Just drawn into playing when he could and should have left.
It's tough though, isn't it? You're 18 and this is real pressure cooker cricket. You'll learn from it, that's for sure, but Middlesex certainly now unafraid of conceding runs. It's just we want wickets.
1 or 2 more before lunch. In goes Bamber and bowls, and forward goes Ahmed, and it swings past. He's reaching outside edge into the gloves of Simpson. Behind the stumps, end of the over, his second 1 for 2. Other figures he can boast. Ackerman has 9, Rehan Ahmed 7 balls faced, has 1. And Ackerman, the experienced Ackerman, wanders down and has a word with him.
Yeah, Ackerman more and more piling on his shoulders.
152nd first class game, 153rd I think it is now for Colin Ackerman.
Tim Merters, we must check his numbers because that will be even more, as well as the test matches for Ireland.
256.
There we go.
First class games, Tim Merter.
Did see him play for Ireland at Lord's, was that 2019 I think?
He's got 918 wickets. Do you think he can keep going to the 1,000?
Well, the way he's
2 more seasons at least, isn't it?
Yeah, it is 2
think.
more seasons, but he's got that beautiful economical run and a nice action that has stood him in good stead. Again, that's nicely bowled, but quite comfortably played this time by Ackerman, out to point. There is no run. You wonder, this is his 7th over in this spell. Wonder how many more he will put himself through.
Well, he's going up the slope, and when you're down there, you feel it when you're running up to that square from this pavilion end.
Noble for a skipper to take the uphill as he's in again. Misfield by Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-on means they can go through for an easy single, which means Ahmed will face Merter, I think, for the first time in this innings.
Colin Ackerman still has a first-class average of over 40, despite his recent struggles.
Yes, which shows the form is temporary, class is permanent. In again, and this is on the leg side. Oh, and a fabulous piece of fielding at short leg to stop the ball. And if he'd managed to throw down the stumps, it would have been a remarkable run out. But you would have felt so much for Rehan Ahmed because he'd hit it beautifully, clipped it away on the leg side, obviously thought there's runs here, and it was a fabulous stop at short leg.
I'm smiling because the stream camera followed the ball to the mid-wicket boundary before realising it hadn't got there.
And that is played nicely out into the offside. Again, just trying to take, moving forward to the quick bowlers, just playing the moment Murtagh outside his crease, which is why he had to scramble back. Possibly would have been run out if the ball had hit from short leg, but he has survived. Rehan Ahmed. As Murtagh is in once again. And Ahmed plays this out into the covers and is very quick to see that the single is there, which indeed it was, and he pinches the strike. Murtagh's 7th over comes to an end. He's bowled, taken 1 for 14 from those 7 overs and has really led from the front, the skipper, in the opening spell of his. I wonder if he will have an 8th. I think possibly he won't. But we're 33 for 3. Ackerman is 10 not out, and Rehan Ahmed, after that quick single and surviving the run out opportunity, is 2 not out.
Well, he's not taken a backward step so far, Ahmed, in his career in cricket, and he isn't at the moment out there. In goes Bamber, bowls to him. He's solidly behind that one on off stump, pushing it out to Roland Jones, who's at a wide-ish mid-off at the moment. 33 for 3 with that quick single from Ahmed off the last ball of the previous over.
Yeah, not too bad. You have the charger.
Just picking up the, if you're hearing what sounds like voices in a microphone, it's from the microphone sort of circuit used by the camera controllers. In goes Bamber. He's calling for the catch behind, but not really convincingly, and it is not supported by Simpson or the slips, other than an on-inquiry basis.
Yeah, exactly. The people behind the stumps knew.
I think so. 4th slip went quite big on it. 2 hands up in the air running in, but Simpson and Eskenazi and Robson, even Holman, didn't look too interested. Really, they knew. Bamber in again, and Fuller this time. Ahmed is forward, defending, thick inside part of the bat, runs out towards mid-wicket. There is no run. Sorry, Guy, go on.
No, I was just saying Ethan Bamber's bowled well this morning. He's kept the pressure on. There's quite often pressure on the first change for Middlesex after Murtagh and Roland Jones to keep that pressure going.
Runs in and bowls again, very straight. Again, Ahmed equal to it, pushing the delivery out away off stump. Westminster born Ethan Bamber, a Londoner, went to Mill Hill School as well. I wonder if that doesn't make him a Cockney if you're born in Westminster. Can you hear the bow bells? In he goes and bowls, and thick inside edge from Rehan Ahmed, rather squirt down towards long leg where Milan is the fielder, picks up 1, moves on to 3, 34 for 3.
No, Westminster isn't within the sound of bow bells. That's
not unless the wind is blowing a gale from the east end, presumably.
You would have to put on a very, very mistaken Cockney accent if you were from Westminster.
He comes running in and bowls. Ackerman turning it towards short leg. It is not far from being able to be picked up by short leg. Not quite on the half volley. Bounces about a couple of inches in front of him, and he makes the stop. Bamber reckons his lookalike is Dobby from Harry Potter, and when you look at the picture, yeah, you can see it. But bless his heart, he's a, you know, it's self-deprecating, isn't it, rather? But And what would a fly on the wall here in the Middlesex dressing room? He says, incorrect crossword answers.
I like that.
End of the over, 34 for 3.
His guilty pleasure is cereal, so as I'm in the hotel with the team, I will...
Breakfast cereals or TV cereals? Or?
Breakfast cereals,
okay.
with a C. So I shall have to see which of the cereals he is particularly keen on in the morning. And it is Toby Rowland-Jones who has switched ends after a 4-over burst on the Bennett end, now on the Pavilion end. And Rehan Ahmed plays that comfortably, square to a deeper point. Short leg is now a short mid-wicket, and one or two of the fielders just spreading slightly. Certainly point has dropped considerably deeper. There is no gully, there's a 4th slip. And Toby Rowland-Jones again sees the full face of the bat from Rehan Ahmed, played the defensive shot back to him.
Just the sun is beginning to threaten a breakthrough, and the temperature is lifted, which kind of might help the Middlesex bowlers a little bit because it lifts the humidity levels slightly.
They haven't needed a great deal of help so far.
No,
actually.
that's what I mean. They don't need much more, but there you go.
Toby Rowland-Jones, change of end, ploughing uphill now. And Rehan Ahmed plays a very correct-looking defensive shot. And
Everything looks kind of in the right place with Ahmed, doesn't it?
really does.
Technique-wise, it's famous last words, but doesn't look to be too many sort of gaps or...
And as we saw yesterday, patience is an enormous virtue on this wicket. You need to grind out your runs. It's difficult to really get on top of the bowling attack on this wicket. That's down the leg side and is flicked away in the air just past that short mid-wicket, who dived but couldn't get there, and the ball makes its way virtually to the boundary in the end, and they go through for 3, but that was half a chance. It was a good effort by the short mid-wicket, diving, but just couldn't get a hand on the ball. The opportunities still emerging as far as the Middlesex.
Well, he was in position for that shot, wasn't he? They know he doesn't. He's liable to clip the ball in the air, and he'd gone back to give himself room.
Has now gone into short legs, so the field was very much set with. Oh, and that's a beauty! And he is LBW. It's been given. Ackerman has to go, and that really was a superb delivery from Toby Rowland-Jones. Everybody went up. The only thing that would have possibly saved the batsman was a little inside edge. It was full. It was in front. And Ackerman has to go. LBW, Toby Rowland-Jones for 10. Second wicket for Rowland-Jones this morning. He now has figures of 2 for 20.
37 for 4, Leicestershire. Ackerman wanders off. He sort of got himself in, got to 10 off 29 balls, but never quite in, perhaps, against this attack in these sort of conditions. And that is the last of the front line batsmen. Budinger, Kimber, Evans and Ackerman now have all gone before lunch, which is still 35 minutes away. And it is down to the all-rounders now to try and dig Leicestershire out of this ever-deepening hole. Harry Swindles, the wicket-keeper, comes in at 6 to join Rehan Ahmed.
Now, Richard, I'd have to... Harry Swindles the number 6?
No. Yeah, well, it's where he's been batting of late, but he's been really struggling. 4 runs. And at the moment, you would say he's at least 2 places higher in the order than he should be.
Certainly, yes. You'd like your wicket keepers to bat at 7 if they can, but 6 is always an ask.
especially when you know, you're struggling for a little bit of form, which Harry Swindles, I'm afraid, has been. 321 runs in 21 innings at an average of 15, a highest score of 57 for Swindles.
Well, can he put things right today? He comes in with his team in real bother, and Middlesex have just have been remorseless, as I say. First 11 balls fairly innocuous, but since then it's been on or around the money, and it really has been tough for the batters. And with only one catch, LBW 2 bowled, those dropped catches that cost Leicestershire. Oh, and there is an edge from Swindles. I think it was short of second and third slip, and Robson is looking at his fingers, but that was so close to a first baller. As it is, they managed to trot through for a single, and Swindles is off the mark, but that's another good over from Toby Rowland-Jones, his first from the pavilion end. He's removed Ackerman. He could indeed have had Rehan Ahmed caught as well, but at the end of that over, 38 for 4. Ahmed is still there though on 6, and Swindles just off the mark, 1.
Made 52 at home to Glamorgan. Harry Swindle 6 innings ago. Since then, 11-1, 7-1, 16. And before then, 21-1, 23, 57 at home to Sussex. That's about it. Bamber in to Swindles, who is studiously pushing forward in defence at that one, turning bat face, pushing it out towards mid-on. The slip cordon bounced to and fro even more energetically. Understandably so, perhaps. And then they go down hands on knees as Bamber is in to Swindles, who's comprehensively beaten outside the off stump. Brought the bat back inside the line, but long after it had gone past the outside edge.
Yes, if you're struggling a little bit for form, coming in at 37 for 4 isn't the ideal position to find yourself. A little pressure-free batting is always nice at that point in.
Bamber in bowl. Swindles is clipping the ball in the air, but very successfully through mid-wicket, and that is going to run out to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. Again, not afraid to go aerial. Perhaps that's the best thing to do. I don't mean go aerial necessarily, but to be positive, be attacking, pick up the runs as you can, and who knows, try and build some sort of decent partnership, because at the moment Leicestershire going nowhere. Swindles on to 5 with that, 42 for 4 or 15.3, the run rate 2.7. Just wonder whether short leg will take a step back and go a little bit to his left, or mid-on a few paces to his right. Looks a bit that way. Murtagh has gone a little bit wider as in goes Bamber and bowls to Swindles, who again is leaning forward, defending down the pitch on the on side, picked up by Murtagh to mid-on. Nick Cook has found someone new to talk to. Rehan Ahmed won't have heard all the advice or stories, so he's hearing some of them now.
This is a nice presentation for Nick Cook yesterday.
It was. Bamber is in, squares up Swindles a little bit, comes off a thick outside edge, runs out into the covers between Rowland-Jones and Higgins. Rowland-Jones is the first there, but quite a lot of ground to make up to his left, so a perfectly safe call, really, by Swindles to bring Rehan Ahmed through for a single. He joins his young teammate on 6, 43 for 4. Yeah, Nick Cook was presented with a baggy green Leicestershire cap with his number on it as Bamba is in and bowls. Ahmed is on the back foot, working it into just the same gap. Higgins this time runs to his right and makes the stop. Ahmed takes one, moves on to 7, end of the over, 44 for 4. I think it was
236,
236.
Yeah.
There was a 6 involved as well, that's for sure.
200 and something 6, yeah.
It was.
I'm going to go with you, Richard. You have a much less unreliable memory than I do. It was just, we were talking about the form of Harry Swindles and how difficult it is to sometimes dig yourself out of a trot of form, which we'll talk about in a minute after the bulletin.
Updates time. I'm afraid the Foxes once again in rather a spot of bother. They are 44 for 4 in their first innings now, replying to Middlesex's first innings score of 297. Latest man to go, Colin Ackerman, leg before wicket to Toby Rowland-Jones for 10. Leaving Foxes 37 for 4. 2 youngsters are out there at the moment. Rehan Ahmed, playing just his second first-class game, is 7 not out. Harry Swindles, the wicketkeeper, 6 not out. It's going to be an awful job for the Foxes to save the follow-on. It's a long way off that target of 148 at the moment. At the moment, all they can think about is getting through until lunch. They're 44 for 4. As that one is defended on the back foot by Ahmed, out into the offside.
Yeah, Toby Rowland-Jones immediately putting the pressure back on. But yes, there's a very good article in the Cricket Monthly where the writer Cameron Ponsonby talked to various cricketers who were told you need to score runs in this innings as Toby Rowland-Jones comes in once more, and that's played nicely by Ahmed up to mid-off. They're told you need runs in this innings, or this match, or we're going to drop you. And it's about the mental side, and he talks to Mike Hussey, Ravi Para, Nick Compton, several players who were in that situation, and it was fascinating to read about how you try and dig yourself out of a rut. And the position you find yourself in mentally, well worth a read. As Toby Rowland-Jones is in again, and that is flicked just off his hip to that short mid-wicket position, who is now going to depart from the short mid-wicket position and go out to square leg, interestingly. We might be expecting some short deliveries.
He will take it on from what we've seen so far, so this could be a good call by
We've got a fine leg and a deep square leg indeed. Sorry, Richard. And of course he pitches it up and he's driven nicely, but they should be able to get 2, but they don't. They only get 1. Excellent fielding.
Looks like it is Stoneman, isn't it? I think it's short leg.
Sure.
Does look like him.
I think it must be. But now he's going into short leg. Trying to make out the number 11 through the knitted jumper as the helmet goes on.
We see that slightly fair hair.
With a darker beard. Toby Rowland-Jones. Unbearded, unjumpered, and there is an edge from Swindles that just drops short of the slip cordon, who must have had their heart in their mouths, as must Harry Swindles for a second there, but he survives. He is on 6, Rehan Ahmed, 8 from 25 deliveries, and the score 45 now for 4.
Relentless. Middlesex seam attack at the moment. Keep coming back to the not just paucity of loose deliveries, the complete absence of loose deliveries. They are at the batsman constantly. Famous last words. He'll probably bowl a short wide one now, but Bamber has been as good as the rest. In he goes and bowls, and flamboyant from Rehan Ahmed. A pick-up off leg stump that is whipped away high into the leg side and to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, that was the Kevin Peterson flamingo leg, wasn't it? That was really a real flourish to that shot.
A welcome show of defiance, if you like, from Rehan Ahmed. He moves into double figures onto 12 from 26, 49 for 4. Just gives the Middlesex attack and the bowler and the captain a little bit of food for thought. And they are going to make some changes. Murtagh, who was at mid-on, is going to mid-wicket. Short leg has gone to a sort of catching slightly wide of square leg position, just about there in fact, where Ahmed has played it along the ground all the way into the on-side. Went quite quickly. He's about 1, 2, 3, 4.5 pitch widths back. He's in front of square, but he isn't quite at a sort of mid-wicket. It's a position between square leg and mid-wicket, with Murtagh behind him at a fairly conventional mid-wicket. Bamber is in to Ahmed, who's pushing to mid-on this time, and he might just pick up 2 there. Swindles turns because Murtagh, who'd gone to that mid-wicket, has to run out towards long on. And 2 taken by Rehan Ahmed. He moves on to 14, brings up the Leicestershire 50, which is greeted with not an entirely ironic round of applause. 51 for 4.
And he's now the top scorer, Rehan Ahmed. But that was a really intelligent piece of batting. Lovely little shot, spotted the gap in the field and took his 2. Bamber
In again to Ahmed. He's going to pick up another run at least there. Thick inside edge, squirts it past that man at shortish mid-wicket. Short leg with the helmet on still. Does Simpson no favours with his throw, but Simpson, as I say, unfussy behind the stumps. Has nothing to say, just knocked it up and made the catch in the end. Ahmed on to 15. Short leg goes back into position, 2 strips back, and Murtagh goes back to a sort of wide mid-on as Bamber is in to Swindles, who leaves outside off stump. Blunt is here, just in time to see Rehan hit that 4. Hopefully he says that sets the tone from now on. We saw something hopeful and positive from Mikey Finan this morning. In goes Bamber, bowls. Swindles is forward, back to Bamber. He is playing it. End of the over. Perhaps we'll see something equally positive and hopeful from a Leicestershire point of view going forward from the 18-year-old Rehan Ahmed with the bat this morning. 15 he's on at the moment. 52 for 4 is the score. The partnership for the 5th wicket is now worth 15. And just to emphasise the point we've been making about, say, the relentless accuracy of the Middlesex attack, no extras in the innings so far. We've had 18 overs.
Yes. Superbly as Michael Finan bowled for most of his performance in the first innings. There were a few no balls and byes in particular during his spells, as Toby Rowland-Jones is in once again, and very correctly played by Rehan Ahmed. Very old-fashioned looking forward defensive. Nicely played. The slips are abuzz though with excitement, as they are after every delivery. Altogether calmer down at the other end of the field as Tim Murtagh polishes the ball before throwing it to his old mate Toby Rowland-Jones. A little bit of extra bounce there and trying to flick it away to leg. in the end, Rehan Ahmed, all he can do is just play the ball down in front of himself. And Toby Rowland-Jones continues through on his follow-through to pick the ball up.
We haven't seen a bouncer yet, have we? And with that man out at deep square, well, they won't have seen anything really of Ahmed with the bat at all, Middlesex. So,
but they will have done some research. I'm sure they have watched a few videos. And Rowland-Jones in again. He's got these men back for that short delivery, and that is a lovely peach of a delivery. But Rehan Ahmed survives.
Yeah, hit him in front, but much too high. Lovely shape to the delivery there.
Really was. And Toby Rowland-Jones' ability to make the ball move both ways keeps the batsman very honest indeed. So Rowland-Jones in once again. When will this short ball come? Not now, because that is pitched up and is turned out into the leg side, where Stoneman, who's out in the deep mid-wicket area for the possible top-edge hook pull shot, is now coming into an altogether more regular mid-wicket position, but not going in close to the stumps as he has been for the last few overs. Still 4 slips in place though, as Rowland-Jones comes into Swindles, and Swindles forces the ball out onto the leg side. Not entirely comfortably, but in the end plays it well enough. Stoneman, who's been kept very busy today, it must be said. He's largely defending the entire leg side on his own.
That is.
We have the mystery beard out on the field. And that is played out onto the offside. There will be no run at the end of Toby Rowland-Jones' 7th over. 2 for 23. Swindles, who's been on 6 for a few deliveries, but Rehan Ahmed's had the majority of the strike. He's on 16, Rehan Ahmed, from 33. 53 now for 4, and they have to survive another 17 minutes before the lunch interval. And at the moment doing a pretty good job.
4 more overs. Rehan Ahmed quitting himself admirably at the moment, 16 off 33. Long conversations going on at the Bennett end, because Ryan Higgins is going to come on and replace Ethan Bamber. See if he can get a little bit of extra bounce or swing with the energy that comes from not having bowled yet. Just the 3 slips for Higgins, so a victory of sorts for these 2 young Leicestershire players. 4th slip has gone to backward point. Higgins bustles in and bowls outside off stump. He's a bit of a grunter. Simpson takes it, allowed to go through by Ahmed. Flicks it out towards Coleman, who can't take it at 3rd slip. Mid-wicket, mid-on. Extra cover mid-off. And long leg, the other fielders. Higgins in, bowls. Looking for a little bit of outswing. Ahmed equal to it. On off stump, back down the pitch it goes. Umpire Cook wanders out and just remarks the crease. Robson now having fully recovered from that blow on the knee, doing some interesting calisthenics at 2nd slip. Picks himself up. Goes down as in goes Higgins, outside off stump, beautifully driven away for 4 by Rehan Ahmed. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball, but he read the swing all the way on top of the bounce, and big stride, cracked it away in some style. He moves on to 20, 57 for 4.
Is that his highest first-class innings now?
It is. It is his first-class best, 20 not out. Previously it was 16. It's only his 3rd first-class innings. Adjusts his gloves. He does not lack confidence, this young man.
Does have something about him, doesn't he?
Taps his bat as Higgins, hair bouncing, runs in and bowls straighter on off stump. Ahmed is leaning forward in defence, bounces quite high off the pitch. Higgins takes it in his follow through.
I like the fact he plays very correctly, but can also suddenly attack. It's a good combination.
Higgins is in and bowls. Ahmed is forward. A little bit of extra bounce there, and he's taking his bottom hand off the bat as it hits quite high up on the bat, closes the face, pushes it out into the leg side. Wanders forward. Taps at the crease. Twiddles the bat in his hand. Bends slightly at the knees as Higgins is in, bowls to him, head right over the line of the ball, forward defensive. Just outside off stump, pushing it out into the offside end of the over. Dealt with in exemplary fashion, really, by Rehan Ahmed, either in defence or in attack. Everything off the middle of the bat, just about. 57 for 4 off 20, Leicestershire. Partnership for the 5th wicket is now worth 20. 6 to Swindles. We can say definitely 14 to Ahmed, because there are still no extras in the innings.
No, absolutely. Rehan Ahmed, the top scorer in the innings. This is the biggest partnership of the innings so far. These two young men battling away well in the face of the continued pressure that this Middlesex pace quartet is generating. And it will be Toby Rowland-Jones to continue, and that's kept low. And a big LBW shout, but probably just going down leg. But it did keep on the low side, which certainly surprised Swindles.
Yeah, you could sort of just about see both middle and off stumps as he jumped back there.
Good nip backer though from Toby Rowland-Jones. In the end, Swindle survives. Adjusts his helmet, gets in position once again. And Toby Rowland-Jones is on his way. And that is bat held high outside off stump to allow the ball through to the wicket keeper. And Swindles has been rather becalmed recently. We do with a single to keep the confidence coming back, if at all possible.
The Middlesex 12th man has brought helmets out. He's got them on the other side of the boundary at the moment, but suggestion that we might get an over from Coleman before lunch.
Beaten outside off stump. I think he was just taking his bat back inside, but a little bit late doing so as the ball went through to Simpson, the wicket-keeper. And there is no run. 10 minutes to go to the lunch interval. It'll be interesting to see if there's a bit of leg spin for Luke Coleman. Probably from this end, you feel, as Toby Rowland-Jones. He's bowled 1 4-over spell from the Bennett end. Now this would be another 4-over spell from the Pavilion end, and this time it squirts off a thickish outside edge all along the ground. 4th slip makes a decent diving stop, punches the ball out in front of himself. I think it is Holman actually. Oh no, his 3rd slip. They thought about a single just for a second or so before Rehan Ahmed politely refused the invitation from Harry Swindles. There's a bigger crowd in today, you feel? Going to see Leicestershire bat. And And that is played comfortably by Swindles. Nice footwork in the follow through by Toby Jones, who first time passes the ball to short mid wicket. Very nice right foot action. And the score remains 57 for 4. Toby Rowland Jones keeping the pressure on. Harry Swindles again with a tap of the brim of his helmet. Gets ready now to bat. Bat held high, but down to play the defensive shot into the covers, and a little twirl. That will be another maiden from Toby Rowland Jones. He's now bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 23. Swindle's still there on 6 from 17 deliveries. Rehan Ahmed, who really has impressed this morning, 20 not out. But still, as Richard has mentioned, a pretty long way behind the follow-on target of 148, 57 for 4.
Well, the 12th one came running on with helmet and pads, but was sent back, which suggests that perhaps minds have been changed, and it will just be seam all the way through until lunch. Certainly it's going to be seam to continue from the Bennett end, where Ryan Higgins is going to be bowling to Rehan Ahmed. In he comes, bowls a bouncer. Ahmed thinks for a second about trying to ramp that over the wicket-keeper's head. He does like to try and hit the short ball if he can, and the fact that he's shaped to do so, decided not to do so in the end, will make, I suspect, Middlesex think about a further short ball or two. Certainly square leg is back on the boundary, almost about 10 yards inside the ropes in front of the manual scoreboard. Higgins is in. That is the short ball. It is hooked in the air. It is short of square leg, only by 2 or 3 yards. He took it on, Ahmed, as I said he would, and hit it in the air, but it was short of that man at the square leg boundary. He picks up 1, moves on to 21, 60 for 4. He'll get plenty more of those.
Yes, now they've seen he will definitely go for them.
Square leg comes into, not quite square leg, he's in it between square leg and mid wicket now for Swindles, who awaits the arrival of Higgins. In, bowls on off stump. Swindles just leans forward, defends out into the offside. No run. Coleman is now stretching at third slip, suggesting he is going to get an over before the interval. Higgins in, bowls. Swindles is working it out just wide of Murtagh at mid-on. He has to move to his right. And he can't take the ball cleanly anyway. Always one in those circumstances. And Swindles takes it, moves on to 7. 61 for 4. Square leg retreats to the boundary, and Bamber, who was at sort of fine-ish leg, has moved much wider to long leg, almost wide long leg. Higgins is in, bowls, and he bowls short, but he's smashed through mid-wicket for 4. Sat up quite nicely. Ahmed saw it early and smashed it well in front of square. Short-armed, and a lovely sound from a batter's point of view of the ball on bat there. Cracked it away to the foot of the Melton Building Society family stand over there behind the covers. And all the man at square can do is get himself behind the covers to find it. So Ahmed moves on to 25, taking the attack back to Middlesex. Sun begins to come out, as I say, and shadows being cast now. Higgins is in and bowls on off stump line and length. Ahmed is forward, back down the pitch to Ryan Higgins.
It was a good shot to play that in front of square as he did, just taking out the possibility of the offering the catch. Nicely played.
He's made a good impression on a lot of people with his bowling, Rehan Ahmed. Now Now he's doing so with his batting. In goes Higgins, bowls to him. He's going to pick up another run or two there as he pushes it wide of Roland Jones at mid-off, who overthrows Simpson, but Bamber had come up from long leg to back up. Good job he did as well. Ahmed picks up one, moves on to 26, 66 for 4. The partnership, well, it's the first partnership of the innings that is beginning to take on any sort of worthwhile proportions. It's 29 now. We have had 2 extras. Where did those 2 extras come from? Is that in the over somewhere?
Let me check. I'll go to the scorecard. Hang on a minute.
I just don't recall any being signalled or
no
bowled.
ball. There was a no ball.
There was a no ball.
We missed a no ball.
Missed a no ball.
Which would
Apologies about
explain
that.
it, because there are sometimes there can be a bit of a delay. We are seeing some spin. It is Luke Coleman who's going to have a twirl from the pavilion end in the 3 minutes remaining before the lunch interval. We're going to have a lengthy, I think, afternoon session, the way things are going at the moment. Even with the 2 overs for the change of innings, Leicestershire bowled 2 overs. This will be the 23rd, 24, 25, 26, 27. Yes, so we are going to have a lengthy afternoon session. And if Luke Coleman can twirl away for a bit, that will certainly move it along a little bit faster. But the first sight of spin in this innings in the 23rd over, and Holman is, and that's short! But Rehan Ahmed, having a swipe at a short delivery, has missed it and has been bowled in rather extraordinary circumstances. It wasn't a good ball. It really wasn't a good ball, but it was good enough. And Rehan Ahmed's really entertaining and thoroughly impressive innings comes to an end in desperately disappointing circumstances. Leg spinner dragged it down. It was there to be hit. It didn't get up as much as Ahmed was expecting, and it's bowled him. And he has gone for 26. Swindles will resume on 7 not out. Players are now coming off for lunch, so we'll have a slightly reduced lunch period, I am sure. And with the news that Leicestershire 66 for 5. We've had 7 wickets this morning. Richard, it's been pretty...
We've seen some extraordinary dismissals in this game, haven't we, one way or another? Eskenazi's jumps to mind, but none more extraordinary than that. Played so well, Rehan Ahmed, in going to 26 off 45. With lunch as proximate as it was, well, he could have just gone back and worked it into the fairly vacant leg side, but he tried to hit it over the top of the meat, I think, basically. Tried to wipe it away and hit over the top of it, and it scuttled through onto the stumps. He goes for 26, 66 for 5. Leicestershire at lunch, still a long way short of saving the follow-on. There was a certain amount of hope there in the way that Ahmed and Swindles built that partnership, but what a hugely disappointing way, from Leicestershire's point of view, for it to end. Well, I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Leicester very shortly. Otherwise, we will be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time. Players are just leaving the field for lunch. Leicestershire in less than happy circumstances. Rehan Ahmed has just become their 5th wicket to fall this morning. The youngster, the 18-year-old, had played really well in going to 26. He got a long hop from Luke Holman, the Middlesex leg spinner, bounced halfway down the pitch. He went back, tried to pull it over the top of the stand and out of the ground. It stayed a little bit low. He missed it and was bowled for 26. That after building a partnership that had been worth 29 for the 5th wicket. with Harry Swindells. Swindells is still there. He is 7 not out, but hugely disappointing way for a tough old session to end from the Foxes' point of view. They need 148 simply to avoid the follow-on, and those runs seem a long way off. They have a long tail in this game. They're going to have to bat rather better this afternoon than they did this morning if they're going to do that, and they're going to do so from a starting position of 66 for 5.
We'll get ambushed on the way by Brunty and the boys. So I better have some biscuits as those Welsh Springer Spaniels love a bicky. Take my badge just in case.
Slightly after that. In once again, and that's a good ball and a shout for LBW, and he's been given. And Stoneman looks slightly. In once again, Finan, and he's bowled him round his legs and trying to flick the ball away on the leg side. Robson we saw from Michael Finan. But then of course immediately finds the outside edge that I think might have tickled the fingers of third. In once again, and he pushes that, and there is an edge, and the breakthrough has come. Milan has not made.
Goes over the wicket to the left-hander, who goes back, edge caught.
Brilliant
Catch by Budinger. Got his hand underneath it at short leg.
Mark on the surface of the ground, and that's wide-ish, and it's a full toss. It's wide-ish and full. It wasn't a full toss.
Right, he's in past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Bowls a full out, swinging delivery, but too full. And once again, the batter can lean out and put it away.
Now seems to be bowling to the umpire's satisfaction, and that was Fuller, but it was really well dug out by Eskenazi, and the ball flying across this.
There was necessarily a great amount of turn for Parkinson, as right is in. Bowls a full swinging delivery that's got through Scriven. Looked to be behind it at extra cover. He was.
Looks as if he's untucking his shirt now, Tom Scriven, before bowling the second ball of this latest spell, and again it's. Well,
it is. Would like to see a little bit more of that. At the moment, Middlesex are looking good and beginning to build now. They're 125 now for 4.
Beautiful.
Jogs in, bowls, gives it some air, slog swept and effectively by John Simpson out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Effect run-outs and now round the wicket. And it's short and it's wide and it's just clipped away for fun by Simpson. It did really love. Brighter over to our right, so at the moment no danger of. And that is extraordinary. That really is extraordinary. This comes in once again and has to reach for that a little bit, but reaches for it beautifully and ends up a wide.
Parkinson is in outside off stump and played firmly off the back foot out to cover, a deep cover.
In again, and that's wide to the right-hander this time, and he's cut away delightfully by Higgins, who does manage to reach long hop, but it's funny how you do get the wicket with the bad ball, but you need to keep bowling well, and that's nicely played. That is beautifully. And that is played very nicely indeed.
South is going to be bowling to Ryan Higgins, who goes back and works that one off his leg stump out towards is in. Down the wicket is Simpson and hitting it high over long on. Did that go just over the ropes? It did. Almost not chipped.
And Scriven's taken 2 wickets.
Ooh.
And that's played really nicely. It was a bit wide. It wasn't a full half. Barnes in once again, and it's flicked away nicely, really nicely by Higgins, and he moves to 50.
Parkinson in, bowls forward, edge caught. Well, it won't be a century partnership. Ryan Higgins went forward. It did turn a.
Did Simpson right arm round, short, and Simpson has just pulled that away. And he really did drag that down, Ahmed. That's only the second time he's done. And get yourself in trouble doing that to the leggy. And that is swept on this occasion. Straight to the fielder. So Ahmed has his enjoy a little purchase. Ahmed in again. He just hurries Simpson up a bit, but Simpson does well. Also, fine bit of fielding.
Give you those scores in a second.
Wow. And that's driven really nicely by Simpson. He's just found the gap and on driven for Yorkshire bad light stopped play. as Feenan is in once again. And Toby Rowland-Jones has finally got off one with a glorious cover. It's a bit like that. Not every ball is right where you want it, but when he does bowl where you want it, he can be very good indeed. But that, as he was looking... But it really was a good shot. Fine and in again, and then he's gone short, and this has been put up in the air. Will it be caught by Ahmed? It will. And Simpson,
still sort of 81-82 often, runs in and bowls to Rowland-Jones, who saw that one all right and just pulled him over mid-wicket out to the... Ball is only 13 overs old as in goes Finan. Bowled him! Off stump is out of the ground. Finan has his fourth wicket, came back in. Finan comes in and bowls, and Murtagh whips him away off his body with some style out towards deep backward square leg for four. Might be good enough. Down the slope he comes and bowled him, and Mikey Finan has a fifer. He did make a little bit of room. Approach as Rowland-Jones is in, bowls to him, and he's cutting him away through the offside again, and I think that is going to go the distance. Yet no chance for Higgins, who's... Rowland-Jones is in, bowls edged, caught at the second attempt, at second slip. Budinger goes, 3 balls he has. Bigger score.
His team could do with someone to produce that big score, but it won't be Kimber on this occasion.
In he goes and bowls, and it's pushed back past him by Evans. Nice shot, it just over pitch, waited for it. Rowland-Jones in, bowls. Ackerman is working it neatly off middle and leg down towards long leg. Indeed, that's for 4 as well. Bamber is in and bowling, and he's gone through him and bowled him. To give himself room.
He's now gone into short legs, so the field was very much set with... Oh, and that's a beauty! And he is LBW. It's been given. Ackerman has to...
Bamber in. Bowl. Swindles is clipping the ball in the air, but very successfully through mid-wicket, and that is going to run out to the deep mid-wicket bound. In he goes and bowls, and flamboyant from Rehan Ahmed, a pick-up off leg stump that is whipped away high into the leg side, and with a fairly conventional mid-wicket. Bamber is in to Ahmed, who's pushing to mid-on this time, and he might just pick up 2 there. Swindles turns because Murtagh goes down as in goes Higgins, outside off stump, beautifully driven away for 4 by Rehan Ahmed. He wasn't at the pitch of the ball. Wide long leg. Higgins is in, bowls, and he bowls short, but he's smashed through mid-wicket for 4. Sat up quite nicely.
This innings in the 23rd over, and Coleman is, and that's short! But Rehan Ahmed, having a swipe at a short delivery, has missed it and has been bowled in rather extraordinary circumstances. It wasn't a good ball. It really wasn't a good ball. Mm.
Them dogs they're lovely, lovely dogs, but where's me? There it is. Hand rub.
Oh, yeah. I understand. No crisps, I'm afraid, today. If you like fruit and nut mix.
That's fine, but I
And you can
almost
have
prefer
mine
it,
as
really.
well if you like.
Yeah, no, because I add it to muller rice or yogurt or something
Oh,
like
okay,
that
cool.
at home. Do you know what I mean?
I do.
To make them more interesting.
I have.
Why no crisps? Did they say anything?
Well, it was right. They were right down in the basement. There were kind of 4 bags crammed. It took me ages to find them. But
The catering's chaos now as well as everything else.
they were where they were yesterday.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester for the afternoon session on the second day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Leicestershire about to resume their first innings, replying to Middlesex's 297. The Foxes are in trouble. They are 66 for 5. Having lost the wicket just before lunch of Rehan Ahmed, who batted very well, going to 26 before going back, trying to pull a long hop from Luke Coleman, his first delivery. The Middlesex leg spinner. Halfway down the pitch it landed. Ahmed's eyes lit up. He anticipated the ball landing somewhere near the M1, I suspect, and went back, pulled right over the top of the ball and was bowled for 26, 66 for 5. Then the Foxes needing 148 to avoid the follow on. Tom Scriven, a young all-rounder, has come out to join Harry Swindles, who is 7 not out. Myself, Richard Ray, and Guy Swindells are your commentators for the game, BBC Radio's Leicester and London respectively, and it will be Guy who will tell you about Luke Coleman's second ball of the match.
Yes, it's been quite an introduction, the leg spin of Luke Coleman, but the first ball was short and filthy and bowled the unfortunate Rehan Ahmed. But Scriven has played a much better second ball, very correctly. A bit of turn though for Luke Coleman, but nicely played in the end by Scriven, who bowled pretty well yesterday but needs to bat very well indeed today, and a little bit of air and slightly uppishly played into the onside, but nowhere near the short leg, who is in pretty close and pretty square. Instead it was mid-on who had to trot round and get the ball. There is a slip, and again a bit of turn, but slowish turn, and in turn turned away for a single backward of square, and Scriven is off the mark with the third ball he faces. It'll be Harry Swindles, who at times was given a pretty torrid turning over by the pacemen before lunch, but he dug in and survived and is still there, and well, his team need him to keep digging in and keep surviving at the moment. Luke Coleman, who probably only came on for an over just to fill in before lunch, but again he does get a bit of turn, the leggy, but Swindles equal to it and flicks it away onto the leg side, where short leg has to pop out and stop them taking a single. Coleman with just one ball of this first over that was interrupted by wickets and lunch. That's short, and Swindles has time to punch it up just to the right hand side of mid-on, so they can go through for a single. Eventually a wicket and 2 runs from that over from Luke Coleman, and the score has gone on to 68 for 5. Scriven off the mark, and Swindles has moved on to 8.
And remarkably, Sam Robson, who was in at short leg for what was left of that Coleman over, is now shedding all the pads and helmets and what have you. So it looks like it was going to be just the one. It is going to be just the one over for Coleman, and we are going back to an all-seam attack. And it will be Toby Roland Jones who will take up the attack from the Bennett end. He's tried both ends in 2 shortish spells. Was it 4 overs apiece, I think, for Roland Jones?
Yes, yeah.
2 for 23, his figures at the moment. But I would imagine that, like most seamers, he would prefer coming down the very slight slope from the Bennett end to ploughing his way up it from the pavilion end. Swindles takes guard, raises his bat, bobs at the knees as Roland Jones is in and bowls to him, beats him outside off stump with a ball that bounces and moves away a fraction, and Swindles cannot resist having a little fend at it.
It's brighter and a little warmer.
You have shed your sweater.
I have shed my sweater, and I've joined you on the dark glasses.
Bit of dark cloud away, but it's away to the sort of east of the ground. The wind has swung round a little bit. It's from the sort of south now, looking at the flagpoles as Roland Jones is in and bowling on off stump. Fiddled by Swindles out behind square on the offside, only as far as Higgins at backward point, and there is no run. It isn't strong, the breeze. The Fox is just looking away to our right. Yeah, he's pointing pretty much directly to the south. So that is where what breeze there is coming from. But it's rather pleasant watching conditions, especially down there in front of the pavilion. We both went down there during the interval. Roland Jones is in, bowls to Swindles. No, he calls immediately as he blocks that one out into the offside. Again, Higgins is the fielder at backward point. So Rehan Ahmed briefly during the lunch interval. He emerged from the Leicestershire dressing room to head to go and get some lunch quite late on in proceedings with as Leicestershire supporter and my friend Martin Brunt remarked, a face like thunder. He was very, very disappointed, understandably so. Roland Jones is in and bowls. Swindles is forward, pushing it out into the offside. And again, the call of no is an immediate one. Murtagh also warming up, so we are back to the opening attack. Murtagh's warm-up is sort of very deliberate and careful, isn't it? It just,
Yes,
but
yes.
he'll know his own body by now, I would imagine. Roland Jones is in and bowls very straight, reaching forward. Swindles bat in front of pad, pushes the ball out to mid-off. He knows what works for him. He has had an injury this season, hasn't he? Hence the reason
Yes.
he has only played Tim Murtagh 8. This is his 9th game of the 13. Who are Middlesex playing next week? Have you got to the final game? Sorry, I don't mean to spring that.
It should be absolutely on the tip of my tongue.
Spring that on you.
No, I've just had a complete
Roland
brain
Jones
freeze.
is in and goes past the outside edge with a lovely delivery that just leaves Swindles, well, I was going to say by just enough, in fact by a fraction too much, because it doesn't flick the outside edge. End of a typical Roland Jones over, asking plenty of questions and giving the batsman very little to get away. 9 overs, 2 for 23 for Roland Jones, 68 for 5. Leicestershire. And Holman's appearance, brief but successful, and it will indeed be Tim Murtagh from the pavilion end.
Yes, Tim Murtagh back after bowled nicely first up, and the final fixture, the final match of the season is at Worcestershire, which I should have remembered, which will
by which time Middlesex will have hoped to have won here and secured promotion, essentially.
Indeed, because the way teams are playing themselves around Middlesex, a victory here should be enough if they can get there. Tim Murtagh sees the first one move a little bit, but only once it had gone past the stumps, and Simpson had to move a little to his left to pick the ball up. Murtagh, who bowled a decent 7 over spell first up this morning, taking 1 for 14. And is in once again from the pavilion end. Fuller, driven by Scriven, who, it's a tough ask for Scriven to come in at 7. I was just looking at his numbers.
Well, this is only his second game. This is only his second first-class game for Leicestershire. He did make one first-class appearance for Hampshire, and we saw enough in the Royal London Cup to know that he can bat and bat very well. He is a genuine all-rounder in the making. But as you say, a big ask, this.
In once again, and that's a slightly slow, or certainly pitched up more than Scriven was expecting, and in the end he had to dig it out, and it squirted out into the offside, where mid-off went and did the fielding.
Jake on Twitter, it would be lovely to see Swin get a score today. Time to channel his inner Taunton from last year. Taunton.
So
where he got his, 150. Well, more than that, actually.
Yeah. And, Scriven has a best first-class score of 68, I think I read. So
that was for Hampshire.
The two of them need to get close to their better scores. But Scriven is still there on 1, and but this is probing, I believe, is the expression for Tim Murtaugh's current over, keeping the pressure on the young batter.
Yeah, 171 not out. Harry Swindle's made against Somerset at Taunton.
Murtaugh in once again. Oh, and there's a huge LBW shout, but it is not given. And Murtaugh is of the age where if they're not given, there's no point in complaining about it, and he just tramps back. But that looked a pretty good shout.
Just outside the line, maybe. Lovely delivery.
My initial feeling, and the ball did a little bit as well, which might have put some doubts in the umpire's mind. But it was a good shout, and Scriven was palpably beaten on that occasion. But he survives. Steve O'Shaughnessy did not see it being adjacent enough to raise the finger. As Murtaugh is in once again, and this is well played by Scriven. It was a similar delivery, but he got much more on the front foot this time and just pushed the ball out into the covers, which means that it won't be a maiden as far as Tim Murtaugh is concerned. Scriven, however, has doubled his score to 2, and the team's score moves on to 69 for 5.
Save the follow-on in singles.
Could be in for a long afternoon.
We could. Just have to bat an over at a time, don't you, really, and ball at a time. Just everything on its merits, and the merits of just about every delivery have been pretty good from the Middlesex attack one way or another. The one really poor ball also took a wicket. Luke Coleman's rank long hop.
Yes, a deceptive lack of pace and turn did for the unfortunate Ahmed.
Roland Jones is in too. Tom Scriven, who pulls a delivery from just outside off stump, gets a bottom edge, just misses the stump. Simpson gets a gauntlet to it, reaching out to his left and slows it right down. One of the slips runs back to complete the fielding, one taken in the end, but Scriven, having survived that leg before shout, continues to live dangerously. He survives though, got away with that one. He moves on to 370 for 5.
Yes, more by luck than good judgment, that one, but he is still there, and that's the crucial thing for Leicestershire. But Toby Roland Jones just keeping the pressure on. There really is no relief at the moment.
He is in, bowls outside off stump, Swindles leaves wide enough to do so reasonably safely. A little bit of bounce, no more than that. 8 off 28 for Harry Swindles. Leicester boy. Tom Scriven, I think, was born on the Isle of Wight.
No.
Check that. Roland Jones is in, straighter, but again slightly short of the ideal length from his point of view, and Swindles can get up on his toes. And beg your pardon, he was born in Oxford. Who was that? Thinking he was born on the Isle of Wight. Either way, he was born in Oxford. Nickname Skippy. Who is your lookalike? A rooster? Don't know about that. First Cricket Club, West Islesley in Berkshire. Big racing country, that, isn't it? Horse racing country, a lot of stables in that neck of the woods. Roland Jones is in, Swindles is forward, fiddling it out into the offside. Takes half a step forward, but no chance of a quick single. What would a fly on the wall here in the Leicester dressing room? He says Callum Parkinson. Most beautiful thing he's ever seen, Queenstown. Queenstown is that?
South Island of New Zealand.
Okay. Roland Jones is in and bowls, squares up Swindles, but plenty of bat on it as well in front of his pad. Runs it out into the offside, not quite where he was looking to play it. Rehearses the forward defensive. Dot ball.
I was once persuaded to do a bungee jump in Queenstown, much against my better judgment, and they wanted me to dive as if I was some sort of swan, but I looked more like Roadrunner when he went off a cliff and just goes at pace and just drops very sharply.
Yeah, well, he has to look at the camera first with a resigned look.
Exactly, exactly.
From in midair. And
pretty much I did.
in goes Roland Jones, bowls, thick inside edge, as he manages to keep that one out. Swindles. Roland Jones gestures towards him, saying that one was nearly through, young man. Swindles ignores him. End of the over, walks up the pitch, touches gloves with Tom Scriven. But you would have had to sort of run out off the platform there with your legs pumping.
You do have to get off, but I just couldn't get the head first nature of what they wanted me to do.
Sort of swan-like.
Exactly.
A dive, like a
the video
cliff diver
exactly,
sort of thing. Right.
Exactly. You have not seen the video has not been seen very often.
Oh well, you'll have to. I bet it's on that computer of yours. You'll have to.
Not yet. I haven't converted it as, funnily enough, as it was a little while ago. As that is flicked nicely off his legs in the end by Scriven. Certainly, he played it late, which was why the bowler was so interested for so long and gave something of a cry until it was flicked away nicely.
Did you give something of a cry as you left the platform?
Well, yeah, but I was really...
Was it more in the nature of a scream?
I think I was just so terrified nothing happened at all. But then it's one of those weird moments. You then think, why was I so scared? This is actually really quite good. So I do recommend it if people do feel like doing it. And that is again played late but nicely out into the leg side and elicits a similar cry of woe from Tim Murtagh.
That feeling presumably only coming on once the elastic took effect.
Exactly. Once you bounced for the first time, life is good.
You realise you're securely fastened.
Quite. But yes, so I'd probably happily go my entire life without having done it. But
no, I'm of your. I feel exactly the same. I don't like roller coasters and things. I don't quite understand the attraction. Scaring oneself silly.
In once again, I did talk to the chap who ran the thing, and he asked me how old I was, and I told him, and he said that's interesting because he says anybody under 35 still thinks they're immortal, so they'll jump off. Then everyone stops almost on their 35th birthday, and then when they're 70 and don't care again, they all come back and have another go.
Excellent. Unless, of course, it implies that he thought you were...
Yeah, 70. There is every chance that he was... I chose the other end of the spectrum. As again nicely bowled from Tim Murtagh. He's getting the ball to wobble nicely, but that after it had passed the stumps, it was full. And Scriven, after that big LBW shout, has just calmed himself down and keeping Murtagh out, and also if there's an opportunity to score, he's taking it. He had a slight advantage, didn't he?
did.
He was coming
Started from nearer.
he was going from point. The two slips certainly caught him up well, but it was a good team effort because they did save the run. Or are they just checking for the boundary because the scoreboard hasn't changed?
No, he dragged it back. It was
There
fine.
we go, yeah.
It was
It is
fine.
3. It is 3. Scriven moves on to 8. The score to 75. Scriven has already caught Swindles up, who is now facing. And Swindles plays a very nice, solid defensive shot to end the over, which saw some really nice bowling from Tim Murtagh, but Scriven made the most of any opportunities that came his way. Played the one nice shot backward of square for 3, and he has moved on to 8 from 15 deliveries, in contrast to Swindle's 8 from 33. 75 for 5, though, the important bit of the scoreboard at the moment, as Leicestershire continue to chase down 148 they need to avoid the follow-on.
Looks around him. Tom Scriven sees fairly conventional field, 3 slips and mid-wicket in a normal position as Roland Jones is in, bowls to him a beauty, bounces and leaves him, and indeed Nick Cook, the umpire, which must be slightly disconcerting for the batsman, indicates with his right hand that there was an impressive amount of movement away there. It's a lovely sort of swinging delivery from Roland Jones, which was a little bit too good for Scriven, and seeing that, 4th slip is placed, brought in. Roland Jones getting nice movement. The ball is only 27.1 overs old. It should be pretty much at its best right now, as Roland Jones is in and bowls outside off stump, steered away to the backward point boundary for 4 by Scriven. For once, a loose-ish delivery from Toby Roland Jones. There was enough width in that for Scriven to stay on the back foot and follow the ball really with his hands, get plenty on it and crack it away behind point. For 4, he moves for the first time in his Leicestershire first-class career into double figures. 12 for him, 79 for 5. Roland Jones cross with himself. He's sent mid-wicket out to deep square, just a couple of yards off the ropes. Scriven has got fast hands, we saw during the Royal London Cup. He doesn't mind a pull, but he's not quite as compulsive a puller as Rehan Ahmed. Roland Jones is in and bowls him a bouncer, and just to illustrate the point, Scriven calmly ducks underneath it, taken well away to his left, of course, by Simpson behind the stumps. Higgins is waving at the Middlesex balcony and making the substitute signs. Early doors for that. 25 minutes after lunch. He did have that long chase. Just looking at him now, he's just feeling his left knee a little bit. As in goes Roland Jones, bowls, and he is pulling this time. It is in the air for a few feet. Well, actually more than a few feet. Doesn't bounce so very far short of Bamber at long leg. It was a little bit top edgy from Scriven, but he knew straight away he was going to get away with it. He picks up a single, moves on to 13, 80 for 5.
No, unafraid to take it on. I imagine, though, that there might be 1 or 2 more, because Middlesex have these runs to play with. They can wait for the mistake.
Roland Jones is into Harry Swindles outside off stump, not far, but far enough for him to leave safely. Murtagh doesn't strike me as a particularly assertive. Well, he's not an assertive character as such, is he? But not an assertive, busy, chattering captain, or constantly clapping his hands. He communicates what he wants quietly, doesn't he?
He does. Well, when there are so many other clappers and chatterers in the team, there is a slight I'll wait until the end of the over.
Roland Jones in, bowls, Swindles thick inside edge. I think it went between the batsman's pads and the stumps there. I will check that on the replay. Update time. And they can't squeeze in Brittany. I'm sorry I'm not Brittany, but I'm not far off. 81 for 5, 81 for 5 Leicestershire. So no wickets lost since lunch. Rehan Ahmed, the man to go on the stroke of lunch. He was batting so nicely, the 18-year-old. Went back, tried to pull a long hop from Luke Coleman, his first delivery, and basically missed it mid-pitch, and it stayed very low. He tried to hit it out of the ground and hit over the top of it. 66 for 5 at that stage. The two all-rounders are at the wicket at the moment. Tom Scriven in just his second first-class game for Leicestershire. He's 13 not out, and he's batting quite nicely. Harry Swindles is battling away. The wicket-keeper is 9 not out off 35 balls. They need to score 148, Leicestershire, simply to avoid the follow-on. That feels a long way off at the moment, but these two youngsters battling hard. Partnership of 15 so far for the 6th wicket. Leicestershire 81 for 5.
Tim Murtagh continuing. For those of you who like the wickets tumbling, Essex Lancashire continues not to disappoint. After the 26 that fell yesterday, another 9 have gone today. Essex, who need 98 for victory, as that is played nicely by Harry Swindles out onto the covers defensively for no run. Needing 98 for victory, a 46 for 5 against Lancashire, who are all out for 73.
So another wicket since lunch.
So interestingly set there.
So Lancs could go on and win that.
They are in a position to win a absolutely insane game of cricket that may well see questions asked in the battle for 3rd place in the county table, basically. Division 1, of course. And Murtagh, a bit of width on that one, bowled wider than he meant to, and it was an easy leave as far as Swindles were concerned. Other matches in the 2nd division, Durham 190 for 2 in their first innings after Sussex were all out for 162 in theirs. Glamorgan are 527 for 5 against Derbyshire. Leicestershire 80 for 5, as we know, against Middlesex because we're here. And Worcestershire 390 all out in their first innings. Nottinghamshire in reply 18 for 2 as Tim Murtagh comes in again. It's played by Swindles up to mid-off where Ethan Bamber does the fielding, and there is no run. So a slightly attritional battle developing now between Tim Murtagh and Harry Swindles.
Murtagh won't mind that, will he?
No.
He'll just try and bowl there, line and length, hit the top of off stump all day. 1 for 20 off 9.4.
Yep, been very hard to get away, very few loose deliveries. Runs in once again, and this time it's driven beautifully on the up through the covers. It's probably slightly squarer than he was aiming, but he won't mind because he got more than enough of it, Swindles. And he moves into double figures, having been grittily becalmed for some time. He had something wide enough to throw the arms at, which he did to great effect, and he moves on to 13, the score for 85 for 5.
Slapped away.
Yes, you could feel the frustration in that. Murtagh in once more, and Swindles goes back into defensive mode, having expressed himself on the penultimate ball of the over. That is another dot ball. 10 overs now for Murtagh, 1 for 24. And Swindles, who has batted pretty well. He looked a bit scratchy when he first came in, but he's batting as you need to on this wicket, defensively when required. And if you can attack, do, because the fast outfield means that you'll be paid handsomely for your shots along the ground. Scriven, who's also on 13 of 22 less deliveries of just 19 balls in a total of 85 for 5 as Richard's Leicestershire County Cricket gilet gets removed in the lovely warm sunshine that is now basking over the ground.
Again, another very short spell for Roland Jones. Off after two overs from that Bennett end, and Bamber replaces him. He is in, bowls full, and Scriven is forward, looking to drive, isn't quite there, and steers it out into the covers. There is no run.
There was a third over, so he's bowled
Just a
4, 4 and 3.
Yeah. It'll be part of the plan. He'll know how many overs. Presumably the bowler gets sort of consulted in those sort of circumstances. Keeping the spells short. Bamber is in and bowled, slightly short of a length. Up on his toes is Scriven. Wait, he calls as he steers it straight to Higgins at backward point. Just the 3 slips at the moment. Just the 3. Not to imply that Middlesex have moved on to the defensive in any way. They're prepared to be patient. Approach that has brought them an awful lot of success this season. Bamber, with that chest on action, comes in and bowls thick inside edge as Scriven defends that one as it comes back into him a fraction. Back down the pitch it bounces. Partly off the pad as well, I suspect. Inside edge onto the pad. Scriven, not the same brand as Rahan Ahmed, but his cricket boots too have splashes of fluorescence upon them, in his case orange heels. Not soles though, or sort of flashes on the side as Bamber is in, outside off stump, steered down to third man. There is no third man. 4 runs for Tom Scriven. Got up on his toes, got on top of the bounce, inevitably because it was bouncing up. It was in the air for a few feet, but he knew where he was placing it, well wide of what would have been a gully. There isn't a gully between third slip and backward point. Bisected the 2 of them and runs down to third man. For 4, Scriven on to 17, 89 for 5.
Been a really productive area for Scriven, hasn't it? That's where the majority of his runs have come. Playing it late and playing it through that backward point-ish region. Backward of square certainly, and at the moment it is proving very productive.
Waits with bat raised as Bamber is in, bowls to him, and he tries to repeat the shot, but Higgins has moved to his left by a good few feet from backward point, almost to that sort of, well, almost on the 45, sort of wide, deepish gully position, and made the stop, picked him out. Scriven there. Cover has gone to almost cover point. They've decided that that's where Scriven is strongest. In goes Bamber, bowls to him, outside off stump, a length delivery, but too wide, and Scriven is already turning away as it thumps into the gloves of John Simpson. End of the 30th over of the Leicestershire first innings. 89 for 5 is the Foxes' score. 297 Middlesex's first innings, so 148 will avoid the follow-on. Is it one, or is it actually 147? Do you have to be exactly 150?
I thought
If you get to 150 behind, is that it, or is it?
I always thought it was 1 under, but I will try and
make it that 148. Either way, still quite a long way off. Just under 60 runs. Pushed out into the offside there by Swindells. While the other Swindells was tapping away.
I was desperately trying to find out the follow on total.
Is it 150 or 1?
Is it 150 or under 150?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's concentrate on what's actually happening rather than we'll worry about that in 60 odd runs time. And that is played very nicely indeed by Swindles. High forearm, and he has played it wide of mid-on for 4 with a really, really top shot.
Little short-armed pull, but hit very straight, too straight mid-wicket. A lot of time there, Harry Swindles. Joins Scriven on 17. David Lloyd of Glamorgan is over 300 now, 305, but as Foxy Phil points out, Leicestershire know all about high-scoring Glamorgan batsmen this season.
I think it only has to be the 150 from what I have found out. As in once again, and that's a good delivery from Murtagh.
So 147 is the follow on target.
Hits high up on the leg of Harry Swindles. No LBW shout, but certainly beaten on the inside of the bat. Had to wear one on the body.
Leicestershire watched, but didn't just watch, they were part of the game against Glamorgan here earlier this season when Sam North East made 400.
In once again, and that kept a teeny bit low, but Swindles managed to drop the bat and keep that delivery from Murtagh out. Spending time at the crease is obviously paying dividends currently for Swindles, who's looking a little more assured. Certainly the field is getting spread a little now. There are only 2 slips. Gully, point, cover. And that is played up to mid-on. There's also regulation mid-wicket. Fine leg, still no third man. Sam Robson is currently balanced on his back shoulders, doing some yoga position by the looks of things. Now rights himself, stands up ready for any particular edge that might find on Swindle's bat, but no, it's the middle of his bat that plays it back to Tim Murtagh. That is the end of Murtagh's latest over, just the one boundary from it. So Swindles and Scriven both tied on 17 runs apiece, 93 for 5, and these two have batted very sensibly since lunch.
.410 not out, Sam North East made on this ground. A couple of months ago, 450 balls, 45 fours and 3 sixes.
It was remarkable, wasn't it?
Dropped going to his 100 by Ackerman at slip.
That seems to be a common theme.
That was an expensive miss.
Lara was dropped, wasn't he, on his way to 500? Did John Morris drop?
Bamber is in outside off stump, tempted momentarily, very briefly, Tom Scriven, but just as he started to bring his bat down to try and crack it away, he lifted it up again. Nick Cook wanders across and chats to Tim Murtagh, who must have heard everything Nick Cook has to say regarding cricket, I would think, but Cookie's conversation extends to all other areas too. In goes Bamber and bowls, and he does play at that one. Scriven goes past the outside edge and into the gloves of John Simpson.
No, lovely delivery that from Bamber, just a little bit of a way movement. And Scriven will be relieved.
Partnership 27 now for the 6th wicket. 29 the highest so far between Ahmed and Swindles for the 5th wicket. Bamber is in, bowls, comes back a bit, but well played by Scriven on the back foot, adjusted and defended it out into the offside.
Clouds coming back across the ground now. There's less sunshine than there certainly was when play began again after lunch. which was the forecast, that it would be warmish but cloudy.
Bamber in bowls. That one came back again a little bit as well. It was pitched up, or at least further forward, and Scriven went forward and adjusted. Played it well.
He's got the talent to play the ball quite late, hasn't he? Which is a huge plus.
Bamber is in again, bowls again. He's bowling very straight, and Scriven adjusts, turns the bat face on it, pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Sun goes behind the cloud. The cloud is sort of now coming from the east, been coming from the west throughout well, much of the summer, such as what cloud there's been. But hence the reason it's that bit cooler, the air now coming from the east. Bamber is in on off stump. Scriven is forward, solidly enough, pushing it out into the offside. And there's no run.
Maiden over from Bamber, nicely bowled. Kept the pressure on Scriven, but Scriven was up to that pressure. Played some good solid defensive shots. Saw one go past the outside edge, but that was it.
Essex are 8 down. They are 55 for 8, needing another 43 runs to win. So Lancashire now firm favourites to win that one in, what, 4 sessions and half an hour or so.
Yes, yes. The bars and restaurants of the county ground in Chelmsford will be a little underwhelmed as Tim Murtagh comes in again. Get it hooped slightly, but it's nicely played by Spindles as the ball starts to move away from him. He played a nice defensive shot up to mid-off. Just flicks away a bit of grit on the popping crease. Twirls his bat, adjusts his cap, and waits for Murtagh to get down to his mark and then immediately run in. And that is through Swindles, but he's going down leg side. Swindles was trying to flick it to leg, and it thudded, as you could hear, no doubt, into his pad. Nowhere near the stump, so perfectly safely. But Murtagh again proving very difficult to get away. Very few loose deliveries. This is his 12th over, his 5th in this spell. In once again, and it's the full face of the defensive bat from Swindles, head over the ball. Textbook forward defensive shot required with this bowling. As Swindles knows, if you can just see Murtagh off, yes, there are some very good other seam bowlers to come on, and it could well be Toby Rowland-Jones who takes over from Murtagh, as he did this morning as well. But if you can see Murtagh off, that's one less to worry about for a bit. Murtagh in once again, that's Fuller, and Swindles spots it and drives, but not wholeheartedly, and it doesn't beat mid-off, who moves to his left to field the ball. There's no single on offer. This time Swindles adjusts his gloves, sitting on his bat, or just the bat is leaning against his thigh before he takes his position. Murtagh has a look at the ball before holding it low down in his right arm before he gets ready to bowl, and that's Fuller, but nicely played by Swindles, who just tucks it into the leg side, and they'll trot through for a very easy single. And Swindles re-overtakes Scriven in their own private run-scoring battle and moves to 18. which means Scriven will face the final delivery of this Tim Murtagh over. Interesting to see if he keeps himself on for a 6th over on the trot in this spell. In once again, and again it's full. Comes off a thickish outside edge. It's perfectly safely all along the ground into the covers. Just the one off that over, the 12th from Tim Murtagh, who has figures of 1 for 29. The score moves to 94 now for 5. And these two have put on 28 now for the 6th wicket.
In comparative terms, Middlesex were what, 91 for 4, weren't they?
They were.
And so you can look at that and think, well, it may be a new ball sort of pitch, and once you're past that new ball stage, that 30 over stage, then batting becomes a little bit more of a straightforward proposition. But
certainly that was the case in the afternoon session yesterday. I think only 1 wicket fell in the afternoon session.
Did. A couple of chances went down. Ethan Bamber is in. Swindles is hopping right across his stumps and then defending, blocking the ball back up the pitch on the on side. Murtagh runs across to his left from mid-on to field, but Swindles moving around slightly disconcertingly in the crease, perhaps trying to put the bowler off a little bit, but we saw Eskenazi not quite get out that way, but it's a slightly dangerous thing to do. In goes Bamber, bowls, edge just short of third, slip by Harry Swindles. Luke Coleman making the stop, not cleanly, and examines his left hand a little ruefully. Is there a finger spinner in the Middlesex side? Anybody can bowl a little bit of off spin?
Stoneman bowls a little bit of off spin. Let me just check.
Was he not a leggy, Stoneman?
Oh, he is. You're absolutely right. He's a leggy. Let me just go through the card.
In goes Bamber and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Swindles, well, he's got his back to us and he brought the bat back inside the line, but for me, he had a little feel for that one.
Essentially, no. Peter Milan bowls a bit, but that's pretty military medium pace. You're right, Mark Stoneman bowls a bit of leg stuff. Robson can bowl a bit of medium pace as well, but no finger spinner.
I asked simply because Parkinson seemed to get more turn than Ahmed.
Yep.
In goes Bamber, bowls, comes back and into the body and hand perhaps of the relatively diminutive Swindles, and dropped down into the sort of pad fold, I think, before he just bent his knee and let it drop to the ground. But again, movement for Bamber. It's tending to be back in, with the odd one just leaving him, but as Ian points out on the stream and one or two others, the pitch is beginning to look relatively decent now. I didn't look bad yesterday, I don't think.
I think it looks very, very similar, that you go through quiet. If the bowlers are right on the money, it's really difficult to score.
Bamber is in, pushing slightly across the line, or defending slightly across the line is Swindles. Out towards mid-wicket it goes. Nick Cook takes the opportunity to follow the ball and have a brief word with the Middlesex skipper Murtagh. He was quite touched, I think, Nick, yesterday. He came out clutching his Leicestershire cap and a bottle of champagne, with which he was presented on his final appearance as an umpire. In goes Bamber, and it comes back in, hits very high, and his appeal is a solitary one for leg before wicket.
Good over, though, from Ethan Bamber. He put Swindles under pressure every single delivery. Swindles survived it, but we saw this yesterday, that if the bowlers made life difficult, it's very hard for the batsman to wrench the initiative away from the bowlers. I hear what the viewers are saying, that it does look easier in this session, but it looked easier in the afternoon session yesterday as well. So be interesting to see how Leicester get on. There's a change of bowling for Middlesex. Tim Murtagh is just going to bowl the 5 overs, and it will be Ryan Higgins who replaces him from the pavilion end.
DOYTW on the stream says that Holden bowls some off spin, and that Stoneman can actually bowl both.
Right.
So if it came to that, Murtagh does have 1 or 2 options. I suspect he won't need them at 94 for 5.
He's in again. In again? No, it's his first ball. And there could be a run out, and it just flashes by. I think that Scriven would have been in anyway. It was a no ball. So a little bit of everything occurring then. No ball from Ryan Higgins, who will have to bowl it again. There are a couple of runs from that. There's also the quick single that was taken.
Only the second extras, so to speak, incurred in the innings. 2 no balls.
He's in again. And that is played out into the leg side where there is no run. Batted very well yesterday, Ryan Higgins, 55 at a crucial place. Crucial point as far as the Middlesex innings was concerned. And unlike the other batsmen around him, he didn't offer a chance during that 55. Well snaffled by Ackerman at the death as he comes in again, and that is played out into the covers. There is no run. Ryan Higgins on his return to Middlesex from Gloucestershire.
Lancashire have beaten Essex.
Greg Chappell may be complaining slightly less today.
I don't think they'll be happy though. Nobody likes too much of a game like that. Apparently the last Essex wicket shot along the floor.
No, it obviously was a substandard, and so there'll probably be a points deduction, or certainly the possibility of a points deduction should anything similar happen again in the future. So all of which confirms Essex won't be finishing 3rd in Division 1 this season for various reasons, as Higgins comes in now and bowls. Oh, and beats Swindle's outside off stump, and Swindle's patience just going a little then.
Yeah, that would have been a horrible way to get out for him, but yeah, he has to stay patient. It's a patient game.
It is, and he was just having a bit of a waft outside off stump, just trying to make things happen. He has really got his head down so far in this innings, and that is wait for the right ball, and that was on or around middle and leg stump, and Swindles flicks it away, and the wide-ish fine leg has to come in and field just backward of square, and they take a single, an easy one. And there is 1 ball remaining in this over. Higgins is slightly expensive compared to the other bowlers, but there is a little inside edge there which saved Scriven, because if there hadn't been, that was pretty adjacent. But as you heard from the O's from the Middlesex bowlers and fielders, they all heard the inside edge too. Scriven remains on 18, Swindle's 19. The 100 is in sight, you feel. 98 for 5.
40 more for Leicestershire to avoid the follow-on. Important partnership, these two. Gritty and determined. Swindle's 63 balls he's faced for his 19. Scriven 34 for his 18. Ethan Bamber, who got good movement back in his last over, coming in for his 9th over from the Bennett end, bowls to Harry Swindles, who is leaning forward very solidly, head right over the ball as he blocks that back up the pitch towards Ethan Bamber. The Dobby look-alike, in his own words. I bet Dobby can't bowl pace half as well.
No, he wouldn't be picked first for the team.
Bamber is in and bowls outside off stump, pushed out into the offside and immediately goes for the single, and it's a good call from Harry Swindles. He sees it going slightly wide of Toby Rowland-Jones, and Rowland-Jones isn't the quickest mover in the outfield. He has many other qualities, but that isn't one of them.
It's to his left hand as well, wasn't it?
Indeed.
So well spotted by Harry Swindles, who becomes the second player to get into the 20s.
Robson was windmilling his arms at second slip there. I can't quite believe he'd be coming on yet. In goes Bamber and bowls, clipped nicely away to mid-wicket by Tom Scriven. Should be just the one. No, Harry, wait, he says as he turns and sees that mid-wicket Stoneman has it in his hands. Brings up the 100 though, the single. That is the applause, and Scriven has 19, Swindles has 20. Well, better than 66 for 5, that's obviously the case. Still got an awful lot of work to do though, Leicestershire, as the sun comes back out at the Uptonsteel County ground. Bamber tosses the ball from hand to hand before grasping it in his right hand and charging in and bowling to Swindles straight. Sort of worked back down the pitch on the onside by Swindles, out to Murtagh, who's donned his sweater at mid-on. Just past 2 o'clock, so there'll be an update, perhaps, for BBC Radio Leicester. Usually been a change of producer about this sort of time, so may remember, may not. The information may have been passed on, may not. We shall see. In goes Bamber and bowls. Again, he's turning his face of the bat on it. Wristy defensive push from Harry Swindles. Each time he plays that sort of shot, he seems to time it pretty well, middle it fairly well, but goodness me, if he misses one, we're going to hear the leg before appeal echoing round. Here comes the update. Bless them, they have recommended. In a moment, as Bamber is in and bowls. Again, it's pushing slightly across the line out towards wide-ish mid-on. Murtagh moves to his right to field. End of the over. 100 for 5. Here comes the update. And after lunch, they're fighting successfully in the persons of Harry Swindles, who is 20 not out of 68 balls, and Tom Scriven, playing just his second first-class game for the Foxes, is 19 not out. Together, they've taken the score from 66 for 5, as it was just before lunch when Rehan Ahmed was bowled by Luke Holman for 26, to 100 for 5. 147 is the target to avoid the follow-on, and that would be a small victory, but an important one for the Foxes, and these two youngsters are battling bravely in an attempt to do that. Leicestershire 100 for 5.
Ryan Higgins sees Scriven look to attack him with that shot just backward of square, but a good diving stop to his left by the fielder at point ensures that the first ball is a dot ball of this latest Higgins over.
Higgins is beardless, but he's very hirsute at the moment. He's got a great shock of hair standing up.
I know. For those watching the live stream, you may have noticed I don't have an enormous shock of hair. And haven't had since the 1970s. So
He reminds me of one. Do you remember those Harry Enfield characters, the Double Take brothers, who had a very generational reference, but they both had sort of big shocks of hair moving away to the right.
It is a thing, though. I've seen several of the younger generation with, if you've got hair, flaunt it. Oh, and he's straight through Scriven. What a delivery that was, but it was a no ball, so it would not have counted. Second no ball bowling from the pavilion end for Ryan Higgins. Just put a little bit extra into it. It's funny, when we were into it, we had a quick chat with Ryan this morning before today's play, I didn't think he was that short at all, but just watching him next to Toby Rowland-Jones as that ball is punched out to point, but again there is no run. You're going to check his height, aren't you?
I was, because, I mean, Harry Swindles always looks tiny to me out there, but he claims to be 5'8". Harry. Whereas Ryan Higgins claims to be 5'11".
No. Well, again, maybe he is. Well, with that hair, he is, certainly. As Ryan Higgins is in again, and that is played out just forward of square.
Rejoices in the nickname Fizzer, apparently. Maybe that's one of those nicknames that you like to award yourself, if you know what I mean. Like Flash and...
Yeah. Did you have a nickname at school?
Not that I was aware of.
No, I was the same. There's nothing much you could do with Guy, as it Higgins in again, and Swindles already kind of writes its own stuff, so you don't really need to take the mickey out of it particularly.
Zimbabwe-born Ryan Higgins.
Yeah.
Then went on to be educated at Bradfield College in Reading, so hence his England connection. Connection as in with the country.
Ball is back in his hands. Oh, and that's a good delivery.
Another no ball.
It's a no ball. It thundered into the pads of Scriven, not in front of the stumps. There was no appeal even before the no ball was given. But at the moment, these no balls, while not a big problem, 3 in 2 overs is more than you would like to give away. Which means he still has one more ball to try and finish this over. Can he find something special with it? And that is punt. That's again 4 more runs backward of square for Scriven, who plays it very nicely. It's all along the ground, but it is between sort of 3rd and 4th slip. But Scriven moves on to 23. The partnership of these two moves on to 42. Swindles is 20 not out. And this has been a good first hour after lunch for Leicestershire. Frustrating for Middlesex, and bowled badly. They've continued to keep the pressure on the batsmen at times, but Scriven and Swindles have scrapped away, and the score is now 108 for 5 because of that.
Ethan Bamber will continue from the Bennett end, sun behind cloud now. Conventional field, 3 slips. Comes bouncing in and bowls straight, and Swindles working it into the leg side. Takes a couple of quick steps down the wicket, but realises immediately there isn't a quick single to be taken. Scriven certainly had gone nowhere. Eskenazi claps his hands at first slip. Robson at second. Coleman with just that one successful over to his name. At third. It's his hand clap. You can hear encouraging Bamber as he comes chasing down the slope and bowls. Outside edge, just short of first slip. I thought that carried first initially to Eskenazi, and on the half volley wasn't able to take it, wasn't able to get his hands underneath it. So technically, not a chance, but goodness me, it's not going to get much closer. And Eskenazi gestures to his left. Whether he thought that Simpson might have dived across him to get his glove underneath it, I don't know. They're not far apart, those two. There's no great gap between them, but goodness me, that was, well, 6 inches in front of him.
Looking at the replay, it was definitely Eskenazi's catch.
In goes Bamber, bowls, again pushing slightly across the line is Swindles, working it out to mid-wicket. Yeah, oh no, I don't mean it that it should have been Simpson's, but whether he could have chucked himself across and thinking it was going to drop short.
Yeah.
Difficult one,
but it was a good ball.
Yeah, it was, and should encourage Bamber. He's had a couple of slightly lucky escapes. edges that haven't gone to hand or have dropped slightly short. Harry Swindles. Bamber is in, bowls to him, Fullish, he's driving, square driving. Way to his right out towards cover point, who from backward of square dives away to his right, makes the stop, but not cleanly, and a single is there to be taken, and it is. Swindles on to 21, 109 for 5. A little bit dark, but there's plenty of light cloud around, or breaks in the cloud away to the east where the weather is coming from today. Bamber, not quite the spring in his step there was, goes in, oh, bowls to Scriven, who leaves, and that was quite close indeed.
Batted well, those Scriven so far.
Yes, he has.
Judged.
Bangs his bat into the crease as Bamber is in and bowls to him, comes back a bit from slightly short of a length, takes his bottom hand off the bat, manages to play it out into the offside and indicates with his right hand that there's still a little bit of movement. End of the over, the 38th of the Leicestershire innings, 109 for 5. They are dragging themselves slowly but reasonably surely towards the follow-on target.
There was another good over though from Ethan Bamber, who is really causing some problems at the moment without a great deal of luck. Edge from Swindles fractionally short of Eskenazi at first slip. And there have been no gimmies from his bowling as yet. There's the figures of 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23. Ryan Higgins has been a little more profligate, 25 from his 4 so far, with 3 no balls as well in that. This time it's a thickish outside edge from Swindles. It ends up in the hands of Gully, all along the ground though. And just as yesterday we were wondering possibly whether a little spin might just change the way things are going. At the moment Middlesex seem happy with rotating their seamers. Higgins in again, gives that a bit of air. Swindles looks to drive. Can only find Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-on. Tim Murter at mid-off. Mops his brow to get a little bit of sweat on the ball and gives it a bit of a polish before flicking it underarm back to Ryan Higgins, who head down, bustles in once more. Draws a very correct looking forward defensive shot from Harry Swindles. Tom Scriven goes and just flicks a bit of earth off the edge of the wicket before walking back to stand by the umpire. Higgins ready to go. Right arm over, and that's flicked away on the leg side. Again, they pick Toby Rowland-Jones. If the ball is heading towards him, off they go. And once more, they're through safely for the single. Swindles moves on to 22. Scriven just rechecks his mark. Bob's on his knees. His legs loose. Higgins eventually gets the ball back from his skipper and then runs in once more from the pavilion end. And that's punched into the covers in a defensive manner. So there won't be any chance of adding to the score sheet. Ball makes its way eventually to Toby Rowland-Jones, who takes a turn on the polishing duties, flicking the ball to Ryan Higgins. Head down and just corrects himself, played late again by Scriven, but perfectly safely into the covers. Higgins finding a good length and line in this over, proving very difficult to get away. But at the same time, the batter's looking moderately comfortable, coping with it. A little bit of a drop of pace certainly from the other end, where Bamber is really bustling in again, and that's played out once more on the offside. But that will be the end of a tidy over, if unthreatening one, from Higgins. And after 5 overs, he has 0 for 28. Scriven still 23. Swindles just took the one single to come from that over to move to 22. And that target of 147 gets closer, just 35 runs away now, 112 for 5.
This is so often the case, the days reflecting themselves so far, which, as I say, does suggest that it's a pitch in which you have to use the new ball well. Both sides did to a certain extent. Leicestershire picking up 4 wickets, Middlesex 5. Middlesex were then able to go on and extend their first innings. Bamber is in, goes past the outside edge of a Swindle's bat. His head flicks back. Looks in, follows the ball into the gloves of John Simpson. No edge though. Hard work for Harry Swindles. Can he maintain his concentration? 77 balls he's faced. 3 fours. He's hit in his 22. Bamber bowls to him again. Beautiful delivery that bounces and leaves him and goes past the edge of his forward defensive shot. Philosophically enough, Bamber turns and walks back past umpire Cook.
Continues to impress in this spell though, Bamber, without much luck.
So far as he runs in and bowls, Swindles is getting bat on that one at least, not entirely convincingly. Manages to push it out into the offside from off stump. If that's Ryan Higgins shouting, and I think it is, he has no trace of a Zimbabwe accent. Sounds much more Berkshire than...
I was rather surprised when you told me he was born in Zimbabwe. You would not have spotted it from talking to him.
Bamber is in. Swindles is stepping across. Calls Scriven even through for a quick single, and because the fielder running in isn't able to gather the ball cleanly in the end, neither batsman troubled by the ball hitting the stumps. Scriven was quite late in responding to that one, looked slightly surprised. Swindles scampered up to the far end. He was running probably not to the danger end, so do Scriven too many favours there. Bamber is in to Scriven, defends on the back foot as it comes back in towards him. Back down the pitch to Ethan Bamber. He has impressed in this spell, Bamber. Extras have gone into double figures now with those no balls bowled by Ryan Higgins. Something is delivered to one of the businesses on Milligan Road. Dropped off, literally, by the sounds of it. Bamber hurries in and bowls outside off stump. Scriven steps forward and leaves. End of another good over. Swindle's beaten the first 2 balls of it, but as Guy said, no luck in this spell so far for Ethan Bamber. 11 overs, 1 for 24 for him now. Scriven and Swindles have both scored 23, and the partnership is worth 47 now for the 6th wicket.
Is that a dog barking? Or
I
something?
believe so.
Yep. Did see. It was nice to see some dogs in the ground. 3 rather splendid spaniels. We met at lunchtime. Scriven 23 not out, Swindles 23 not out, 113 for 5.
Freddie, Bertie and Norman.
Ah! Good names. I like Norman. As Ryan Higgins is in once again. He gets the full face of the defensive bat from Harry Swindles and a slightly exaggerated forward defensive up to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-on.
And I can confirm that they like biscuits. Even the ineffably cool Bertie.
A dog that likes biscuits, how extraordinary. There's some cake outside the window. Just as we mentioned his dogs, funnily enough. Not that they were related, because the gentleman must have been on the stairs before we even thought about it. There is a leave from Harry Swindles outside off stump.
Brunty kindly bringing what looks, hopefully, like carrot cake to me.
And there seems to be a choice, which is even more exciting.
I see.
Could be fights at half. Oh, that's a good ball from Higgins. It cannons into the front pad of Harry Swindles, but
I suspect Higgins is telling Swindles that
yes,
as he walks back past him, judging by the volley of words that is delivered from Higgins.
But there was
Swindles ignores him.
a thick inside edge, hence why when they ran through for a run, it's been added to Swindles' total rather than extras, and also why there was no extended appeal for leg before. Third slip is now in. Oh, and interestingly, John Simpson, the wicketkeeper, is now standing up to Ryan Higgins to stop Scriven taking any liberties marching outside his crease, but not for the first time. There are runs through between slip and gully and point, 4 of them for Scriven, and he moves on to 27, and the score 118 for 5. He must have scored all but 4 or 5 runs through that area so far. I think of at least 4 4s and a 3 that have gone through there, so that's 19 definite runs backward of square. Which must frustrate the bowler, because they think, well, if he's going backward of square, then he must be thickish edges.
50 partnership as well.
Ah, the 50 partnership, which is a fantastic achievement. These two coming together when the score was 66 for 5 just before lunch, and still batting now for at least heading for an hour and a quarter since lunch, and the 50 partnership has come up. And very well played, the pair of them. Hasn't always been easy, as that is played out into the covers. There is no run.
It was 22.1 overs when Rehan Ahmed was out, 66 for 5.
So 40.5 now.
So almost 20 overs. They've batted, no, well, 18 overs anyway, just over.
So just a fraction under 3 and over. Oh, and that's very well judged outside off stump, particularly with the wicketkeeper standing up, but Simpson takes it very nicely. Higgins has a last slightly despairing look at Scriven. But there is no luck for him on this occasion. Scriven has judged that just right to leave outside off stump, just being the operative word. Scriven is now on 27, Swindles 24. As Richard pointed out, the 50 partnership has come up, and they now need less than 30 to avoid the follow-on, and these two have really come to the party when their team needed it most. Middlesex have continued to bowl well, but these two have found ways to survive. Ethan Bamber has been the pick of the Middlesex attack since lunch, but just cannot find a breakthrough. We've seen an edge just short of slip, various other beating of the bat, but as yet Bamber hasn't been able to make the breakthrough.
In he charges, bowls to Swindles, again dropping the ball out into the leg side, calling for the quick single and making his ground comfortably enough in the end, although the fielder came bounding in, picked up and did throw at the stumps. So good running from Harry Swindles, moves on to 25 with that single. Partnership up to 53. Some impressive fight being shown by these two. Determination.
Carrot cake and a wodge of cake with a custard cream in the top.
With a custard cream biscuit.
A custard cream biscuit
Oh,
in
right.
the top.
In goes Bamber, bowls down the leg side, perhaps starting to get, understandably enough, a little bit tired. Now he's into his 12th over, his 6th of the spell, I think.
I think it's the 6th.
And coming down the slope with the sun coming back out, which is very pleasant. Difference when it does is dramatic, actually.
Yes, I just keep having to switch glasses between the sun variety and the normal.
Bamber is in, walking down the pitch to him is Scriven. He sees him coming, Bamber, bangs it in a little bit shorter as a consequence, and it's straight and worked back to him. What have you spotted?
Simpson is going to go and stand up to Bamber as well, because he's noticed Scriven doing that at the other end and stood up to Ryan Higgins, and is now going to stand up to Bamber to stop the walkabout from Tom Scriven.
Which is quite impressive, because Bamber is a lively medium, more than lively. Comes charging in, and bowl. Scriven is pulling over mid-wicket for 4. Quick hands, I did mention them in context of one-day cricket, and he saw that one very early, Tom Scriven. He wasn't afraid to go aerial, pulled it high over mid-wicket, and you heard it probably crash into the advertising hoardings in fairly short order after it left his bat. He moves into the 30s now, on to 31, 123 for 5.
It was a good shot. He was on it so quickly. That was the interesting thing. I just wonder whether the wicketkeeper standing up just got into Bamber's mind a little bit, because that's the first time he's dragged it down in this entire spell.
Can put some bowlers off. I didn't always like it that much.
You felt you always felt slightly
Claustrophobic,
slighted,
sort of.
yeah.
Well, there's that too, yeah. You're not fast enough. Yeah. Bamber is in again to Scriven outside off stump. Oh, what a beautiful take from Simpson. As it was left, you know, and he could see it all the way, but it's still, as I say, it must be fairly close to sort of 78, maybe even 79 sort of MPH, and really crisp take away to his right as it's swung away by Simpson. But he's seen enough, and he's going to stand back now.
Interesting to see what Scriven does, whether he goes marching out of his crease again now.
Bamber is in. Slightly thick outside edge of Scriven's bat there from outside off stump, but there isn't anybody at backward point anymore. He's gone back to wide third man, so a single is there to be taken by Scriven, and Murtagh is going to make a change at the end of the over. Things are going a little bit too well for Leicestershire, he feels, and he's called his main man back into the attack.
Yeah, they're using Toby Rowland-Jones sensibly in small bursts, but they could do with one of these bursts taking a wicket. They need to separate these two Middlesex. This is just getting into frustrating territory. They had Leicestershire in all sorts of bother at lunch at 66 for 5, but it's now 124 for 5. And Scriven in particular is looking increasingly comfortable.
Half past, so there'll be an update coming up, so if Guy doesn't mind, I'll make a start on this over just in case they come to us in in mid-over. 58 the partnership now. Roland Jones wants his gully a little bit closer to second slip. Luke Coleman, who was at a genuine gully, he is still just about. It's almost closer to sort of fourth slip than gully. Roland Jones is in, bowls in the air, it's chipped back towards mid-off, but short of mid-off by Tom Scriven. Whether he was expecting it to be on him slightly more quickly than it was, whether it stopped a fraction, I suspect the former, because obviously Roland Jones going up the slope first ball of a new spell hasn't worked up to his full pace as yet. But just momentarily, that might have thought he was going to be in the game there. Roland Jones is in again to Scriven, onto the pads, looking to work it out towards long leg. Doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the pad. Out into the leg side mid-wicket, comes running into field. A little bit of Gloria comes into our headphones, indicating that it is about to be updates time.
Is it someone Brannigan?
Yes, Laura. It's been a very good afternoon for Leicestershire thus far. It was a terrible morning for them. They took lunch on 66 for 5 in reply to Middlesex's first innings of 297, but the scores moved on to 124 now, and they're still just 5 down. The two young men responsible, Tom Scriven making just his second first-class appearance for Leicestershire. He's 32 not out of 61 balls, and Harry Swindles, the wicket-keeper, who's battled away for 25 off 84. Together, they've put together a partnership that is so far worth 58 for the 6th wicket, and they are working their way towards the score that they need to avoid the follow-on, which is 147. If they can keep going, then they can get themselves right back into this game. The Foxes, 124 for 5. Back with you on commentary.
Toby Roland Jones has caused a few problems so far, but Tom Scriven is still there. Toby Roland Jones once more, shirt flapping, and there's a big LB shout. Interesting to see what umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, and then there's overthrows. Whether he gives these as, oh, there could be another overthrow, there should be another overthrow. Now, that was a possible out. We've now had
inside edge,
2 different overthrows, and the reason it wasn't LBW was because there was an inside edge, and it's 3 more runs to Scriven. But Toby Roland Jones had a bit of a word with the fielders there as he saw his 3 runs.
Well, one became 3, didn't it?
Oh,
and,
it was daft. It was one overthrow is careless.
I don't entirely blame the fielder there for the 3rd, because he hit the stumps from a long distance out, and had anybody got back behind the stumps at the bowler's end.
As it is, it's 3 more to the toe. Oh, and that is very close. Too high, possibly. Toby Roland Jones looks underwhelmed.
That was my reaction. Was it was a little bit high,
but it was a good shout and it was a good delivery. And Toby Roland Jones has a word with, not in the sense that he asks what was wrong with that umpire rather than be cross about it. But we get another look at it now, so we'll just see what happens.
It wasn't a bad shout, was it?
It was tight. It was tight. You could see why Toby Roland Jones thought he might have had a sniff at that one, genuinely. But Harry Swindle survives. He's still there on 25. Scriven 35. 127 from 5.
Ryan Higgins has changed ends, as you probably heard in the effects mic. Ground announcer inform the crowd that the Zimbabwe-born but Berkshire brought up Higgins. He's going to be bowling from the Bennett end now, replacing Ethan Bamber. He asked questions in that over, Toby Rowland-Jones, and certainly asked questions of the umpire, but Steve O'Shaughnessy answered both in the negative. First one was clear enough, it was an inside edge onto the pad, and then those overthrows that came from it, 2 of them, made it 3 from the delivery, but second one was fairly close on Swindles, but Swindles, slightly charmed life, but he's battling away out there. Higgins is in, bowls to Scriven, looking to work the delivery into the leg side across the line, and both Robson at first slip and Holman at third have their hands on their respective heads, not each other's. Eskenazi looks less impressed at first slip. Partnership into the 60s now, on to 61. Higgins is in, bowls, full, looking to drive is Scriven. It was a little bit too straight, so although he angled his bat, all he could do was push it out as far as Rowland-Jones. Come on, Higgy, is the exhortation from the... So no, what did he say, what did he claim his nickname was? Fizzy, yeah, or something?
Fizzy, wasn't it, rather than Higgy?
Something like that. Yeah, Fizzer, with an ER at the end. I haven't heard that used yet. Holman is going from third slip to gully. Third man goes a little bit wider as a consequence. Higgins is in and bowls on off stump, pushed out to cover by Tom Scriven. Yeah, all I can hear is the use of the word Higgy at the moment. The nickname Higgy. Harry Swindles would like a drink. If anybody on the Leicestershire balcony can oblige him, he'd be grateful. Sun out now in full as Higgins is in, thick inside part of the bat from Scriven as he looks to drive that one. Runs out quite quickly to mid-wicket. There's no run. Beautiful afternoon now. And the smoke from the factory chimney over there in Aylestone, pretty much vertical. Just very slight breeze from the south, perhaps.
Teeny, the flags are barely moving.
Higgins is in, Scriven, back foot, weight, he says, as he works it out into the offside, bounces out into the covers. And there's no run. 40 more. Sorry, 20 more. Beg your pardon. Give Leicestershire supporters a heart attack. 20 more. Sees the follow-on saved.
Slightly slow on the over rate as well at the moment.
Yes, -2. As Higgins is in bowl, Scriven is leaning forward, guiding it away through the sort of backward point area. Third man very wide. Comes running in to field. Scriven picks up a single. He keeps the strike, moves on to 36. And this has been a very impressive innings from the Oxford-born Tom Scriven. Drinks time. There have been contrasts in innings, but Swindles, as he mops his brow there with his sweater, has battled away, ridden his luck on a few occasions. Scriven doesn't necessarily look to the manner born, but he's carried himself very well out there.
He really has. He's played really nicely. Been beaten a couple of times, but then every batsman in this game has been beaten a couple of times, because there is something in the wicket for the bowlers. But particularly considering the position in which he came in, he really has done superbly. While Swindles has never looked entirely comfortable, he's managed to stay there, and that was, you needed one player at least who could just hang around and frustrate, and that's what Swindles has done. Scriven now is facing Toby Rowland-Jones, having had a gulp of drink, and the Middlesex fielders decide that a bit more noise and a bit more vim is needed to try and make things happen, so the volume level goes up out on the pitch, and that is played nicely into the covers. Twirl of the bat from Tom Scriven as he waits once again. Has impressed so far, as has Toby Rowland-Jones. He's bowled really well today, and again he hits the pads of the batsman, but again it's to go down leg side, so it's not going to be any sort of shout or appeal. And we are in bright sunshine now, almost short shadows, which means the sun's pretty overhead still. We have 3 slips, a gully, deep backward point, cover, mid on, mid off, and mid wicket, and fine leg, long leg more, and that is flicked into the mid wicket area, where Stoneman is in sharply for the field to fling the ball back to John Simpson. And he's asked now to go back a bit by Toby Rowland-Jones. Now, we've seen this before, where Toby Rowland-Jones seems to be setting up the batsman for short deliveries to see whether they want to pull or hook, and then he bowls full. So interesting to see what his tactic is on this occasion. As we have seen that Tom Scriven will take on the short pitch delivery, and that is full and driven up to mid-on, where Murtagh's across very sharply and there is no run. Sorry, Higgins is across very sharply. It was the very sharply that made me think that possibly I got the wrong man. No offence, Tim. As once again Toby Rowland-Jones powers in, and it's just pulled, and it very nearly top-edged it straight back to the bowler. I was looking for the pull shot and looking out towards deep mid-wicket, but the ball stopped on him, popped up, and was it a chance?
No, he didn't get a hand on it. It came right off the cue end of the bat. He was on it a little bit too soon. As you say, it may have just stopped a little bit in the pitch and looped back towards Rowland-Jones, who sort of came to a juddering halt and flung himself to his left and didn't quite get his hand on it.
No, didn't. I just seen the on the stream, but a false shot. This time it's another short ball down the leg side. Scriven does follow it, does try to play the pull shot, but it was too wide down leg for him to actually get there. Scriven survives, but a couple of worrying moments with the short ball for Scriven, but he is still there on 36. Swindle's 25, 128 now for 5. Excellent figures for Toby Rowland-Jones, 13 overs, 2 for 34 at the moment.
He makes things happen, doesn't he, Rowland-Jones, but looked frustrated there. .62, the partnership between these two now. Higgins taking his time to fiddle with his field. Lukey, he says to Coleman, go a little bit tighter in the gully. Then he comes running in and bowls to Harry Swindles, who defends on off stump. Out towards Rowland-Jones, still looking, if not disgruntled, less than gruntled. Mid-off.
But he did have a very tight LBW decision turned down as well.
Higgins is in and bowls on off stump. Forward goes Swindles, out to Roland Jones, who's now waving at the Middlesex balcony. He would like a drink brought to the boundary. Eftsoons. All right, speedily. Higgins bustles in, bowls onto the legs of Swindles, worked down towards fine leg for 4 by Harry Swindles. Waiting to see the signal. It is simply 4. Is Nick Cook looking at Steve O'Shaughnessy for? He did. He wanted confirmation of something. And then he's in hysterics, Nick Cook. Whether I don't know whether he was asking for confirmation that it had been a thick inside edge. It was one of the thickest I've ever seen or heard. Just checking with O'Shaughnessy that he had thick-edged it. In goes Higgins and bowls. Again, he's working it off his legs. Harry Swindles, full face of the bat as he turned the bat face on it and clipped it out down towards long leg, where Peter Malan is the field. Doesn't get much of a chance to talk to his teammates, Malan. He's usually out there on the boundary somewhere.
Yes, you're right. He's banished to the outer reaches.
Shan Koshal, the 12th man, is back out with that drink for Toby Roland Jones. As Higgins is in, bowls outside off stump, steered calmly by Scriven out through backward point, down towards third man, and he jog walks the single, moves on to 36. That 4 under single had took Swindles into the 30s too. He's on 30, 134 for 5. Partnership 68. Together they have more than doubled the score in about the same sort of time. Leicestershire were 66 for 5 going in for lunch, as Higgins is in, bowls down on one knee almost. Is Harry Swindles defending that on the front foot, back down the pitch, and Nick Cook is walking over in business-like but still amused fashion to talk to Steve O'Shaughnessy and explain why he wanted some sort of confirmation there. He's still laughing about it. Not quite. I'm pretty sure that is why. He just wanted confirmation it had been an inside edge, but well, you can almost still hear the echo in the trees of leather on willow. 134 for 5 after 46.
Toby Roland Jones has taken refreshment on board. The 12th man ran out with a plastic drinks bottle, which was squeezed enthusiastically by Toby Roland Jones, but is now ready to bowl once more. And just tucks Scriven up, but Scriven does very nicely and just tucks it off his hip. And there's plenty of spaces on the leg side, and they go through for a very comfortable single. And to be honest, if they don't save the follow-on now, there'll be something considerably wrong, as they only need another 12. Scriven and Swindles have done really, really well. They put on 69 now for the 6th wicket. As Richard was saying, more than half the runs. Toby Roland Jones is in. He just squares Swindles up a bit, but Swindles gets enough bat on it to get the ball back to the bowler, who, after picking it up, flicks it away to Ryan Higgins. Does a spotted polishing. Winging the ball back to Toby Roland Jones. Tim Murtagh is at mid-off. 2 slips and a gully now for Toby Roland Jones. And there's an edge, and it's dropped short of slip from Swindles and goes through slips for 4. Fairness to him, he played a very good ball with soft hands, so the ball fell well short of slip, but it was well bowled again by Toby Roland Jones, who's looked dangerous in this little mini spell of his. He's had a big LBW shout, could have had a caught and bowled with Scriven, and has now found a thick outside edge of Harry Swindle's bat. Swindles ends up with 4 runs just to rub a bit of salt in the Roland Jones wounds. It's Toby Roland Jones in again, and a slower, clever ball that almost deceived Swindles, and he ended up trying to flick the ball onto the leg side and getting a leading edge that went out square to Point, who did the fielding. And both Ethan Bamber and Toby Roland Jones have put in really good spells in this afternoon's sessions with no luck whatsoever. Now Toby Roland Jones is in once more. Oh, and he beats Harry Swindles with this one. He can't quite believe it. He's a bowler who trudges wearily back to his mark anyway, but there's an extra weariness to the trudge on this occasion because he's just beaten Swindles all ends up. Then saw Simpson actually unable to take the ball as it died in front of him. But he's got his mojo back when he gets back to his mark, and he's ready to come in once more. Swindles with bat raised, he's beaten 2 balls running. And Toby Roland Jones just probably looks as if he waited a second or two to inform him of the fact that he'd just been beaten for 2 balls running. But Harry Swindles won't really care because he's still there, 34 not out from 96 deliveries. 4 more to his name after that thick edge through the slips. Scriven is 38 not out, and these 2 less than 10 away from saving the follow on now. Something that looked very remote at lunchtime, but these 2 really ground out the runs that their team needed and frustrated the Middlesex bowlers. 139 for 5.
13 overs until tea as Higgins runs in and bowls to Scriven, who clips him nicely away through square leg. It's one of those that is going to just keep the fielder interested before trickling over the ropes, and that is exactly what happens. The fielder is closing in on it but can't quite get there. Nicely timed by Tom Scriven, who moves into the 40s now. 42 to him. 143 for 5. Middlesex being frustrated at the moment. Luke Coleman comes out of gully, and for the first time there's going to be just the 2 close catchers, Eskenazi and Robson. No, I beg your pardon, still be 3 because Holman's gone into shortish mid-wicket. Higgins is into Scriven. He pushes the ball straight back down the wicket to him. Coleman is swinging his arms as well, so worth a try. He got lucky in the 1 over that he bowled. Went out a rank long hop. Went underneath the attempted pull of Rehan Ahmed and on to the stumps, and Eskenazi is signalling for helmets as well, so it does look like Holman's going to be coming on. In goes Higgins and bowls. Worked off middle and leg by Tom Scriven, only as far as Merton at mid-on. Sun in and out at the moment. When it comes out, the ground fairly shines. In goes Higgins. Bowls, comes back in a bit, and combination of bat and pad, front pad I think, sees that one bounce out into the offside. Nick Cook wanders back part of the way with Ryan Higgins. For hands plunged deep into pockets, he walks back into position. Higgins is in, bowls, Scriven thick inside part of the bat, steers it out towards square leg, where it's adroitly fielded, and there is no run. Leicestershire spectators haven't had many sessions like this throughout the season, the red ball season. In goes Higgins, thick inside edge again from Scriven. He was looking to work that into the offside and it bounced out towards square leg. End of Higgins's 9th over, none for 44. His figures. Scriven just rolls his bat handle down a fraction, goes to have a chat to Harry Swindles. Together they've put on 77 for the 6th wicket, and given Leicestershire some hope in the game.
Spinner not going to come on quite yet though, because Toby Rowland-Jones is going to continue from the pavilion end. He's looked the man most likely to probably in this afternoon session, and he's bowling to Harry Swindles, and Swindles plays it late but squirts it round to long leg, who has to run round to the finer leg position, but not before they've scuttled a couple. And Swindles moves on to 36. Now, we were always thought that we'd have a pretty long afternoon session, and with another 11 overs to go, that's certainly going to be the case by the looks of things. Toby Rowland-Jones holding the ball down by his side, and now runs up and and bowls another cracking delivery. Swindles will claim, with a little bit of justification, that he got his bat inside the line and it wasn't completely beaten outside the off stump, but it was one of those slightly too good for you deliveries. Toby Rowland-Jones has bowled a few of those today. Ever since Budinger climbed into him in his first over, hitting him for a 4 and a 3. That really did get the blood boiling, and that is a definite beat by Toby Rowland-Jones. Involuntary push of the bat around the off stump area from Harry Swindles, and the ball goes past that outside edge to Simpson, the wicket keeper. And Toby Rowland-Jones, despite the ageing ball now, because this is the 49th over being bowled with it, he's still getting it to do a little bit. As we saw yesterday, if you put the ball in the right space all through the innings, it can be difficult for the batter. This time Swindles takes a good stride forward and plays a decent looking defensive shot up to mid-off as the sun begins to go in again. Still plenty of light coming through the clouds, not streaming over the Uptonsteel County Stadium in quite the same way it was earlier here in Grace Road. As in comes Toby Rowland-Jones once more. That is defensively played by Swindles again. And Swindles continues to excite the dogs below us, who are enjoying his innings so far. Well, there may be biscuits involved as well, I don't know.
No, that's not.
No, that's an absence of biscuit bark,
No,
isn't it?
well, it's not Bertie, Freddie, and Norman. It's too high-pitched a bark.
We have an interloper. As in comes Toby Rowland-Jones once more, and that's a good leave. It was about 6 inches to a foot outside off stump, if that. But Swindles realised it wasn't going to be causing his stumps any damage, so he let it go through. Toby Rowland-Jones, well, he always looks a little bit frustrated, but he's looking particularly sorry for himself, but he's taken his jumper and his cap, which makes me think that another of his mini bursts of 4 overs might well have come to an end. Bowled 2 5-over spells and 2 4-over spells. He's now bowled 15 overs in total. Sorry, I've probably miscounted there, but he has bowled very nicely. But now we are going to get a bit of spin.
in the substantial form, with respect to him, of Luke Coleman.
He's tall. He's tall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't mean it's not a pejorative term. It's he's just a big chap, substantial in every respect, I should say. And he's going to bowl from the Bennett end. His only over so far having been delivered from the Pavilion end. He'll be hoping that Tom Scriven makes a similar mistake to that made by Rehan Ahmed shortly before lunch. Just the one slip for Coleman as he looks to spin the ball away from Scriven. Steps in and bowls. It does hit him on the pad, but it's going on down the leg side there. And umpire Cook turns the appeal down and tells Luke Coleman why as Coleman walks back past him. I suspect he knows why. But almost a wicket with his first ball again, perhaps. Well, good shout anyway. In he goes, bowls, forward goes Scriven, defending that one. Down the pitch on the on side. No run. Scriven isn't a big chap either, really, is he? He's obviously taller than Swindells, but relatively slight figure. As Coleman, a couple of steps, and then he delivers, and looking to drive. Scriven gets it out through the gap in the covers, along the ground all the way. Coleman's hands started to go in the air. He was reaching for it a little bit. Picks up one note, moves on to 43. One more to avoid the follow-on.
6'1", but slim.
Middlesex are a tall side, though, aren't they? When you look around them.
Yes.
Coleman is in and bowls. Swindells goes back, just works it out towards mid-wicket. They're going to take two, and they're going to take two successfully, and that is the follow-on saved. Swindells moves on to 38, Scriven 43, the partnership 82. People will be saying, well, what was the fuss about? Well, 66 for 5, and given how things have gone for Leicestershire this season, it didn't seem unreasonable to suspect that the follow-on might not be saved, but it's been saved with some degree of comfort by these two Middlesex, beg your pardon, two Leicestershire youngsters. In goes Coleman and bowls. Forward goes Swindells, a little tentatively, prodding the ball out into the covers. Coleman in, bowls. Forward goes Swindells, back down the pitch to Coleman. Some interesting comments on the stream. 0 ducks. Amazing that this is the session that Middlesex bottled promotion. He's concerned because Glamorgan, he thinks, are going to win.
Ah.
They declared on 500 and a lot.
Yes.
But I haven't seen the scores since then. Oh, it's updates time. As the determined Roland Jones is about to continue. Murtagh's windmilling his arms at mid-off as well. So this will be, unless he takes a wicket in it, and maybe even if he does take a wicket in it, Toby Roland Jones's last over. Goes in and bowls, dug out by Scriven. Yes, they have indeed, courtesy of Tom Scriven and Harry Swindells. Came together when the score was 66 for 5, and they have taken the score on to 149 now for 5. 148 was the follow-on target. Two very contrasting innings. Swindells has been determined. He's ridden his luck from time to time. No great stylish, but as I say, very determined, and has worked the ball around for his 38 off 104 balls. Scriven, making just his second first-class appearance for Leicestershire, looks a real prospect with the bat in hand as well as the ball. He is a young all-rounder. Swindells picks up 4 through the offside there to move on to 42. Scriven 44, 153 now for 5.
Good shot by Swindells, wasn't it, that for 4? Yes, I can see why the Middlesex fan is worried. There are still 2.5 days to go in this match, but Glamorgan 550 for 5 declared, David Lloyd 313 not out, Billy Root with 79 as well, and Derbyshire in response 37 for 3. So certainly Glamorgan on top, and there's a big LBW shout, but I have to say it certainly looked as if it was going down the leg side. That was also the view of the umpire, and it's gone for 4 leg byes. So suddenly the runs are beginning to flow off bat and pad. The score goes to 157 for 5. Swindle's now 42 not out. Scriven 44 not out. And slight frustration you feel creeping in with Middlesex, appealing for everything, quite rightly, but that was very much in the hope over expectation mode as Toby Rowland-Jones comes in again, and that is nicely played defensively. The full face of the bat by Swindles. Back to Tim Murtagh at mid-off. Gives us an extra polish, and one must be wondering as skipper how long he can keep Toby Rowland-Jones going in this spell. He has caused problems, but
he has warmed up himself as well, Murtagh, so I think he's going to come on and replace him after this over.
Just keep that pressure going from the pavilion end. Rowland-Jones is in again. Bullish delivery, comfortably played by Swindles, who just plays the ball up to Tim Murtagh at mid-off and goes for a little walk towards square leg. Doesn't look Toby Rowland-Jones in the eye, who has to do his lengthy trudge back to his run-up.
Interesting to see Scriven and Higgins in conversation there. They both sort of came through the Berkshire system, so whether, I mean, Scriven is younger, but whether they had some sort of contact, possibly.
Rowland-Jones in again. Oh, and that is close. That was close. And Toby Rowland-Jones cannot believe it, and I must say I am slightly surprised and trying to work out exactly what was wrong with that LBW shout. But there must have been something wrong with it, because it's been given not out. Swindle survives, he's on 42. Toby Rowland-Jones remains wicketless in this spell. And Scriven 44, 157 for 5. Richard will tell me what was wrong.
Looked a bit high, did a little bit much maybe, and as I say, looked a little bit high, so it didn't look quite as good an appeal as the one, not the previous one, which went down the leg side on for 4 leg byes, but the one before that, which looked pretty adjacent. But Rowland-Jones, frustration personified at the moment, and he hasn't taken his sweater, so he's going to have another. He's really troubled. Well, he's troubled an awful lot of batsmen this season, including 56 of them. He's got out, but in goes Coleman and bowls to Scriven, who goes back, plays it out into the covers. There's no run. 8 overs and 5 balls until tea still. Coleman is in, bowls, dug out rather by Scriven, worked out into the offside, and there's no run. Vango Fox is of your frame of mind, Guy. He says, well, it was missing off and it was missing leg. In goes Coleman, pushed out into the offside again by Scriven. I just thought it was a little bit high. It looked straight enough, but problem is I guess for the umpire to make the call is that Swindles, who, as I say, isn't a tall man, tends also to duck into his shots a little bit, crouches into his shots a little bit. In goes Coleman, bowls. Scriven is working it off middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. Murtagh jogs to his right at mid-on to field, and one is taken. So it often hits him sort of high on the pad, almost on the leg above the pad. which always makes the umpire possibly think it's going over or close to going over, when possibly, because he isn't tall and he's crouching, it isn't necessarily. Coleman is in. Is he bowling off spin now? I think he's bowling off spin. Just watching him, or he's mixing it up anyway.
Yeah. Let's watch this.
I'll have to watch him from behind. I'm watching him from front on at the moment. He is in, and that was a leg spinner, driven out into the offside. Bounces horribly and goes past Ethan Bamber, and consequently an extra run is taken. Bounces through Bamber, who gets a reproachful look from Coleman, who can't quite believe that. But it did bounce horribly towards Bamber. He formed the long barrier, bounced up and somehow burst through his hands, went for a couple of feet behind him, and the extra run was taken. So just one or two little scruffy moments of fielding from the Middlesex side, an indication perhaps of a slight frustration and weariness, and when things aren't quite going your way, feeling out there, and they would dearly love to break this partnership before tea. Still 8 overs in which to do just that.
Toby Rowland-Jones has obviously taken senior bowlers' rights and just said, I'm staying on. I very nearly got him last time. I think I can get him. And that is thick-edged away by Scriven. It's going to go all the way, I think. Is it saved? I think oh, brilliant. And there's only, in the end, because they were expecting it to go for 4, they only take the 2. Fabulous fielding down at third man. Scriven is now on 47, and I thought he was going to be on 49. They're put on 96 now, the pair of them.
Been a long time since there's been a century partnership. I'll find out when the last was.
As Toby Rowland-Jones comes in again, and that is flicked off middle into the leg side and short mid-wicket. Make sure that no runs are forthcoming. It hasn't been without the odd alarm. A couple of big LBW shouts against Swindles from Toby Rowland-Jones not given. Swindles also edging fractionally short of Eskenazi at slip. Oh, and there's a short delivery that had Scriven pulling, but he missed it, and luckily for him he didn't get an edge either, and it's taken above his shoulder by John Simpson at wicketkeeper. Good short delivery by Toby Rowland-Jones. He tempted Scriven with that one. Scriven will be, while he would have liked the 4 obviously for his 50, he could have got himself in a real tangle with that. As it is, he survives and remains on 47 not out as Toby Rowland-Jones comes in again and bowls that on or around leg stump, and it's flicked away comfortably this time by Scriven for a single to long leg, and he moves on to 48. Just 2 balls left of this 17th over from Toby Rowland-Jones. He's bowled a spell of 5, a spell of 4, a spell of 4, a spell of 3, and now he's really bent his back for this spell, because this is the 6th on the trot for him. And he's in once again. He just feels, you can sense as a bowler that he thinks something is going to happen, but not with that particular delivery.
Well, Leicester supporters will be cursing me as I say this, because I am tempting fate, but the last century partnership for Leicestershire was made back in July, 20th of July in fact. The game against Glamorgan here. Harry Swindles was involved then as well.
Well, the final ball of Toby Rowland-Jones over, and it is Harry Swindles who's facing. It's a foolish, decent delivery, but Swindles plays it comfortably enough out to cover point, and there is no run. And the end of the 53rd over of the innings and the 17th of those that's been bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones. So he's bowled almost a third of the overs that his team have bowled so far in this second innings, and he has figures of 2 for 48 from them. But Swindle's 44 not out. Scriven, who will be facing on 48, have taken the score from 66 for 4 to 163 for 5.
Actually, he wasn't involved. There were 2 century partnerships that day, the 20th of July, both for the 6th wicket and the 8th wicket for Leicestershire against Glamorgan. Ben Mike and Roman Walker. In goes Coleman, worked into the leg side by Scriven for 1. He moves on to 49, partnership on to 98. They put on 115 for the 8th wicket against Glamorgan back on the 20th of July, and it's now the 21st of September, so 2 months ago. Obviously, there hasn't been that much county cricket, championship cricket, I suppose, since, but even so. Coleman is in, bowls, tosses it up, is driven by Harry Swindles out towards extra cover. Bamba moves smartly to his right to field, gets away a good throw, and it is just 1 to Swindles, moves on to 45. The partnership 99, Scriven on 49. Can there be 2 landmarks reached with just the 1 shot? Holman is in, Scriven goes back, dabs it out into the offside in the gap, and that is the one that he needed for his first 50 for Leicestershire. Tom Scriven, well batted young man, he raises his bat to the pavilion and around the ground. His 50 has come off 97 deliveries, and it also brings up the 100 partnership for the 6th wicket. Swindles not so far behind him, is 45 not out as Holman is in, bowls to him. That is an off spinner, I think, and worked by Swindles off middle leg out towards mid on. Has to move to his right, Murtagh, and 1 is taken. So the century partnership, only the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th, 8th of the season for Leicestershire. Coleman is in, forward goes Scriven, pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run. Coleman is in, bowl, Scriven forward, defending out into the covers again. There is no run. A car with a very loud motor goes down Milligan Road. 6 fours, as you probably heard on the tannoy there. In Tom Scriven's 50, 97 balls, 6 fours. His second first-class 50, but his first for Leicestershire.
The loud car has parked happily, so hopefully we shouldn't get too many more ear-bursting accelerations.
One of those interesting-looking businesses is some sort of workshop for engines. Going to get a bit of Sam Robson.
Sam Robson's going to have
A twirl.
a twirl just to seen him bowl medium pace, but he's going to bowl a bit of spin, I think, now. And why not? Front line seamers have bowled well, but without any luck or wickets so far this afternoon. We thought Tim Murtagh might bring himself on, but no, Robson is definitely going to be bowling a bit of tweaky stuff. Also, it should help Middlesex catch up with a slightly slower run rate. They're 2 overs behind where they should be. Robson and Toby Rowland-Jones doing some bowling and fielding practice, but it will be Robson who flicking the ball up in his right hand, comes in and bowls a horrible ball down the leg side and whirls his arms. Swindles, I think, got a bit of, but no, it was a bye. It so surprised Swindles by its width that in the end, down the leg side, it went for 2 byes. So the score goes forward by 2, but Swindles remains on 46. Robson in again, and that's a better delivery, and Swindles waits for it and then just plays the ball out into the leg side, not altogether comfortably. Nice bit of air and loop from Robson on that particular delivery. Tough when you're just thrown in, as he has been here. But on the money again, and Swindles has a respectful look at that delivery and plays it defensively into the covers. Robson gives it a rip as he waits to bowl. 5-yard run up. That's flicked into the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket, where it's fielded briskly by Stoneman, and there is no run. And apart from that first delivery, it's been a pretty good over so far from Sam Robson. Swindles again, he thought about coming down the wicket, but then wisely stayed where he was. Robson again with some air. This must be frustrating for Swindles, who hasn't been in the best of form, as Richard said, and I imagine would quite like to get to his 100 in a hurry, but he's not going to. It will go down as a maiden over with those 2 byes off the first ball, so 2 added to the scoreboard. Decent first over that from Sam Robson. 169 for 5. Swindles remains on 46.
That's something I haven't seen before. Robson is wearing his sort of GPS, well, I was going to say vest, but they're only they're kind of like, I suppose, a sort of sports bra, aren't they, of kind, over his shirt, so he has to hand that to the umpire as well as his sweater, and he's put it back on. But you would have thought that they'd want that GPS vest on while he was bowling as well, in as much as Robson needs one, given his fielding at slip. It seems a somewhat unnecessary thing for one of the batters, really, and the slip fielder. Coleman, 4 overs, 1 for 12, continues from the Bennett end, bowls to Tom Scriven, who is forward, just pushing it calmly into the gap in the covers, taking 1. Impressive temperament that Scriven is showing in this innings. Refusing to be hurried, moves on to 51, 170 now for 5 Leicestershire. Coleman is in and bowls, tosses it up invitingly outside off stump. The invitation is accepted by Swindles, who drives it out to Bamber on the offside, takes 1, moves on to 47. Little sort of mixture, mostly leg spin now from Coleman. This over has been exclusively so. He is in again, and that one goes through and misses everything. Coleman thought that one was going to go on to the stumps, but just prodded outside the line of that one a little bit for some reason. Harry Swindles certainly didn't really, looking at the replay, threaten the stumps. Coleman, little step, then gets into his run and bowls, brings Swindles forward on off stump. And there's no run. Bowls again. Swindles goes back, slightly short of a length delivery, looks to force it out into the offside, doesn't time it. Comes off a thick bottom part of the bat, shovels it out into the offside, where it is fielded in the covers. And there is no run. End of the over. 172 for 5. The partnership moves up to 106, Scriven 52, Swindles 47.
That will be Sam Robson to continue from the pavilion end after his pretty decent first over. The opening bat, who also does a bit of part-time off spin. And it will be Tom Scriven, who's completed his half century, his first for this county, and smothers that one nicely. Plays it out to point. There's just a single slip. Backward point. Cover. Deep cover. Sweeping. Mid on, mid off, set back. Certainly you can take a single. Mid wicket and a deep mid wicket, as well as a deep square leg. And that is just played out to cover, and there is no run. Cloud's cover has just come over the ground. A little bit of air that time, and it's played out nicely between the fielders to that man sweeping at deep cover for a single that they can virtually walk. Scriven moves to 53.
I think if a few batsmen whose eyes would have lit up at that one and they'd try to thrash it over the offside or something, but as I say, Scriven's temperament as well as his technique has impressed me in this innings.
Yeah, and Robson does give it a bit of air. You have to treat it carefully, and that's another decent delivery and a forward defensive from Swindles. He's decided he doesn't need to hurry towards his half century. Rightly. He's already faced 126 balls. He doesn't want to waste the hard work. And that was shortish on the leg side, but he didn't middle it at all. He does get enough on it to turn it round the corner for a single, but he'll be slightly disappointed not to have got a little more on it, though there are two men out for that shot if he had looked to go large. And that is a spin there for Robson, but smothered nicely by Scriven. Swindles will keep the strike. Decent over that, just the 2 runs from it. 174 for 5, Scriven 53, Swindles 48 not out.
3 overs until tea. I would have presumed those sort of GPS things have a name, but he's putting it on now, as you can see at Robson there, but I wonder what the name is. I'm sure it isn't GPS bra, I'm sure it's has a proper technical name of some kind. Slip, perhaps, I don't know. Certainly not vest, because it only sort of goes sort of halfway down the chest. Coleman to continue to Swindles on 48. He is in and bowls. Swindles defends on off stump.
Despite the bra-like look, I can see Alex Oxlade-Chamberlain advertising one on the web, and they are still known as vests.
Okay. GPS vest, then is it all?
GPS vest, if you Google it.
Coleman is in. Stroked by Swindles out, but only as far as mid-wicket, and there is no run. They weren't a thing when I was younger.
No, they really, really weren't a thing. But there are lots of footballers who apparently wear them now, men and women.
Coleman is in, driven by Swindles out into the gap in the offside. Ethan Bamber comes in to field and throws accurately to Simpson, so just a single to Harry Swindles, moves on to 49. It's been a genuinely battling knock from Swindles. As Coleman goes in, Scriven is forward, out into the offside it goes from Scriven. A signal from umpire Cook that there are 2 to come. 2 fingers extended to his right for the benefit of umpire O'Shaughnessy. is in and bowls. Back goes Scriven, working it through mid-wicket. One is taken. Coleman trying to engender a little bit of theatre, a little shout of frustration as though he thought it was going to get through Tom Scriven there. Coleman is in. Forward goes Swindles, out into the offside it goes. End of the over, the 58th of the Leicestershire innings. 34 remain to be bowled today. Ergo, there are 2 until tea, but it is 3:30, so I will have an update to do shortly.
I shall listen out for it and shut up should it.
Brunty has suggested the name for those for those tunics or vests, as we are informed that they should be. I can say that, can't I? It's sort of, not in that context. No, better not.
But it's good.
It is. He's a professional writer, a professional humorist as well. Robson is into Scriven, short, and it's pulled down to the long leg boundary for 4. Here's the update. And Leicestershire continue to thrive in this afternoon session, during which they have not lost a wicket. I almost feel like repeating that. It has happened so infrequently this season. 180 for 5 they are now. They were 66 for 5 at lunch, but Tom Scriven and Harry Swindles have put together a partnership that is so far worth 114 for the 6th wicket taken. Leicestershire a long way past the follow-on target now, and approaching 200 in the realm of batting bonus points, even as Scriven picks up another couple of runs there to move on to 60. It's his maiden first-class century for Leicestershire. Harry Swindles approaching his 3rd of the season. All good then for the Foxes at the Uptonsteel County Ground for once. They're 182 for 5.
And it will be Sam Robson who, after those first good 2 overs, has not been quite as on the money on this one. Well played though from Tom Scriven. And that one is pretty wide and is a very safe leave as far as Scriven is concerned. In again, and Scriven drives it back to the bowler. There is no run.
Brunty does have a question for you though, Guy, which is why you think that Roland Jones, having gotten sort of fit again and taking lots of wickets, hasn't really been mentioned too much in the England context.
It's a good question. I think that's driven out nicely to deep cover for a single. There's 1 ball left of the over. Harry Swindles on 1 will face it. I think the competition is pretty extreme for that position. Given his pace, he's up against Ollie Robinson. There are Potts. There are a lot of very good bowlers, and they're bowling. Yeah, so I think that is part of the reason. And it's in, and it's Swindles, and it's very wide. And Swindles' eyes lit up, but the ball turned away from his bat. And in fact, he could have got out in an embarrassing manner. As it is, he survives on 49. But he's still on 49 and the 50 awaits. But it's a good point. Toby Rowland-Jones has bowled really, really well. But when he broke through into the team, there was a real need for that first change bowler after Broad and Anderson. And at the moment, there is a queue, and there's a whole host of players who, when they get fit again, will also be back in the Jofra Archer, Mark Wood. There's a and we've got Ollie Stone out there in Pakistan.
Several MPH faster than...
Exactly. So it's tough because he's bowling really, really well. But so are a lot of other bowlers at the moment.
Last over before tea to be delivered by Luke Holman. Bowls to Tom Scriven, who is forward defending out into the offside. Swindles might be going in for tea on 49. He's watching at the moment. 5 balls remain. I don't think that will per se concern him. Coleman is in. Scriven is looking to play fairly forcefully out into the offside, but cover reaching to his left makes the stop and hurls the ball at the stumps at the bowler's end. Half stopped by Holman, 2 backing up. And keeping Swindles honest, back into his ground he had to scramble fairly promptly. Holman in, back goes Scriven, late on it, just dabbing it down towards backward point where Higgins is the fielder.
He had to hop a bit, didn't he, on that occasion, Scriven, but did it well.
Holman in, bowls, back goes Scriven, little sort of flick of the wrists as he works that out towards mid-wicket, but directly to the fielder at mid-wicket, so no possibility of a single. Scriven waits as Holman comes in, and he's going to get a chance, Swindles, because he's worked off the back foot by Tom Scriven down towards deep backward square, and one is taken. So 1 ball left before tea. Swindles on 49. Will he bring in the field Murta? Well, deep backward square is coming in, and that is it. So there is still a huge gap between backward square and mid-wicket. There is a fielder, but he's on the boundary. Holman is in, driving through the offside, Harry Swindles, and that is the one he needs for his 50. Bamber makes the stop, but Swindles takes his single, and he will enjoy his cup of tea so much more for be able to take it, having reached that little personal landmark. And what a session it has been for Leicestershire. Swindles, well, we'll start with him. His 50 has been made off 133 deliveries. Scrivens came off 97, an indication of how hard Swindles, who was in before lunch, has had to work for that half century, but together they've put together a partnership that is now worth 119, and all those runs obviously scored in that session, so that's a fairly decent return as well for Leicestershire. A session of 119 without loss is just what the Leicestershire doctor ordered. 185 for 5 at tea. Well, we will enjoy our cup of tea at courtesy of Brunty, that splendid looking cake as well.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see as well. Tim Murta and several of the Middlesex players clapping the 2 Leicestershire guys off the field. Just on a very personal note, I really like saying the word Swindles has reached his half century. And delighted to have been at the ground to see it happen. And we'll get my Middlesex head back on, of course, after tea, because Middlesex, as one or two pointed out on the stream, with Coleman going so well, the last thing they needed was a session, a wicketless session, particularly after the excellent morning. 66 for 5 at lunch, 185 for 5 at tea, and while Toby Rowland-Jones will feel that he was a little unlucky with a couple of big LBW shots, and there was an edge just short of first slip. It's been terrific from these 2, and we'll be back after tea. Richard can no longer wait for his cake, and I can understand exactly why he feels like that. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes or so with see whether Leicestershire's.
As Rowland-Jones is in and bowls outside off stump, steered away to the backward point boundary for 4 by Scriven.
Deliveries. Runs in once again, and this time it's driven beautifully on the up through the covers. It's probably slightly square as
Bamber is in, outside off stump, steered down to third. as Roland Jones is in and bowls outside off stump, steered away to the backward point boundary for 4 by Scriven.
Deliveries. Runs in once again, and this time it's driven beautifully on the up through the covers. It's probably slightly squarer than
Bamber is in, outside off stump, steered down to third man. There is no third man, 4 runs for Tom.
We'll worry about that in 60 odd runs time. And that is played very nicely indeed by Swindles. High forearm, and he is
Yet in goes Bamber and bowls, clipped nicely away to mid-wicket by Tom Scriven. Should be just the one. No, Harry,
we
wait.
find something special with it. And that is punt. That's again 4 more runs backward of square for Scriven, who is marching outside his crease, but not for the first time. There are runs through between slip.
Comes charging in and bowls. Scriven is pulling over mid-wicket for 4. Quick hands. I did mention them in context of one day. Bustles in, bowls onto the legs of Swindles, worked down towards fine leg for 4 by Harry Swindles. Waiting to see the signal. It is
2 slips and a gully now for Toby Roland Jones. And there's an edge, and it's dropped short of
as Higgins runs in and bowls to Scriven, who clips him nicely away through square leg. It's one of those that is going to just keep the fielder interested before trickling. A real prospect with the bat in hand as well as the ball. He is a young all-rounder. Swindles picks up 4 through the offside there to move on to 42. Is in. Scriven goes back, dabs it out into the offside in the gap, and that is the one that he needed for his first 50. Hobson is into Scriven short, and it's pulled down to the long leg boundary for 4. Here's the update. And Leicestershire continue backward, square and mid-wicket. There is a fielder, but he's on the boundary. Coleman is in, driving through the offside, Harry Swindles, and that is the one he needs for his 50. Bamber makes the stop, but Swindles takes his single, and he will enjoy his cup of tea so much more.
Do you still have a place you live? Permanent place over here?
When we bought the place in Spain, I bought it right here just in which is on the other side near the university.
It's running.
It's first floor, so I could just leave it, safely.
What a clever idea.
It's really nice. It's lonely sometimes, because when my son was there initially, but now he's
That's right, I remember you saying.
kind of works out.
She's not coming back at all.
Great.
Yes, better have, haven't we? Can't have some cake and our time. Apologies to Richard Ray fans who were expecting him to be reintroducing play after tea, but there is still a rather large chunk of carrot cake and a very interesting custard cream cake. It was delicious, but I can't quite get to the bottom of it. Richard will also tell us where these cakes came from, because we ought to say thank you. But just while he... yes, hopefully that should appear on screen in a minute. There we go. It was a delicious cake. It really was. The players probably haven't had as much cake as we had, because they've still got to run around a lot. For this final session, Middlesex will be hoping not for too long before they can bat again, but just had a very frustrating 2.5 hours where they were held at bay by Tom Scriven and Harry Swindles, both of whom have completed half centuries. The century partnership has come up as they took their team from 66 for 5 at lunch to 185 for 5 at tea. 119 runs added. Middlesex didn't bowl that badly, but these two just gritted it out, and if there was anything loose, put it away.
There wasn't much loose, but the pitch has flattened a little bit, hasn't it? Obviously the older ball too, so still 20 overs left to be bowled with this older ball.
I think it seemed, after the experiment with Sam Robson's off spin, it looks as if Ethan Bamber will be back. Now who do we have to thank for the cakes just before?
We have Martin
ball?
Brunty and of course the Friends of Grace Road, who make the cakes and sell them in the cause of the club, and the funds go to various projects around the ground usually.
Well, thank you very much indeed, and it will be Ethan Bamber who bowls full, and Harry Swindles who plays for the first time today. A nice defensive shot back to the bowler. He had 6 fours in his 50, but when you consider he faced 133 balls getting to that half century, there were a few dots along the way as well. But that was exactly what his side needed. Scriven's batted with more fluency, but Swindles has stayed. Swindles actually plays a really nice little shot off his toes and clips it out to mid-wicket, but straight to the fielder, so there will be no runs. Turn that delivery from Ethan Bamber into a half volley or thereabouts. Bamber trying to pitch it up. Bamber just stretching his legs a little.
It's good to meet Jeff and Robert Coe during the interval as well. Long-standing supporters of Leicestershire cricket.
As Ethan Bamber is in again, and that's on leg stump, and it's tucked away really nicely. It may go for 4. No, brilliant piece of fielding down at long leg ensures they'll only take 3, and as the ball flicked past him, the umpire actually put his hands out as if he suddenly had to realise he wasn't allowed to catch it as it went past him. And there are 3 more runs to Swindles. Scriven now has the strike, 188 for 5.
Yeah, great
Nice
work
shot
by Higgins down there, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? Brilliant stop. save the extra run.
Cook is spending a long time on his walkie-talkie. Maybe he's talking cake as well.
As Ethan Bamber is in once more, and that's outside off stump. And the ball is doing considerably less now. It was fairly regulation as far as Scriven was concerned, to play the defensive shot outside off stump.
Jeffco, who, as I say, has been watching Leicestershire cricket for a long time, used to open the bowling for, amongst others, the Earl Shilton Cricket Club, alongside, and has opened the bowling in the past with the likes of Les Taylor.
Oh, wow.
And Jimmy Ormond, James Ormond, of course.
Ethan Bamber is in once more. Fuller and driven, and he bisects the two fielders nicely, does Tom Scriven. He should get at least 2. I'd have thought 3, and indeed they do take 3 in the end. And it was Toby Rowland-Jones, who probably didn't fancy that long run, who in the end had to go all the way back to the boundary to stop the 4 runs and just make it 3. There are 2 good clips each for the 2 batters in this over. 6 runs have come from it so far, as Ethan Bamber in again, and that is a defensive shot from Harry Swindles. Bamber, who bowled so well from the other end, is now on at the pavilion end, and I'm not sure if he bowled quite as well coming up the hill as he did downhill.
Yeah, it's a very different demands placed on the bowler, and it does take a little bit of getting used to. Obviously, Leicestershire's bowlers, well, Clint Mackay, of fond memory, who took 50 wickets in each of his first 2 seasons for Leicester, said it took him the best part of a year and a half to get used to the sort of difference in bowling from one end to t'other, when you have to work quite a lot harder to get to the crease from this pavilion end. Jeff Coe he's fairly philosophical about Leicestershire's position in the game at the moment, possibly more so than myself in a way, but he says, well, you look at the visiting team sheets, and he says usually 8 or 9 of their players in direct comparison you would say are better than yours, so in those circumstances he says you can't expect to win too many games, but it'd be nice to win 1 this season, that's for sure. If Leicestershire go winless throughout the season, it will be their 4th in their last, I think, 10 or 11 years. Tim Murtaugh's on at the Bennett end. Bowls edged, caught behind. Scrivener's gone. Murtaugh with his first ball after tea has made the difference. Tom Scriven reached for one. There was a little bit of extra bounce and movement away. You heard probably the edge in the effects mic. And Scriven goes. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. A little bit of bad news for them. The partnership has been worth 125. Scriven drags himself from the field. Murtaugh works the oracle for Leicestershire, for Middlesex even. They have Tom Scriven, the first ball bowled by Tim Murtaugh after tea. He'd made 65 from 120 deliveries, got a ball that just left him, bounced a little bit. Big edge and taken by John Simpson, the wicketkeeper for Middlesex, diving away to his right. Together with Harry Swindles, Tom Scriven had built a partnership of 125 for the 6th wicket, and they had saved the follow-on. But they are still well behind Leicestershire. They're still 108 behind Middlesex's first innings score. Now, I'm afraid, with just 4 first innings wickets in hand.
Yeah, I wonder if Scriven might feel that he needed to play at that one as well, looking at the replay. I understand why he did. It was straight after tea, he was feeling good, but you're right, that extra bounce that Murtaugh managed to find, it could well have been the factor that did for Scriven on that occasion. Batted really nicely too, so disappointing finish. He had done well to drag his team past that follow-on mark and keep them in touch.
That partnership of making was 125 in the end. Leicestershire's 5th highest of the season, remarkably. Murtagh is into Ed Barnes, who is leaning forward, the young Yorkshireman on the off stump, just dabbing it into the offside. Barnes, very much a bowling all-rounder. His batting looked really promising last season for long periods. Possible to argue that it's gone backwards a little bit this season. But he's a determined bat. His highest score this season is 37. He's made 196 runs in first-class cricket in 13 innings. Murtagh is in, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump.
So with those figures, possibly batting a little high at number 8. Or 9.
Yeah, last season you'd say, yeah, he probably isn't far off being a number 8, but this season it's been very much a batter for number 9 or even 10 really, but he is better than that, and he could be a number 8. And this is an opportunity for him, really.
Absolutely.
Flattish pitch now, old ball. Murtagh is in and bowling very straight back down the wicket by Barnes. It trickles into the middle stump at the non-striker's end, and everybody ignores it until the fielder comes in from mid-wicket to field it. Umpire Cook bends down very carefully and slowly, bends at the knees. They're creaking a little bit, Cookie's knees. They'll be all right once he's had a few weeks off. Murtagh, re-energised, is in and bowling to Barnes, thick inside edge. A shout of frustration, a collective shout of frustration from behind the stumps as the ball runs out into the onside. There's no run. It wasn't Tom Scriven's highest first-class score. It certainly was his highest first-class score for Leicestershire, but he did score that 68 for Hampshire. But a really promising knock as far as the Foxes are concerned from Tom Scriven. Murtagh in, bowls on off stump, pushed out into the offside by Barnes, sees it's going wide of the fielder, and there's an appeal for a run out there. As a really good throw comes in from the effervescent Higgins, and as Guy said, it probably was quite close, but Barnes, who'd had to change, swerve around the bowler as he ran into his ground, looked to have made it. There was no real great excitement there.
No, you're absolutely right. Looking again, he was there, but it was a really good throw.
It was.
Put real pressure on the batsman, because I thought there was a perfectly comfortable single there, and quite right for Barnes to try and get off the mark.
The Yorkshireman is now off the mark and has kept to the strike with that single. 192 for 6. Leicestershire still, though, 105 behind on first innings. And if Middlesex can finish Leicestershire off quickly and have a sort of lead of 70 or 80,
yeah,
still more than useful.
Bat for an hour tonight. But there is still work to do. Harry Swindles, who hasn't looked as if he wants to go anywhere, is still there, though it will be Barnes who will be facing Ethan Bamber, and he has a involuntary prod outside off stump, but gets away with it as Tim Murtagh gets 12th man to take off his jumper off the pitch. He's decided he's quite warm enough, thank you, particularly as he's bowling at the moment. Bamber will be encouraged by that flirt outside off stump from Barnes. This time Barnes has learnt his lesson though, and that is wide outside off stump, and he just leaves it to go through to wicketkeeper Simpson, who takes it nearly in front of first slip. Stephen Eskenazi.
Email from the club, which has made me smile a little bit. Voting is now open for the 2022 Player of the Season award, and it's illustrated with a nice picture of Ian Mulder. I'm sure that's a complete coincidence. Teammates surrounding him.
In again. Oh, and that is extravagant drive outside off stump that doesn't get as close to the ball. 1 for danger and 2 for runs. So again, Ethan Bamber will know that he needs to put the ball there or thereabouts. Harry Swindles hasn't gone up and had a word with Barnes and says just to say calm down, which might be an idea at the moment. This time, however, Barnes plays a very correct forward defensive as the ball is bowled wicket to wicket. And the straight delivery he seems to be happier with. It's the one just outside off stump that he doesn't seem to be able to resist currently. Did you manage to track the lovely custard cream cake? Did you work out what the base of the cake was? It was delicious, but I'm not quite sure how it was made. As in comes Ethan Bamber again, and again it's on the stumps, and again it's played pretty comfortably by Barnes, just into the leg side.
It's a pretty sweet base. For a
good
biscuity sort of.
Yeah.
Well, it is a custard cream cake, I suppose. So
Yep.
perhaps crushed biscuity parts of custard creams.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Well, thank you. Well, I enjoyed it. In comes Ethan Bamber once again, and Barnes has managed to resist temptation on that final ball and let it go through to the wicketkeeper. It's a maiden from Ethan Bamber, who's now bowled 14 overs, 4 of which have been maidens, 1 for 36. Bowled nicely, and that was a better over. Tim Murtagh has a long chat with Toby Rowland Jones, the Seam twins, and it will be Tim Murtagh to continue and Richard Ray to continue.
Swindles checks his guard with umpire Cook. Asks Tim Murtagh just to wait a second because fielders still getting into their positions. Then Murtagh, leaning as ever, goes in and bowls outside off stump, swinging away, and little feel for it, Swindles, but unlike Scriven, doesn't get the edge.
Yeah, also was coming down the wicket to him as well, wasn't he? He was stepping outside his crease to negate any movement, but didn't get there either.
Murtagh outside off stump again, inviting Swindles to have another little feel for the ball. This time he wisely lets it go through to John Simpson behind the stumps. And, again, different feel to the game now, all of a sudden. One of those swings that make Championship cricket the game it is, really. Ups and downs and sessions and changes, and in goes Murtagh and bowls outside off stump, out swinger again that Swindles allows to go through. And why we love it so much. Just don't get these sort of shades of play and
You don't get the
swings
rhythm.
And
No, I agree. Well said, Richard.
feelings of a game changing in that you just don't get with white ball cricket. In goes Murtagh, bowls outside off stump, leaning forward. Swindles does get to that one, plays with an angle bat, soft hands down into the gully. Good work here, Timmy. Sounded a bit Simpson-like from behind the stumps. Murtagh turns. A unique run comes in and bowls on off stump. Swindles defends out into the offside, out towards point. Takes a step down the wicket, but even as he takes the step, he's calling no and holding out his bat towards Eddie Barnes at the other end. Eddie Barnes was the one who came up to do the BBC Radio Leicester cricket show yesterday, and when he'd done, he asked my presenting colleague Jack Rafferty, "Are you Guy Swindles then?" because you know he was who informed us, as in goes Murtagh and bowls. Swindles tucks him off middle and leg down towards long leg and takes one. Because this he apparently, Harry was genuinely thinking that his dad was behind the microphone, because his dad was called Guy, of course, as well. So
I'm intrigued by this, because it not being a common name, when you join various social media sites, the person with a similar name, with your same name, will crop up. And I have only ever found one other Guy Swindles in the country, and he was from Leicester. So I am assuming it is Harry's father, but I now need to find out. So I'm going to have to call in a favour, Richard, and find out.
I will ask him. He is one of the two candidates to speak to tonight for obvious reasons.
Well, I'll be hanging around for that one. And it will be Ethan Bamber. I'm supposed to be talking now, aren't I? Ethan Bamber. Right arm over. Oh, and he beats Swindles outside the off stump. Very nice delivery. A little bit of shape away as well for Bamber on that occasion, as he comes to term with bowling up the hill after really impressing from the Bennett end. He's now at the pavilion end. Waits for the ball to come back to him as he's at his mark. And Toby Rowland-Jones does fling it to him, right hand underarm. Bamber away briskly for his run. And this time Swindles does go forward, plays the comfortable defensive shot back to mid-on. Toby Rowland-Jones again in fields, waits for Ethan Bamber. Gives a little word of advice. Bamber just brushes his hair, picks up the shoulders of his shirt before he's ready to run in again. Oh, and he beats Swindles all ends up. That was an absolute cracker. Perfect length and line outside off stump.
It must have been beaten 25 times easily in this innings, Harry Swindles, but he's battled away. He hasn't let it affect him. 146 balls he's faced now for his 54.
Yeah, he manages to put it to the back of his mind and then concentrate on the next one, which is being bowled by Ethan Bamber now. Beats him again, though I think I'll give Swindles a slight bit of benefit of the doubtage there, and I think he got his bat back inside.
You're a very generous man.
Well, it's only his name that saved him.
Yeah, I suspect so.
But it was beautifully bowled by Ethan Bamber, who has took him an over or so just to get used to bowling from this end, and is right on the money, just as he was at the Bennett end now, and causing real problems. That's just too wide, though, to tempt Swindles into an inappropriate shot outside off stump, and he lets it go through to the keeper. Flicks it up to first slip, where Eskenazi goes for a little bit of a run, looks to see who he can throw it to, and eventually it goes to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-on.
I have to say, I think the carrot cake, good though the custard cream cake is, I think the carrot cake's better.
Yeah, it's beautifully made. And that is squirts off the thickish outside edge into the backward point region, where there is a fielder and there is no run, and that was a really, really good over from Ethan Bamber. And Harry Swindles will be happy that he's still there after being beaten a couple of times. In trouble on another one. He's still there on 54. Barnes is 1 not out. The score 193 for 6. And it's been tough going since tea for these Leicestershire batsmen.
I was just thinking how well Middlesex have sort of regathered themselves really and used the tea interval and just got a little bit of energy back. They've obviously had a talk about their approach, and they look a completely re-energised side as in comes Tim Merton and bowls to Barnes, who is forward. It's a tallish man, Barnes, and got to the pitch of that, steered it out into the offside, and there's no run. Once again, look like the promotion contenders that they very much are. One or two Middlesex supporters were giving them a little bit of stick on social media towards the end of that session, but as Guy has said, actually they didn't bowl badly, I don't think, during that interval, during that session. They didn't enjoy any real luck though, as Murta is in, bowls, Barnes getting to the pitch of it, steers it out to mid-off off the front foot, and there's no run. Mid-off, Bamber does Simpson no favours at all with his throw, but Simpson, with a wry grin, turns away, having cleaned it up and made the throw look better than it actually was. He's not one of those for... In fact, it was Higgins out there at mid-off. Not one of those there for wicket-keepers who glare and look daggers. Murta is in, straight, Barnes straight back down the wicket to him. Just sensing an opportunity, Middlesex, to get that decent first innings lead. Put Leicestershire under real pressure in their second innings, no doubt. I don't think the forecast for the next 2 days is too bad. So whether rain will be a factor remains to be seen. In goes Murta and bowls. Barnes is forward. Wait on, wait on. Well, that might have been Swindles saying wait on, wait on. In fact, I think it was, because I think he said wait on, Barnesy. Barnesy, Eddie Barnes, enjoy telling commentators who haven't seen much of him before, when he first came to Leicestershire, was christened, if you like, or was given the nickname the coat hanger by Callum Parkinson in particular, because and when you watch him for a while you can see it.
Yeah, no, you're right. He's all legs and arms. Yeah.
Murta is in, bowls to him outside off stump and left, but he's also got slightly sloped shoulders.
Oh, very good. Yes.
And that is why he was nicknamed the coat hanger, but he seems to have lost that now. He's such an amiable and likeable soul, Eddie Barnes, that Barnesy seems kind of appropriate.
Yeah, it's quite a feat to be nice enough to escape a nickname. They can stick if you're not careful.
Tim Murta in to Barnes, again very straight, but Barnes half forward, leans into his solid defensive shot, back out into the offside it goes. Higgins is the fielder at mid-off, and that is the end of the 66th over of the Leicestershire innings, 193 for 6, so just 8 runs added since tea, and there have been 6 overs, 8 runs in 6 overs and a wicket, so Middlesex very much back on top in the field.
As the sun comes out, peeks through the clouds.
Each time I want to take some cake, the camera goes on us.
Let people let them eat cake. Oh, it's another absolute snorter from Ethan Bamber, and Swindles is beaten, not for the first time in this little session, this little battle between Bamber and Swindles outside off stump. Bamber gets it on or around that off stump. He really does cause problems. There are occasions when he goes a little too wide or a little too straight, and Swindles is coping admirably, but Bamber gets it just right. It is very tough. He's in again. Oh, and he's beaten again, and I wondered if I'd heard a little snick on that occasion, but even if there was, it didn't. I don't think it carried to the keeper, but
no.
It was another lovely delivery. So that's 2 for 2 in this over that Bamber has beaten Swindles, who, when you consider he's been batting for as long as he has, which is 3 hours, certainly there or thereabouts, as we've seen throughout this, you're never really in on this wicket. There is often a ball with your name on it. Bamber comes in again, and this time it's that inch or two straighter, and Swindles plays the forward defensive from the middle of the bat to Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-on. John Simpson exhorting the troops into further efforts. A couple of slips now in a gully as Bamber bustles in. Oh, and squares Swindles up a little bit, thickish outside edge all along the ground to that gully fielder. But Bamber really cranking it up at the moment, bowling very nicely indeed.
I'm sure that Eddie Barnes has washed his kit with something red, because there's a slightly pinkish hue to his Leicestershire sweater.
You're right. That pink sock got in, that red sock, as in comes Bamber again, and this time Swindles takes a walk forward and pushes the ball into the covers.
It's when he turns and you see him sort of chest on.
We've all done it. Once, but we've all done it.
Well, these days whites are made of, well, heaven knows what, so they're usually pretty much impervious to any sort of...
But jumpers still have the...
Yeah, I assume.
Bamber in once more. And again squares Swindles up somewhat. Swindles survives, as he has done. It's another maiden over from Ethan Bamber. Of his 16, 6 have been maidens, 1 for 36. So the score remains 193 for 6. Swindles remains on 54. Barnes is on 1. And it's been a while since a run, Richard. I think, is it 3 overs?
Yep, that is 8 in 7 overs since tea. A very different feel has come onto the game. That was an extraordinary afternoon session in some respects. Well, in every respect almost, really. Just by the end had just such a completely different feel to everything that had gone before, and it is everything that is going on now. Murtagh into Barnes, who is driving, and he's got that one away to the extent that he has beaten the man at extra cover. Higgins has to hop around to his left at mid-off, and Barnes picks up his second single. The scoreboard changes for the first time for, as Guy said, just over 3 overs. First batting bonus point within sight for the Foxes. Murtagh into Swindles, who's stepping across his stumps and then hopping across still a little bit further. Murtagh bowls outside off stump. Swindles lets it go through. Eskenazi has been at first slip throughout the entirety of the innings so far. Nice and easy work for him as in goes Murtagh, and Bowles looking to work it off his pads. Didn't look to get anything on it, but perhaps he did get a little bit of an inside edge on it, because umpire Cook is not interested in the appeal.
I think it might have hit him outside the line as well, and there was height. He was down the wicket a long way. I think there was quite a lot not to give that out for.
Murtagh turns, comes running in and bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through by Swindles. That was sounded like a sort of Cornish sailor, didn't it? From "Come on, lads." That was Robson, remarkably, at second slip, who turned and gave it the old Yeah, it's
The Pirate.
Pirate. It was a bit like that, wasn't it? Long John Silver. Murtagh is in and bowls. Driving is Swindles off the stumps rather. Extra cover dives, deflects the ball, and diving to his right behind him, Higgins, who had to change direction with, well, unexpected consequences, managed to put on the brakes and fling himself to his right, having been running to his left, and make the stop.
There was a lot of work to save a single, that, for those two fielders. But they did.
Yeah. Murtagh in. Bowl. Swindles, gets one that comes back into him and discomforts him considerably, but does a little bit too much. Bounces and gets a sort of little bit of sometimes skid as well, almost, Murtagh, off the pitch, a little sort of rolling skid effect. Troubles Swindles, but it does not get through. End of the over, 194 for 6. Just 9 runs off 8 overs post tee and a wicket.
Yeah, things have looked altogether harder since Tom Scriven got out, who made batting look a little bit easier than these two have. Swindles gritted alongside him but played the occasional pleasing shot whenever he could, but it just haven't been the deliveries to attack since tea. There was the 1 over after tea where they both played shots for 3 runs each, but since the dismissal of Scriven, it's been tough, and now it's Barnes who's defending against Ethan Bamber after 2 overs of Swindles having to keep Bamber out. They have switched. Yes, we're waiting for the...
It's the first of the big sports bulletins of the day, so sometimes it's a little bit delayed, the 4:30, but we'll see.
I shall be listening out and whisk off as Ethan Bamber draws the false shot from Barnes outside off stump. He practices an altogether better looking shot than the one he actually played, but neither of them involved any foot movement whatsoever.
Bamber is in, bowls. Barnes defends out to mid-off and there's no run. Here comes the update. Good afternoon. Yeah, after a remarkable afternoon session in which Leicestershire scored 119 runs and did not lose one single wicket, taking the score from 66 for 5 to 185 for 5. Well, unfortunately, they have now lost the first wicket of the evening session. Tom Scriven, who'd made 65 when he got a delivery from Tim Murtagh that bounced and left him, took the outside edge, and there was a reasonably comfortable catch for John Simpson behind the stumps. Since then, it's been really hard work for Harry Swindles, who's 54 not out, and Ed Barnes to gain any sort of momentum. Indeed, only 9 runs have been added since tea in 9 overs, showing how well this Middlesex attack, which has propelled them to within sight of promotion from the second division, is performing at the moment. Swindles, who must have been beaten 25 or even 30 times, is 54 not out off 160 deliveries. Eddie Barnes is 2 off 22, but they're still out there, they're still battling. They've taken the score onto 194 for 6, which means Leicestershire now trail by 103.
And it will be Ethan Bamber who has just bounced Barnes, who took it on but didn't get close to it, so perfectly safely. Bamber really does every bit of his body in his bowling action, and we've said it so many times, Bamber beats the outside edge. This time it's the outside edge of Barnes. It's yet another maiden for Ethan Bamber. Out of his 17 he's bowled 7, and I think the last 3 or 4 overs have all been maidens. and pressure just cranks up another notch on Barnes and Swindles. The good news for Leicestershire is they're still there. The good news for Middlesex is they're almost completely becalmed currently.
Yep, going nowhere, and not very quickly. 11 overs until the new ball. 23 overs remain tonight. So if they need it, Middlesex are going to have a fair chunk of new ball to try and finish the Leicestershire first innings off. They may not need it. Change of bowling outside off stump, pushed out into the offside by Swindles, and he's got it past mid-off, who dived to his left, didn't manage to make a clean stop. So Higgins is going to concede 3 to Harry Swindles. Didn't get to the pitch of that one as he went for the drive, and it was in the air, but he got plenty of it, Swindles, and he moves on to 57, 197 for 6. Higgins wicketless so far, and he has conceded a few runs, 47 from his 9.1 overs now. He's been the release valve, if you like, for Leicestershire. Runs in and bowls to Barnes onto the leg stump. Barnes thick inside edge as he looks to turn that into the leg side that trickles down towards leg slip. Simpson, having shed a gauntlet, runs across and fields. 100 behind now, Leicestershire, with those 3 runs. And third slip is now short-ish, mid-wicket. As Higgins is in. Barnes has hit on the pads and appeal for leg before, to me, hit him outside the line. He did step a long way across and looked to me to hit him outside the line. Let's see what Guy makes of it when he watches the replay, if we get one.
I think, Richard, you, as I'm getting it on slightly later than you, I think, or earlier, I'm not quite sure, but I think you're exactly right.
Outside the line. Long way outside the line. You could see almost all 3 stumps there. Height wasn't an issue, and it may well have gone on to hit. In goes Higgins and bowls down the leg side. Barnes flicks at it, turns his wrists on it, doesn't get anything on it, and raises his eyes to the heavens in irritation. I suspect we might not be too far from seeing the floodlights turned on.
Yeah, it is a bit gloomier now, isn't it? There's less and less rays of sunlight breaking the blanket of grey cloud above us.
Higgins is in, bowls, Barnes is forward, playing it out into the offside. Talking about nicknames, and you saying that Rays there, that sometimes in the cricket team in which I played a fair chunk in East Yorkshire, they knew me as Ted, but that was very a generational reference, you see. Ted Ray was a comedian of the 50s almost.
I remember.
I know. Don't you pretend you don't know who Ted Ray is.
I do know who Ted Ray is.
In goes Higgins.
I wasn't
and
pretending. I was agreeing. Oh, Ted Ray.
I thought you were saying, I'm far too young. You, as in Bill, were saying, I'm far too young to remember who Ted Ray was.
I have a young voice, but I'm not young enough to not remember who Ted Ray was. The avuncular
rather
Ted
old-fashioned, wasn't he? A little bit sort of, yeah.
Big in the 50s.
Yes. End of the over, 197 for 6.
The young people must love these commentaries.
Who's Ted Ray, Grandad? Ah.
Google him. He'll be on YouTube
he was old
somewhere.
He was old when we were young folks.
Ethan Bamber, who won't remember who Ted Ray is. Probably doesn't remember who Jasper Carrot is. Or even more modern but old comedians. Anyway, that was another decent delivery. It was nicely played by Swindles as the covers. There is no run.
Had a fair few Jasper Carrot tapes and LPs when I was growing up.
Yes, he did the version of the Magic Roundabout, I seem to remember. Anyway, in comes Ethan Bamber. Oh, and there is a thickish outside edge as Swindles plays at that outside off stump. It was vaguely under control and it bounced well short of the second slip. Sam Robson, who's still on his knees looking at it.
Eskenazi made a good stop, didn't he? He's,
yeah.
Shaking his right hand off a bit, but
it was...
first time he's been in the game almost, Eskenazi.
There was the one edge that very nearly reached him, and that's about it. This is played altogether more satisfactorily by Harry Swindles. He pushes it just into cover point region, and they trot through for a simple single. Barnes 2 runs from 29 deliveries so far. So occupying time, but not much else. Bamber must wonder what he's got to do to actually get a wicket. He won't actually have a maiden this time, which will come as something of a shock to him. That's actually comfortably played out into the leg side by Ed Barnes. But straight to the fielder. And there will not be a run. Bamber with arms swinging walks back to his bowling mark. And I think Richard's going to stand up as Bamber comes in again, slightly from wider of the crease, but actually all that does is give a little bit of width to Barnes, who cuts him very pleasingly away for 4. And that will be just what Ed Barnes needed, because he had been on 2 for a very long time. And he's just managed to lift the pressure a little with that cuff through the covers for 4.
Brings up the 200 and a batting bonus point.
A plus on many fronts for Leicestershire. 202 for 6. As Bamber, suddenly leaking runs, comes in. And this is punched away nicely by Barnes into the covers. He doesn't really believe in much foot movement, Ed Barnes, but he has a good eye, and he played that ball nicely out into the covers. And that is the end of Bamber's 18th over. And he has the figures of 1 for 41. On another day, that could well be 3 next to the 41 rather than 1, but he hasn't enjoyed the best of luck. And Leicestershire have gritted it out in the face of some fine bowling from Ethan Bamber.
If Middlesex need to get Ed Barnes out, they could just quietly whisper the words Marcello Bielsa into his ear as they go past him, and his eyes will fill with tears, bitter tears. He's a Leeds United season ticket holder who loved Bielsa very, very dearly.
Oh, really?
His family are. Higgins is in to Swindles, who drives, getting on top of the bounce, steers it out towards the point boundary. Fielder runs around from backward point, deepish backward point to field, and the single is taken. Looks like Coleman out there.
is out there, yeah.
That was, yeah, it is. So unused to seeing him not in a reasonable proximity to the wicket, usually in a catching position. But, a second look there. Swindles on to 60. Barnes watches as Higgins is in, bowls to Harry Swindles on off stump. Swindles stretches forward and defends.
It's his highest score this season.
Harry Swindles, yes. Yeah, he struggled a little bit. 57 was his previous score. And it's not been the prettiest innings you'll ever see, but it's been admirably determined. 166 balls, and must have played and missed 30 of them. As in goes Higgins, bowls, tucks him up a little bit. But again, Swindles is right behind it, playing it out towards mid-on. Where Murta is the fielder. Captain did the job for his side, post-tee. Very first delivery. Bounced and left Tom Scriven, as Guy said he could have left it on. The floodlights are now coming on. Scriven could have left it, just drawn into playing thick edge through to Simpson. Higgins is in, driving down into the ground. Harry Swindles. It goes straight to Gully, who, having taken it cleanly, hurls the ball at the stumps. Swindles, like a matador evading a bull, steps inside the line, and the ball goes past his rear end like one of those black bull horns. I see them sometimes in the fields outside Valencia where they're kept. Well, when you go past them. Fierce creatures. Higgins is in again, driving is Swindles, and he's got that one well in front of Coleman, who puts in a good slide out there on the cover boundary in front of the Stench and Benno stand. 2 more runs to Swindles, who is finding, with respect to him, the bowling of Ryan Higgins rather more palatable than that of Murtagh or indeed Bamber. 206 for 6, Swindles on to 62 now. I guess these are the runs he's earned really by his sheer sort of stickability as much as anything. Higgins is in, bowls to him again. He's looking to force on the offside, big thick inside edge, and it goes almost 180 degrees in the other direction out towards mid wicket where it's fielded, and there is no run. Well, interesting, because Murtagh wants to end this before the new ball, and I say that because he's bringing back Toblerone-Jones, as Bunty calls him.
Very good. No, poor old Ryan Higgins, because he's going at a fraction under 5 and over. No other bowler is going for more than 3.
I'm pleased to say that Xavier Carbonelli on the stream vouches for the existence of Ted Ray because he's got Ted Ray's autograph.
Oh, that is cool. I did see an autograph book in here.
Yes, that's one of my old ones, yeah. But it was passed on to me by my brothers. There's some really famous old, and people have never heard of as well.
I probably would, as in comes Toby Rowland-Jones, and that's wide. And in fact, Ed Barnes missed out on that because that was one he could have chased.
Stoke City, 1970, when they came to play Hull City. Amongst them.
Gordon Banks?
Yes, yeah, he was, yeah.
George Eastham?
No, it was after Eastham's time.
No, he's still playing in 1970 because he played in that League Cup final.
For Stoke?
Yeah.
Maybe it was 71, then they went to Hull City. It was...
Because he played in that 73, was it, League Cup final? I remember that because they were playing against the team.
Don Wilson, who 30 years later gave me a bat. Tony Nicholson, Ray Illingworth.
Oh, that's good.
Brian Close.
Very good. Next season I'll have to dig mine out. Bizarrely, I've got Jeff Hurst and Martin Peters from a cricket match. Yes, Gordon Banks. Excellent.
And I met him later as well as a journalist. Just, you know,
yeah.
Strange thing, isn't it? When the Gordon Banks, the MP, wrote a book about Gordon Banks, the goalkeeper.
This Banks was a popular name because there was a Tony Banks MP as well, wasn't there? As in comes Toby Rowland-Jones, and slightly disappointed with himself. He did a hop of frustration because Ed Barnes has played the ball very nicely out into the covers for a couple and looking altogether more comfortable. And Toby Rowland-Jones was almost unplayable in his last spell. He's currently just bowling a little bit too short and a little bit too wide, and Barnes has played him pretty comfortably so far in this over.
Are we a bit surprised they brought him on? I am a little bit, given we're so close to the new ball.
Yeah, I might have just, especially when they're still an over behind the run rate, I might have just brought on a bit of Luke Coleman for 4 or 5 overs. But it's proactive captaincy, isn't it? It's not just filling up the overs until the new ball can be taken, but even so, that's punched away for a single as Barnes continues to...
They may need these runs, Leicestershire, because the new ball under the floodlights is going to be a horrible handful potentially.
Well, these two just after being becalmed for a long time, are just showing signs of coming back to life at the moment. And Harry Swindles thought about the very quick, the drop and go single, but in the end the fielder was in very sharply from cover, so the shout of no went up. It's the 18th over Toby Rowland-Jones's bowl today. 2 for 51 so far. Stares down at his toes and then gets ready to run in once more. That's a leave outside off stump by Swindles, who gives his characteristic spin of the bat after the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. It's the end of that over from Toby Rowland-Jones. The score has gone on to 213 for 6. Barnes, who will be on strike, is 9 not out, and Swindles, after 172 balls, is 62 not out.
Just looking at the weather forecast. Tomorrow suggests dry all day, up to 20 degrees. Friday, at the moment, it says 60% chance of rain, but that could be at any time during the day, so it's no more specific than that. Higgins, still searching for that first wicket, is in to Barnes, who's late on that one as it comes back into him, but on the back foot he does get something on it and pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Quietly pleased murmur around the ground as Higgins is in down the leg side. Again, Barnes sort of flicks at it, but without any great conviction.
You're right, there was a certain fatalism around the ground at lunchtime that has dissipated somewhat.
Did feel very much like here we go again at that stage, but a determined partnership of 125 for the 6th wicket. As in goes Higgins, bowls, and Barnes does get something on that one on leg stump and turns his wrists on it along the ground all the way down towards Ethan Bamber. At long leg, 1 is taken into double figures.
For the Middlesex fans who are worried about how things are going on at Glamorgan declared on 550 for 5, and Derbyshire in reply are 91 for 5, so still the small matter of 459 runs behind. No pressure then, Middlesex.
Higgins is in a no ball. He has been pretty much, I think there was one other no ball of, I think, the 5 that have now been delivered by Middlesex, 4 by Higgins. Just trying to remember who the other no ball deliverer, it might have been a Rowland-Jones one, but I can't quite remember.
I think, yes, there was one other.
I can have a look at the scoreboard in a second.
Bamber.
As Higgins is in, comes back in a little bit, gets something on it, I think, Swindles, and the ball squirts out into the offside. I was waiting because Nick Cook put his left hand out there as though he was going to bring up his left knee to it, but he didn't, so it was mostly bat, it would appear, or at least some bat.
No, we missed that first no ball, I seem to remember. We were quite surprised. We saw 2 extras on the total and we hadn't noticed it being signalled, so it would be probably Toby Rowland-Jones.
Higgins is in, bowls straight, but Barnes again staying on the back foot even, equal to it, works it out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Just remarks his run up.
Leicestershire supporters might be interested to know that Ben Mike has made his first appearance with the bat for Yorkshire and scored 8 in his innings.
Yes, hasn't been the most auspicious match, has it?
So far, Higgins outside off stump. Barnes just leans forward and rather disinterestedly lets that one go through.
Did take a wicket in the end.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I thought it was 0 for...
No, 1 for 91 from 14 in the end. He got rid of Bold Clark for 55.
Well done, Benny. So he's averaging 91 with the ball and 8 with the bat.
He was batting at number 9.
Yeah. Yorkshire all out then. For
Yeah,
100
79 and following on 14 for 1.
Surrey in good shape.
Yes, particularly as Hampshire are really struggling in their game.
Roland Jones in, pushed out into the, into the offside and fielded at point, who hurls the ball at the stumps, hits Swindles hard on the right elbow. I don't think O'Shaughnessy will be too pleased with that, or hits Swindles, and well, it would be nice to see the fielder apologise, Higgins. He's saying, what can I do about it? He was running between me and the stumps, as a good batsman should, but nice just to hold up your hand, say sorry about that, hit him on the right elbow.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, isn't it, when you know you're going to hit the stumps, but the guy's got in the way, which he's allowed to do. Toby Rowland-Jones is in again, and that is flicked off his hip on this occasion by Barnes, but straight to the fielder. There is no run. Swindles has worn a couple of, he'll have a few bruises because a couple have hit him in the top of the leg as well. But having seen that autograph of Brian Close, I remember after he faced the West Indies, that famous picture of him covered in bruises, as Toby Rowland-Jones is in, and that keeps a little bit low, but Barnes adjusted very quickly and jabbed the bat down on it, and got the ball to go out into the mid-wicket area. Yes, Hampshire, who the only team who could probably stop Surrey, were all out for 57 in their first innings. Kent made 165 and 269, so Hampshire require 378 for victory and a 35 for 1. As in comes Toby Rowland-Jones again, a massive bouncer that does not trouble Barnes, and that is the one for the over.
It's been quite close to being wide.
Really. There's been a couple of them that have been really short bouncers, and you're wondering just exactly how the batsman is supposed to hit them, but there have been, as I say, 2 of them. And I suppose the fact that Barnes also crouched as the ball went over him, perhaps. And Barnes is tempted into the cut shot by a ball short outside off stump, but it's through him before he can play the shot. It's a sharper delivery from Rowland-Jones.
Well, now, apologies to Toby Rowland-Jones. If we implied that he might have bowled a no ball, all 6 of the no balls have been bowled by Ryan Higgins.
Well done, good statage, and apologies to Toby Rowland-Jones. In again, Fuller allows the ball to try and swing a little, not that it does much, and Barnes can play that one pretty comfortably out into the offside. They don't get a run, and so the end of the 19th over from Toby Rowland-Jones, 2 for 52. Swindle 64, Barnes in double figures, 10 now, 218 for 6, and these two have put on 27 so far for this partnership.
Frustrating for Middlesex, all these overs going into the seamer's legs as well. They're going to have to bowl for a second time, as Higgins is in and bowls straight. Swindles is behind it, pushing it out to mid-on. There's no run. The overs as Toby Rowland-Jones bowled this summer. In the county game, 403.4 coming into this one, so make that now 400 and, I think is it 18 now, so 421 or so overs he's bowled outside off stump, driven by Swindles out towards the extra cover boundary. Fielder's going to get there. Holman reaches down with that meaty right hand. It's a long throw from down there, have to hurry a little bit, but Barnes does hurry, and although it's a good throw from Holman right next to the stumps, and Simpson with a sweep of the arm demolishes the stumps. Barnes, puffing slightly perhaps, had made his ground.
It is a long boundary, isn't it? Because they took that third run on the throw. It was already in Holman's hand, and he's got a good arm, but such is the distance away, they felt they could get back for that third, and did.
Higgins in to Barnes, who and bowls another no ball, Higgins as well, so that's his 7th. And Barnes just drops his hands, just pulls the bat out of the line of the ball as it goes through outside off stump. So 14 of the 24 extras have been Higgins's no balls. Bustles in and bowls again to Barnes, who's cutting down towards third man, and that's going to be 4. Nice shot from Barnes, waited for it, played it quite late, and although Gully dived away to his left as it bounced past him, couldn't get there, and down to the third man boundary. For 4 the ball goes, and Higgins has tried his guts out, don't get me wrong, but you can't help looking at the attack and thinking, wow, if Helm was in his place, what a difference that might be.
Or Yadav. Yeah.
Indeed, or Yadav. What a difference that would be. And is it going to cost Middlesex in the end?
Still, he also scored 55 very important runs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. In he goes, bowls again to Barnes, who's forward, pushing it into the gap. No, it's another no ball. Number 8. It's trying a bit too hard now.
Particularly as he's not lightning quick and he doesn't have the longest run up. This is not helpful.
No, indeed. And suddenly the partnership has gone on to 38 after it was so tight for those 9-10 overs after tea when Murtagh was bowling, and Bamber, as in goes Higgins and bowls outside off stump, steps forward Barnes and leaves it. Not so in the next 10 overs. The score has gone on to 229 for 6. There'll be an update any second for BBC Radio Leicester. Why don't BBC Radio London want updates? I think that's... do they give the score? Do they read the score? How do you think?
They don't have that many sports bulletins these days, but they give the score.
Higgins is in outside off stump. Slight amount of shape to the delivery, but Barnes safely lets it go through to Simpson.
And as they've got about 27 football clubs as well.
This is true. Yes. How many are there?
Well, I think there's
9, 10?
certainly. How many in the Premier League? I'll count.
Higgins is in. Barnes is turning him off his legs down to wide, long leg for 1. And keeps the strike, I believe. He does. 230 for 6 after 76 overs. Swindles 67. Barnes now 15. Here comes the update. Still got a bit of work to do to get to that point, but they have made a really good fist of things in the afternoon and now evening sessions. Didn't lose a wicket in the afternoon, having taken lunch on 66 for 5. They took tea on 185 for 5. They did lose Tom Scriven fairly quickly after tea for 65, caught behind off the bowling of Tim Murtagh. But Harry Swindles is 67 out of his best score of the season, and he's getting good support now from Ed Barnes, the young Yorkshireman. 15 not out. Together they've taken Leicestershire's score onto 230 for 6. They are still therefore 67 behind Middlesex, but that danger of getting the first innings lead, it could yet happen. Newsreader getting above himself, I think, a little bit there.
But Toby Rowland-Jones is looking a little bit weary now. Not quite bowling with the same control he was bowling with for so much of the day. This is 20th over of it.
Should just explain to listeners who won't have heard the newsreader. The BBC Leicester newsreader said Leicestershire were, and he said it with surprise in his voice, in danger of actually getting a first innings lead. How dare he?
So good drive, but an equally brilliant stop. So while Higgins may be leaking a few runs when he's bowling, he's stopping quite a few with his fielding, and that was a brilliant stop in the covers off a decent drive from Barnes, it must be said. He's looking increasingly confident in his stay at the crease. These two have now put on 39 frustrating runs as far as Middlesex are concerned, who can take the new ball in 3.5 overs, but at the moment they've got Toby Rowland-Jones bowling. So presumably Tim Myrtle will take the new ball with Ethan Bamber, one imagines, if that's the way they go. Toby Rowland-Jones is walking back to his crease quicker than he does normally. You can tell he's getting cross out there at the moment.
Yeah, frustrated as the ice cream van goes down Milligan Road.
As Toby Rowland-Jones runs past the umpire, bowls now, and very correct looking forward defensive from Ed Barnes. Harry Swindle's still there. 177 balls he's now faced. He came out when the score was on 37, when Ackerman was trapped LBW by Rowland-Jones, and at that stage Leicestershire with 37 for 4. It's now nearly 200 runs later and he's still there. Oh, and that's a beauty. That's the best ball in his 3 over spell this time from Toby Rowland-Jones. Took off just short of a length, darted past the surprise prod of Ed Barnes into the wicket-keeper's gloves. That's the end of the over, 236 for 6. Barnes, 15 not out from 58 deliveries, but Leicestershire won't mind that. Swindle's 67 not out.
Ishan Kaushal comes running on, clad in a fetching sky blue singlet over his whites, carrying a helmet, which suggests that Luke Coleman is going to bowl. Indeed he is. He's going to have 2 overs before the new ball. Well, Leicestershire managed to pick up a wicket when they did this and therefore didn't take the new ball straight away. And they'll be hoping for something similar at Middlesex.
Did they do I remember rightly, they got 2 wickets, that both the spinners picked up a wicket in this very similar period of time?
Indeed. 15 overs remain in the day. Light permitting. Holman is in from the Bennett end, bowls an awful delivery down the leg side, down on one knee. Swindles tries to swing it down to long leg and doesn't get anything on it, so Holman gets away with an awful ball.
He could barely reach it, I think. That was half the trouble, it was so far down leg side.
In he goes, bowls, and going for the big drive, and missing is Harry Swindles, not taken cleanly by John Simpson for once. Bounces off his gloves. Was out there to be hit, but he wasn't at the pitch of it, went through the shot anyway. Coleman in, bowls. Oh, bounces and he's caught at first slip, one-handed above his head. No, says yes he is. Umpire, he turned to umpire Cook, who just nodded. Swindles was actually on the walk and then he turned, but it looked to take the shoulder of the bat. Bounced and
where did that extra bounce
he doesn't
come
look
from?
convinced, does he, Swindles?
My initial thought was, I thought it was
Well,
on the shoulder.
What else could it have come off? I mean, he started to walk straight away, in fairness, having looked back. Let's have a look at the replay in big, because it suddenly bounced and took off. Here we go.
Yeah, no, that's what interested me. Was it?
It hit him on the right hand, his bottom hand, as he took it off the bat and went into the air, one-handed above his head. Eskenazi, after all that time at first slip, has taken the catch, and Swindle's marathon effort comes to an end on 180 balls. And again, Coleman, with that extra bounce that the leg spinner, tall leg spinner, does sometimes get.
But there have been a few of those in this match where the ball has suddenly bounced, almost from nowhere. And I appreciate he is a tall leg spinner and will get surprising bounce. But even so, it's interesting. Both the umpires are actually looking at the spot that the ball pitched, because they're surprised at the way that just took off just short of a length. And in the end, there was nothing really Harry Swindles could do. It just spat at him. It was a bit like there was one incident like that yesterday. I think it was off Finan. It was admittedly a quick bowler, but it spat from just short of a length. It was one of the drop catches in the end. But every so often there is an alarming bounce. But Harry Swindles' excellent innings comes to an end.
And interestingly, he's being replaced by the aforementioned Michael Finan, who has only gone in at 11 so far in his Leicestershire career. He has one promotion to number 9. He has handled himself with the bat out extremely well in all the innings he's played so far, including a half-century against Nottinghamshire. So what will he make of Luke Coleman? As Coleman is in bowls and he pulls him around the corner. He's an uncomplicated batsman, Michael Finan, and if it is a bad ball, he will try and hit it at whatever stage his innings is at. He showed that against Nottinghamshire, his 50 there. I think it included 8 4s and 2 6s. And he looks like a very, very good club batsman, if that makes any sort of sense. Coleman in to Barnes, who goes back, digs it out, perhaps stayed a fraction low, skidded through a little bit. As you said, Guy, both umpires had a look at just see if it had broken through the pitch, but there wasn't a puff of dust or anything. They didn't scrape away, or as in goes Coleman and bowls. Barnes reaches forward, pushes it to mid-wicket. So once again, Luke Coleman's value to the Middlesex side is underlined, really. He has found 2 extraordinary deliveries to take wickets. The first was a shocking delivery to get Ahmed, who pulled over the top of a rank long hop, and that one just exploded off the pitch at poor Harry Swindles. Took his right glove, and Eskenazi had to backpedal a bit, take it one-handed above his head. It wasn't travelling very quickly, but the breakthrough has come for Middlesex. 230 for 7, now 231 for 7. 2 overs until the new ball, but Roland Jones isn't going to have a quick breather and come back with it. They're going to continue with him from the pavilion end.
Well, it kind of makes sense. He will be now bowling at essentially the tail with Finan in at 9. Though, as you say, Finan's batted pretty well recently. And plays a very correct looking forward defensive stroke drive to that. Very textbook. I suppose that would happen though, isn't it? If you sign a fast bowler from non-first class cricket, you probably will pay him lower down the order until you've seen him bat a bit, but he immediately looks as if he knows one end of the bat from the other. So Toby Roland Jones comes in now, and he hits him straight down the ground for 4. And we haven't seen anybody else try or successfully play that shot in the entire match so far.
That's Michael Finan.
He's having quite a good game, isn't he?
He's had a good day, that's for sure. Yeah, he has had a good game. 78 first-class runs in 4 innings, 2 not outs, means he was averaging 39 coming into this one with that score of a 58 at knots. But
he got 58 batting at 11.
Yeah.
Excellent. Toby Roland Jones then in. Oh, and there's an edge and he's gone. Toby Roland Jones he's done that throughout. If someone's had a dart at him, he's nearly got them the very next ball. Budinger did that to him in the very first over of the match, hit him for a 3 and a 4, and then was out on the last ball of the first over for 7. And now, after smashing Toby Rowland-Jones back over his head for 4, Feenan has been snaffled in the slips and has had to go. Decent catch, fairly comfortable, it must be said, but that ends the shortest of interesting cameos from Michael Feenan. 1 for wicket in the 3 balls that he faced in that little spell.
It was an odd one, actually. I thought it bounced a bit on him, but he was prodding forward. There wasn't much foot movement, and I don't quite know how he managed to get it up at that height to Coleman, that third slip. Comfortable catch for Coleman in the end, but yeah, odd sort of dismissal. That did look a bit number 11-y from Michael Feenan. He is better than that, but having one promotion, it doesn't pay off. And good on Tim Murtagh, really, bringing Rowland-Jones in before the new ball has paid off. Coleman and Rowland-Jones take a couple of wickets, and it does now look as though Middlesex are going to have a very decent first innings lead. It's a bit gloomy out there now, Guy.
Yeah, the sun came out a second ago and it was bathed in sunlight, but the cloud has clamped over the sun once again, and you're right, it is getting a little bit gloomy. I'm just trying to work out if it's any worse than it was last night, but it might be slightly, actually. But Toby Rowland-Jones, we had the same debate last night whether Leicestershire would have to turn to their spinners, and Toby Rowland-Jones does have the 4-way shadow that is caused by the floodlights, and he pitches that ball up well, and in fact, in fairness to Parkinson, he dug it out well. Well bowled by Toby Jones, but well coped with by Parkinson.
Who's been in battling form in recent games, Callum Parkinson, with the bat. 26 not out, 31, 19 in his last 3 innings.
That's a good effort from down in the lower order, and that's a very nice looking defensive shot. Played out to mid-off, where Tim Murtagh does the fielding.
Other scores this season, he's had a 49. At home to Derbyshire, his former county. 45 at home to Sussex, 32 not out, 29 not out. Had a bad run, but he seems to have come out of that now.
It could be continuing frustration for Middlesex then, who must have thought they would get a bigger first innings lead than this at lunch when the score was 66 for 5. That is a loopy bouncer that Parkinson has to duck quite low to actually let it go over him, but he does that, and the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. It's the end of Rowland-Jones over, but he's done what he needed to do. He's snaffled his 3rd wicket and the 8th for Middlesex. 235 for 8. Rowland-Jones 3 for 56 from his 21 overs now. Barnes is still there on 15. Parkinson yet to get off the mark.
13 overs remain, and we are 10-12 minutes away from the official close, so although Coleman's going to bowl 1 more, at least goes in and bowls to Barnes, who's forward in defence. It's going to be a late-ish finish, 10-6, maybe 5-6, something like that. But as I say, that does perhaps depend on the light. Coleman in. Bowls. Barnes forward, thick inside edge, it's running towards backward square, and a single will be taken. 2 for 20 for Luke Coleman from 8.1 overs.
It's remarkable, isn't it?
It kind of is, actually.
Sorry, I didn't mean that sounded ruder than it was.
But it is. It's been a very mixed bag from him, but goodness me, he's been effective. 2 important wickets. In he goes. Bowls foolish to Parkinson, who just calmly waits for it till it's almost under his eyebrows outside off stump and drives it out. into the gap in the covers to get off the mark with a single.
No, that magic ability to take wickets, priceless, and it's exactly what Luke Coleman has brought to the Middlesex side today, just on 2 occasions when they needed them.
He is in and bowling onto leg stump to Barnes, who pushes it to mid-wicket. Wait. Snaps Callum Parkinson, acquiring the authority of the captain clearly. He and Nick Cook will have a good conversation. In goes Holman, back goes Barnes, cutting a slightly just wide delivery down towards Higgins at backward point, and there's no run. Neither would give an inch on the conversational front. They both like to chat. Holman in, tosses it right up, almost a full toss, but Barnes mistimes it horribly as he looks to drive it through the offside, thick inside edge, and it rolls back up the wicket towards Luke Holman. 80 overs have been bowled, which didn't necessarily look like it was going to be the case when Leicestershire went in for lunch. 66 for 5 off 22.1. The new ball is being taken, and Toby Rowland-Jones, notwithstanding that he's well into his fifth spell,
I think.
Fifth spell possibly, is going to
Yeah, no,
take
it is his 5th spell.
He can sniff a 5 for, I suspect.
Yeah. Yes, it will be taken out of his cold, dead hands, I think, that new ball. And it's the only way they'll get it. Tim Murtagh happy, though. He's just seen Rowland-Jones take a wicket in his last over. And now he's got the extra fizz and bounce of the new ball in his hands, which has been taken straight away. Rowland-Jones with added spring in his step, but nicely played by Parkinson, who not only plays the defensive shot but returns it with a little bit of interest past the outstretched hand. Toby Rowland-Jones, who can't stop it, and it goes through to Tim Murtagh at mid-off, and Murtagh does some stretching exercises himself because he'll be on from the Bennett end. Almost does a comedy John Cleese Ministry of Silly Walks across the pitch here. And that is tucked up to mid-on, so mid-on and mid-off both involved, and both middled by Parkinson. As Toby Rowland-Jones might need to adjust his length ever so slightly with the new ball and the extra bounce. It is paid to pitch up with a slightly older ball, but maybe he can just drag his length back a touch. As he once more approaches the wicket, and that's Fuller again, and is driven, and that beats mid-on and mid-off and goes for 4. So 3 straight shots from Parkinson, 1 to mid-off, 1 to mid-on, and 1 to bisect them for 4.
He's a proper batsman, is Parkinson. His technique is very, very solid, and you know he is a number sort of 8 really, potentially in the making, or should be by now really.
Yeah, absolutely. As Toby Rowland-Jones comes in once again, and that is way better, and he tries to play round a straightish delivery, and I could understand why Toby Rowland-Jones shouted for LB, but I think it was going wide of leg stump, but certainly he'll have to be careful playing that particular shot. Parkinson stepping across and then missing the ball can leave you in a spot of trouble, and that very nearly did.
Yeah, his determination to get in line does sometimes mean he gets trapped in front.
Rowland-Jones will take heart from that, and that is Fuller, and again it's squirted out onto the leg side, a combination of inside edge and bat, I think. Certainly Rowland-Jones altogether happier after the first 3 deliveries that Parkinson treated with complete ease. The next 2 have been altogether of a different gravy. Barnes 16 not out, Parkinson 5. Toby Rowland-Jones 3 for 60 now. in once again. Last ball of the over with the first over with the new ball. Second new ball through to the keeper, left by Parkinson. 4 runs from the over. Parkinson's moved on to 5. The score to 241 for 8. And Barnes on 16 will be facing, one imagines, Tim Murtagh.
Yeah, the captain has already handed Nick Cook his sweater and cap. 9 more for another batting bonus point for Leicestershire. 1 more wicket for the final bowling bonus point for Middlesex. Might matter if Glamorgan go on to win. They're in a strong position against our friends the Peakites, as not many people know them except their marketing department. In goes Murtagh, bowls, very full, a bit floaty that one. And Barnes waiting for it, jams it out towards mid-off. A couple of years ago, the Derbyshire marketing department, bless them, who will try anything, produced a sort of composite picture based on the ground, but with all the sort of Derbyshire's countryside landmarks around it. And as Murtagh turns and runs in and bowls solidly forward, goes Barnes out into the offside. You know, the lovely sort of parts of the peaks in Derbyshire, but rather looking as though the ground was surrounded by these beautiful sights, and then you sort of you dragged your eyes away from the picture and looked out on reality, which was a municipal roundabout just outside Derby city centre, and as in goes Murtagh, bowls solidly forward goes Barnes, and there's no run. And also the Chadderton estate and thing, you know, it's in its right. I don't know how often you've been to Derby, but it's not
yes, well,
most salubrious of areas, the county ground. A very good facility though it is.
Exactly, and I can see why they'd want to play up other aspects of the rather beautiful county. But
the contrast was marked, shall we say, in goes Murtagh and bowls, and Barnes is looking 2 on drive. It's been an over which suggests Murtagh just taking, understandably enough, a few balls to get back into his usual metronomic stride. A few have floated up rather. Not that Barnes has got any of them away as yet.
No, he really has bowled well today, Tim Murtagh.
17 overs, almost 2 for 32. Comes in, bowls to Barnes, who is forward. Nice sound as the ball hits the middle of a very defensive bat. Out to mid-off it goes.
But it is the 17th over that he's bowled today, so we'll be feeling it a little bit.
So 287 overs in the county championship this season for Toby Rowland-Jones, for Tim Murtagh, which will have some of the older bowlers lifting a lip, rather, in terms of work rate. Murtagh is in Barnes' forward, and a maiden has been delivered. But he has only played
8 or 9.
Yeah, this is his 9th, so this is the 16th innings in which he's bowled in the championship. But just in terms of the work, you know, some bowlers used to tick up 1,000 overs, didn't they, in a championship season?
Well, Toby Rowland-Jones is going to continue. He is putting in a shift for his team currently, finishing off with the old ball, taking the second new ball. He does understandably call for a drink and take several large swallows of the drink brought out for him, but now he is ready to go again. Characteristic shirt rising up as he delivers that foolish delivery that is driven back to him by Parkinson. He fields off his own bowling.
Yeah, Foxy Phil fine and ahead of Parky is madness, question mark. I think they sent him in epoxy fill, just to try and take advantage of the old soft ball for a couple of overs, so if he could whack it around a little bit. That would be my guess, that's all.
And he did play one fine straight drive, but it's in again, and Parkinson plays that nicely and defensively. And you do have to chisel out wickets on this pitch. We've seen it for both sides. Though it does make you think that if Leicestershire had held on to their catches, because Middlesex haven't dropped any.
Yeah. They could be 60 runs ahead or something, couldn't they, at this stage?
Rather than the other way
Middlesex
around.
out for 150, 160 or less.
As it is, Middlesex do still have a first innings lead. And it's pitched up by
What is it at the moment, 56 then?
Roland Jones. Absolutely, 56 is the lead. Richard, thank you. And Roland Jones pitches that up, but before he gets a chance to move at all off the scene, Parkinson is there with the forward defensive. As Toby Roland Jones turns and runs in once again. And that was played late by Parkinson, and for a moment Roland Jones was thinking LB, but there the bat came down late and played the ball out nicely. And Parkinson's looked pretty comfortable since he came in. Played that one lovely straight drive. As Roland Jones in once again. And again, it's a very correct defensive shot all around off stump. And the rhythm of this match continues, that bowlers put the ball in pretty much the right place and there are defensive shots.
5:30 update. Should be the last. 9 overs remain after this. Well, actually, might get one at 6. Might get one at 6. Roland Jones finishes the over. Parkinson is going to pick up 4 runs as he gets a thick outside edge on that. He runs down to third man for 4. Here's the update. 245 now for 8, so they have lost another wicket since you were with me last. Michael Finan, who came in to replace Harry Swindles, promoted up the order to try and bash it around a little bit. Did get one shot away off Toby Roland Jones, but then got a delivery that he could only fence to third slip, and he was gone for 5. 235 for 8 at that stage. Ed Barnes is still there. He's 16 not out off 71 balls. The captain too, Callum Parkinson, has hit a couple of nice 4s in going to 9 off 16. 245 for 8 means Leicestershire are still 52 behind on first innings, but that's a lot better than it looked like it was going to be when they were 66 for 5 at lunch. Full delivery there from Tim Murtagh that is driven out to extra cover. The lights of the floodlights reflecting in the sunglasses perched atop his head. Myriad colours, sort of turquoise and reds and all sorts in the sunglasses these days. Rather smart they look as well. Murtagh turns. Ball held very low, bowls to Barnes, who is again forward on off stump, pushing it out into the covers, and again there is no run. The Inferno likes this pitch, he says. It seems like a very fair pitch. Something there for the bowlers, but if you stick in, you can make runs. And he wishes more were like this. I know what you're saying, Ian. In goes Murtagh, and again Barnes is solidly forward. Ideally, probably you'd want just a fraction bit more pace on it. But
I think so. Just a little more, because you do have to chisel runs out on this, and both sides have gone at about 3. They've been scoring about 3 and over.
yeah. Murtagh is in, Barnes is forward, picking up runs, indeed 4 of them. Thick outside edge, but sort of meant, I think, really by Barnes. He leant forward to that one, his head was over the ball, he angled the bat, it ran off down through the wide gully area, and there is no third man. Barnes moves on to 20, 249 for 8, one more for another batting bonus point. 48 now the deficit.
It was nicely played, wasn't it? I think he may even force... No, I wondered if Tim Murtagh was going to leave someone down there at third man, but he's going to keep the fielders around the bat.
Slightly curving run as he comes in and bowls to Barnes, who's very solidly forward, back up the pitch to Murtagh, who puts his right hand down, doesn't stop the ball, slows it on its progress towards mid-off. Comes across behind him to field. There's some weary bodies out there, certainly among the seamers. Had to work pretty hard this afternoon and evening. Murtagh is in, Barnes is forward, and he's managed to push that into the gap between point and cover. It's point. Ryan Higgins, who runs back to field, 2 runs taken, that brings up the 250 for the Foxes, and that second batting bonus point, 251 for 8. And 1 or 2 of the crowd who've been alongside us on the Burrows Terrace up here beginning to leave, but 1 or 2 with smiles on their faces, which you don't often see with some, I haven't often seen with some of the Leicestershire departures, if you like, this season. They've usually been pretty gloomy looking faces. I think they'll be pleased with the fight that the side have shown this afternoon and evening in particular.
No, it's been very... both days have been remarkably similar, as Toby Rowland-Jones comes in again, and the forward defensive shot from Parkinson is played out into the covers. It looks as if we might finish with a very similar score. What was it last night at the close of play? 293 for 8. Maybe 20 runs less, but we've seen wickets tumble in the morning. Then both sides have stabilised things in the afternoon as Toby Rowland-Jones comes in again, and that's tucked away nicely by Parkinson, who hasn't looked in a spot of bother ever since he came in. Plays that out onto the leg side, and the second new ball probably isn't doing quite what Middlesex would hoped it would have done. Certainly the batters have looked in no more trouble against it than they did against the old ball, where in fact 2 wickets fell very quickly. As it is, Toby Rowland-Jones is in once again and hurries up Parkinson a little bit, but he still plays a nice defensive shot out onto the offside. There is no addition to the score. But Middlesex will be frustrated with today. I'll be interested when we talk to the guys afterwards what they made of day 2, because they must have thought they got away with one a little bit yesterday, but haven't been able to really take full advantage today, as Toby Rowland-Jones goes short, but it's down the leg side and very easy avoidance as far as Parkinson is concerned. He just gets down on one knee and lets the ball go through. Thanks very much. I'm not going to take that on. Though there is only one man out if he did. That's at long leg. There's 3 slips. Deepish point, cover, mid wicket. It's played out to that point position. Mid-on, mid-off. So, pretty straightforward pitch. Sam Robson's doing more of his bizarre exercise routine when he effectively almost stands on his head, or stands on his shoulders anyway, with his head underneath, and then waggles his legs around. Quite a coordinated manner. Waggle isn't probably the best word. As in comes Toby Rowland-Jones again, and it's another very correct looking forward defensive. And well, I could have put myself on loop on record for that particular over. On or around off stump, good forward defensive, fielded in the offside, no run, and that was the story of the entire over, which was a maiden. The 6th that Toby Rowland-Jones has bowled in his 24 overs. 3 for 64 his figures, in a total of 251 for 8.
This is actually becoming one of his longest spells, actually. That's 6 overs, I think, he's bowled in this spell. In goes Tim Murtagh, bowls full, dug out by Barnes, competently enough, plays it firmly out to mid-off. Lightened a little bit. There's a few breaks in the cloud above us at the moment, so reasonable prospect of getting these remaining 6.5 overs. Murtagh is in again, it's full. Again, Barnes is waiting for it, but he's driving it effectively. He jammed it out towards the deep extra cover boundary, and it just makes it. It just makes it. Limps across the boundary, but a good shot from Barno. As the shout comes from below us, he moves on to 26, 255 for 4. Only twice at home, 2 days, have Leicestershire lost any play to rain this season. The very first day of the season, at home to Worcester, and in the last game at home to Durham. Murtagh in to Barnes, who is forward, looking pretty competent himself at the moment. On off stump, out it goes into the covers, and there's no run.
These two have looked as comfortable as any pair in the innings so far. It's really funny. Normally it's looked as if the wicket might happen and the batters are having to grit it out in the face of being beaten, the ball just taking the edge and dropping short, but there has been none of that at all. These two have just played really well.
20 the partnership worth so far. Murtagh bowls, Barnes slightly falls across himself from leg side to off as he plays that one out to mid-on. Plenty of bat on it again there. Umpire Cook takes off his white Panama, fans his face a little bit. It can't be hot out there, you wouldn't have thought. It's chilly-ish. Murtagh, short run, goes in and bowls off stump. Barnes goes forward, and Nick Cook looks affronted at him, saying, "Where did you appear from?" He only took a 4 or 5 stride run up there, but Murtagh is not for. Well, he's going to do it again. He's going to have
he
another
does
small
do
run.
this. This is a
Short run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and bowls outside off stump. A little cutter, but Barnes has nothing to do with it. Outside off stump, and Nick Cook throws Tim Murtagh his cap.
He does do that. He does throw the cap at the bowlers. But Tim Murtagh put that one down with a couple of decent catches. Is Toby Rowland-Jones going to continue? No.
Bamba.
Bamba, who
La Bamba.
Toby Rowland-Jones was actually being congratulated on a good spell by his captain and by Ryan Higgins, but it will be Ethan Bamba, who bowled beautifully with absolutely no luck whatsoever in his last spell.
Yeah.
He really did keep the batsman under almost permanent pressure, but couldn't make the breakthrough. Can he wrap up this innings now? He's certainly running in with intent, Bamber. But Parkinson lets it go safely through to the keeper, who takes his ball bounced on the way to the keeper as well. So slightly heavy-legged Ethan Bamber on his way back, and will soon run it off. But just banging down his left leg to just shake out any stiffness. Now ready to go into battle once more. Runs away from us. Oh, and gets the outside edge of Parkinson's bat. The first man to do that, but sadly for Bamber, it means that 3 runs will be scored off his bowling, because the ball squirted between the slip cordon, and Parkinson moves into double figures, 12 off 24 balls. But that is almost the first time he has been troubled in his innings so far.
39, the deficit.
Yes, of course, that's the other thing to watch for, is the size of the deficit. This partnership now worth 23. And I know there were various comments about, oh, the bowlers will get us out of trouble on the post this morning, but that's exactly what they've done. As I said, Barnes plays a comfortable looking defensive shot out to point, no run. And frustrated, this Middlesex attack, and still Ethan Bamber banging down that left leg to try and get fully limber once more. Tim Murtagh, wearing his cap quite rakishly, flicks the ball to Bamber, who runs in at 100 miles an hour. Hurries Barnes to an extent, but in the end Barnes can comfortably play it off the middle of the bat to Murtagh at mid-off.
I think we're going to get a bit more Coleman before the close.
Would make sense. He's had the golden arm so far. He's managed to break partnerships when he has come on. And Murtagh looked as if he had had almost enough for the day on his last over. Bamber has 2 more in this one. He runs in. And again, the defensive shot comes. And there is no run. And Barnes has taken his lead from the batters who have been in before him. No need to rush. 26 off 86 deliveries now. It's been a good long innings from Ed Barnes, who scratched around a little when he first came out, but has looked increasingly comfortable. Parkinson also looking good at the moment as Bamber bounds in once again just hurries Barnes a bit, but Barnes plays that nicely up to mid-off. There is no run, just the 3 from that edgy shot through the slips for Parkinson from that over. Just 44 from his 19 overs so far for Bamber. But he only has the 1 wicket next to his name and probably deserves a few more. As it is, it will be Coleman who will come and have a last twirl of the day.
Yeah, maybe 3 overs for him actually, from the Bennett end. No short leg, or just a slip. Obviously he's looking to essentially spin it away from the right-handed Parkinson. 2 right-handed batters at the crease, so that one that bounced at Swindles, can he repeat it? In he goes and bowls. Parkinson, big stride forward, getting to the pitch of the ball, pushing it out into the covers. No run. Coleman in bowls, looking to push that one through perhaps a little bit. Parkinson stays on the back foot, works it out towards mid-on, quite firmly, but only as far as Murtagh, who's out there a little bit deep at mid-on. To Murtagh, the captain. Coleman in to Parkinson, who's forward defending up the pitch too. Solidly built, faintly fair-haired Luke Coleman. Tosses the ball from hand to hand and in and bowls and left.
Ooh.
by Parkinson and missed somehow by Simpson. It's going to be 2 byes as Eskenazi, having scrambled back, then tried to slide and throw on the slide and sort of fell a little bit on his rear end and couldn't let go of the ball, and got a grin of sympathy from Ryan Higgins as he picks himself up.
I think the ball went through Simpson's legs.
Just stayed a fraction low then, as Coleman is in to Parkinson. That came off a thick inside edge, runs away towards backward square. Bamber runs in from wide long leg to field, and 1 is taken. Parkinson on to 13, 261 for 8, 36 now the deficit. Beginning to look something like a sort of 2-day, 2 innings game, isn't it really?
It is.
Coleman is in, forward goes Barnes, and it's gone a little bit finer down the leg side this time. Bamber has to pursue the ball back towards the fine leg boundary, and as a consequence Barnes can take a couple, and does. Moves on to 28, 263 for 8. 4 overs remain in the day. 34 now the deficit.
I thought Coleman bowled well in that over, and was a bit unlucky to see 5 runs come from it.
See, the secret is to bowl dross, isn't it, as far as Coleman is concerned?
Yeah, bung down a half tracker. That'll
see what happens.
That'll sort them out.
It's amazing how often they do take wickets, bad balls, really bad balls, rank bad balls.
They can be such a surprise, can't they? Ethan Bamber hasn't bowled very many rank bad balls today. Bowled very tightly indeed from both ends, and this time he's coming in from the pavilion end, and Dan of course bowls down the leg side. But Parkinson perhaps misses out, or might feel as though he missed out as he tried to flick it away. The ball was past him and ended up in the safe hands of John Simpson. So it picks its way back to Bamber. It's quite a decent run up. He does generate a lot of speed in his run up, and that's a decent delivery on or around off stump.
Some good comments on the stream. Jack Moss: the game is set up well. This is why we love red ball cricket.
Well said, Mr. Moss.
Ian Furno: a thoroughly great day of cricket.
I think that's absolutely right. There are ebbs and flows. Teams have been one way then the other. As Bamber is in once again. Oh, and he beats Parkinson outside the off stump. I'm not sure how many times I've said Bamber has beaten someone. Usually Swindle's outside the off stump, but he's now adding Parkinson to the ever-growing list of people beaten outside the off stump today.
DOYTW: a lot of credit to Leicestershire after the start to the innings and the season they've endured.
Absolutely. Shown real fight. Led by Scriven and Swindles with that partnership. As Bamber is in, and that squirts off a thickish outside edge to the backward point. There is no run. And Bamber, after that first over where you felt he was just trying to loosen everything up again, is once more putting the batsman under pressure.
Bronte has fond memories of Cozzy. He says he was the king of getting wickets by bowling filth. That's a bit. I quite liked Cozzy's little outswingers.
Oh, and that is very close, and that is out.
He was walking, wasn't he, almost there?
Bamber deserved that. He has bowled without much luck all day, and he has absolutely done Parkinson on that occasion. Ball swung a little, pitched middle and leg, was hitting middle, and Parkinson has gone for 13. Lovely delivery. Watching it again on the live feed, and Bamber deservedly picking up a second wicket for his performance so far. Just something of a surprise given how well Parkinson has batted so far, that Bamber managed to get one past his bat. But he did, And the score is now 263 for 9. Good effort, though, from those two. They put on 28, Barnes and Parkinson, for that 9th wicket and continue to frustrate Middlesex. And there is still one more ball to face.
And if it falls on this delivery, then the Middlesex openers will have one over to face, won't they?
Interesting. Will they want it to happen or won't they?
I suspect. I don't think that they'd be too concerned if it doesn't
I
fall
don't.
on this. They'd be quite happy
I'm sure
to fall
either way.
any time after that one ball, but I'm sure. Chris Wright is the man charged with keeping it out. Well, charged, he's the last man, but Wright is, I keep saying it, absolutely no mug with the bat. 3,500 first-class runs to his credit. He doesn't always show what a good bat he can be, but when he gets his head down, he can be very, very effective. It's only when he starts to try and play shots, as is the case with so many,
yes, absolutely.
You know,
who get a little
tail enders.
overexcited.
Yeah, they can keep it out, but ask them to score some runs, and they struggle a little bit. And this season has been a little bit like that for Wright. 231 runs in 19 innings, 4 not outs, best of 32, averaging 15.
It's still not bad. Number 11 averaging 15. But can he chisel out his ration of 15 today? Ethan Bamber, and tomorrow morning. Bamber, it beats the outside of the off stump, which means that the Middlesex openers will not have to bat this evening, or if the wicket falls in the neck. No, that's it, isn't it? I think 3 overs
off.
left.
Oh, maybe take off 2 for the change of innings. So,
but you're midway through an
but
inning.
you'll be midway through it. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that counts as part of it. Yeah, we were right.
You were right. You were right, Richard. Absolutely. I'd love to claim credit, but I would be. But just, yeah, 2 mirror days, really, and really enthralling county cricket.
The lead at the moment, 34, which is well worth having from Middlesex's point of view. They'll have to... No, they won't. I was going to say have to bat perhaps with a greater degree of urgency than they did in the first innings, with a view to setting the game, giving themselves time on the last day to bowl. It's a tricky one, isn't it?
It's tricky because it's really difficult. I can't see anybody actually being able to score quickly on this wicket.
No.
You have to have patience. You can chip away and take wickets, and I think the way Middlesex will take this is if they have a 30-run lead, they score the thick end of 300 tomorrow and give themselves the whole day on the last day to try and take 10 wickets.
So, Luke Coleman, 2 for 25 at the moment. Can he make that 3 for? Short leg goes in. Robson, Eskenazi at slippers. Holman is in bowls. Barnes drives down into the ground, bounces out into the covers. No run. It is pretty dark out there now, actually. And it's hard to think that the floodlights are not now taking over from the natural light, frankly. In goes Holman and bowls, and forward goes Barnes back up the pitch to Luke Holman. Single pigeon heads overhead, heading west towards the M1 and M69 over there. Holman is in, Barnes driving down into the ground and straight into the hands of extra cover. The ball bounces. Hear birds singing.
Yes.
We've had a few starlings around, curiously. In goes Holman, bowls outside off stump, 2 full, driven pleasantly by Barnes out to the sweeper on the offside boundary. So single taken, Barnes on to 29, 264 for 9, but can't see them around at the moment.
Did you have some murmurations earlier in the... We had a wonderful one in the village where I live. We actually get packed crowds for every evening down to watch the incredible show.
Coleman in to Wright, who is forward. He's a tall man, Chris Wright, so he can get forward and get to the pitch of the ball where others maybe struggle to stretch quite that far. But you don't, oh well, I haven't seen quite, I remember them, huge flocks of them when I was young, but not quite so much now, but you obviously do see them around in Suffolk still.
Yep.
As Coleman is in, Barnes is working it back towards him. I think Coleman was trying to flick that onto the stumps, or maybe just trying to stop it. Barnes actually hit it quite hard. Barnes, Wright even, tried to hit it quite hard, and Coleman looks down, shaking his right hand. I don't think he was actually trying to deflect it onto the stumps. It was going so quickly back towards him. He was just trying to stop it. Couldn't do so, got a hand to it, but the ball runs out to the very straight long off boundary for 4. 268 for 9. The deficit now is there for 30. No, 29. And it sounded like the cover, the tractor. Oh, there it is. It's the roller. It's the roller driven by the groundsman Andy Ward that is being taken to the to its little hut next to the manual scoreboard. Little garage, really. It's a hut is it's grander than that. It's a more modern affair. Now, who's going to go? Who's going off then as Koshal comes running on? Somebody's hurt themselves, perhaps. Is it Robson who's shedding all sorts?
Yes.
Or he's going to bowl and has been told that it has to be spin now because it's too dark.
I think that's exactly right. So he's having to take off all his short leggage pads and everything else and send that back. You're right. Robson is being instructed that he will have to, if we want to see this play out, it will have to be spin.
The penultimate over of the day. So the last 2 are going to be spin. It is just too dark for seam bowling now. The umpires have decided. Too gloomy.
There are some shin pads being proffered, but I think they'll be hidden behind the wicket keeper. Oh no, I think he's going to ball. Sub 12th man is having to run from one end of the ground to the other to
get himself accoutred. The fielder is 12th man is staying on while he goes.
The fielder goes and gets himself
for the next over, I suspect.
For the Holman final over, but there is no. Well, there's one slip, but there are no other close fielders for Robson, who's been rather hurried into the attack on this occasion. But immediately bowls with a little bit of air and right on the money, and it's dug out well by Barnes, but well bowled Sam Robson. I saw earlier he did have a little 3-over spell. His first 2 were really good. Third one was a little bit on the loose side, but and that's just wide of off stump, but there's a bit of turn there.
Final update for BBC Radio Leicester coming up. Robson bowls, defended by Barnes. It is. They're down to their last 2 men at the crease though, as Callum Parkinson, the captain, has just gone leg before wicket to Ethan Bamber for 13. 263 for 9. It's now 268 for 9. Ed Barnes is battling away out there. He's 29 out of 95 deliveries. He's been joined by last man Chris Wright. There are just 9 deliveries left in the day as Barnes picks up another single there to move on to 30. All of which means that Leicestershire are now just 28 runs behind Middlesex on first innings. It looks as though we're effectively going to have a 2-day, 2-innings game starting tomorrow morning.
So Sam Robson just with a couple of balls left for the penultimate over of the day, and it's just played out into point, and there will be no run. Barnes is still there on 30, right on 4 facing this one, and it will be a final delivery for Robson. It's short and it's just tickled round the corner nicely by Wright, and they should be able to get 2, and they do get 2. So that is the end of Robson's little cameo. The score goes to 271 for 9. Wright is on 6, Barnes is on 30. 1
over to go. Can we cope with the feeding our earphones for that 1 over. I'll try and get through it with the sound of the Leicester Tigers rugby show in my earphones. I haven't got the energy basically to ring them up and tell them to switch off. By the time I got through and they got the message, it'd be time to call it a day anyway. 271 for 9. 26 is the deficit. Took a while to get there, didn't it? My brain is frazzled. We're still waiting for Ryan Higgins to get padded up here for this last over from Luke Coleman. Higgins is taking his time. Pads are on. Whites go back down to his shins. The box goes on. Helmet goes on as well. He goes into short leg. Coleman ready to go at long last. He is in and bowls. Barnes is forward, plays it firmly down into the ground, bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. Coleman step, then he gets into his run up and bowls onto the legs of Barnes, who goes back, just works it past the reaching right hand of Ryan Higgins out towards Bamber at deepish backward square, and he takes his single, quite happy to give. Coleman is in, right is solidly forward, angled back, pushing the ball out towards backward point. Sam Robson fields. Backward point. Coleman is in and bowls. Right goes back. I thought for a minute that had snuck through onto the pads there and he was plumb LBW had he done so. It didn't, or had it done so, it didn't. Barnes watches as right keeps it out and prepares to face the last ball of another absorbing day of Championship cricket. Coleman is in and bowls. Right goes back, defends out into the offside, calls for the run because it's into the gap. And that is that for the day. Leicestershire finish it on 273 for 9. They are 24 runs behind. Middlesex's first innings score of 297, which is a position, I would suggest, Guy, that they would definitely have taken at lunch.
Oh, absolutely. We saw 7 wickets fall in that first session, didn't we? We saw Michael Finan complete his first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket as he wrapped up the Middlesex tail, and they were all out for 297, and then, well, Murtagh, Bamber, Roland Jones got to work, and 66 for 5 when poor old Rehan Ahmed missed a half-bunger from Holman, mid-tracker from Holman, and was bowled 66 for 5, and it was here we go again. But excellent work from Tom Scriven with 65, Harry Swindles with 67, and the man who's still there, Ed Barnes, 31. And they've really dug Leicestershire out of that hole they found themselves in lunchtime, frustrating the Middlesex bowlers.
Thank you very much for your company today. I hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. It's been a fascinating day as the sun comes out. The floodlights go off and the sun comes out. Although the square is very much in the shade of the trees now as the sun sinks away down there on the west side of the ground. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Good time for the start of play on the day of this contest. Really, that we think Middlesex possibly have to win. Coleman going well against Derbyshire. That promises to be another join Guy and myself tomorrow on this autumn Uptonsteel County ground from Guy.